The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Tensions are high with everything on the line at the FIDE candidates in Madrid, Spain. Desperately trying to catch first place, the remaining contenders are going all out but facing fierce competition. Second place Ding Liren overpressed against Timur Radjabov, and the Azerbaijani Grandmaster was ready, taking advantage to defeat the Chinese superstar, crippling his chances. Ian Nepomniachtchi looks unstoppable. Can the reigning challenger be beaten? Round 13 of Epic Chess coming up next.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament from Madrid, Spain. We are in studio here in St. Louis, getting ready for this penultimate round, round 13.
Good morning, Yasser. How's it going?
Wonderful. Feeling good after the rest day?
Yes, very much.
I think everybody needed it. Hello, everybody. We're in the championship rounds, but we think the tournament is all but decided. Nepo, in this moment of a winner-take-all challenger, yeah, he's got it in the bag, we think. But is it a winner-take-all tournament, or is second place going to be important? Dorsa, tell the viewers our current standings after 12 rounds of play.
12 rounds of fun, and Nepo is running away with the tournament, +2.
Over Hikaru and Ding Liren,
wow.
who are fighting for second. And look at the fight for fourth, fifth, with Fabi and Timur too.
Yeah, it's a very, very close tournament considering the pairings, which we'll get to right away.
And our format, Dorsa.
Well, the format is a very, very special tournament, right? So it's an 8-player double round robin. It's 120 minutes for the first 40 moves, then players get another 60 minutes for another 20 moves, and the final 15 minutes plus 30 seconds for the rest of the game.
3 time controls of fun. No draw offers before Black's 40th move and €500,000 in the prize money. Not much of a schedule left. Nonetheless, here it is. Dorsa.
We just came back from a rest day, so that's great. We have round 13 and 14 today and tomorrow. A very, very unlikely playoffs on Tuesday, but let's still keep them in mind.
Well, in fact, Alejandro has a number of what-ifs to decide, indeed, if there would be such a thing as a playoff. Alejandro, good morning. Nice to see you, my friend.
Good morning, Yasser. Good morning, Dorsa. Great to be in the studio as we perhaps finally take a look at who is going to be the challenger for the World Championship match. But that's still a what if, because we have different scenarios for you today. In the case that Nepomniachtchi wins or draws today, and trust me, as an experienced commentator, I have a large bet on a draw today, as Nepo is white against Richter-Rapport. He will win the tournament. That is it. Nobody can catch him. The only way that Nepo can be caught is if he loses today and loses tomorrow, and still some results have to go against him. But either one of Ding or Nakamura has to win both of their games to catch up with him. It cannot be both because Ding plays Naka tomorrow. So the only 2 players that are 2 points away would need to win both of their games while Nepo loses both himself. And still, there is a fight for second place. We've been mentioning it throughout the show. It's been a topic of discussion since Magnus Carlsen brought it up. Will he defend his World Championship title against the winner of the candidates? We don't know yet. And if he doesn't, it all goes back to second place. And this is the race for second, who might potentially play Nepomniachtchi in the title in case that Magnus decides not to participate in the event. Here we look at it. Hikaru Nakamura and Ding Liren with 6.5 points are leading the pack, but Fabiano Caruana and Timur are just half a point behind, and they're facing each other today. A decisive game in that one potentially might mean that we have a three-way tie going into the last round in a tie for second place with Ding Liren playing against Hikaru Nakamura. Yes, first might be over, but second, everything to play for.
Unpredictable as ever. Thank you for that, Alejandro Dorsa. Set the table for today's pairings and what our viewers can expect.
Yes, let's go. Well, the man of the event, Nepo, is playing Rapport. He has white, so that will be interesting. Then we have Naka versus Duda, a huge fight for second. Firouzja versus Ding, another huge fight for second. And Radjabov versus Caruana, a final super huge fight for potential second.
Every one of those pairings has an impact on the first and second places. And once again, let's take a look at the money. What are they fighting for, Dorsa?
Just €500,000.
Nice.
The first place does go home with the €48,000. Second place is €36,000. Third place is €24,000. And keep in mind that every point does grant the player extra €7,000.
Not bad, but of course it's all about becoming the challenger to this man. Magnus Carlsen, world champion, will face, we think, a match to be the site to be determined in 2023. We expect that match to be for €2 million.
Wonderful.
But will he or won't he play? We've had Jonathan Tisdale as a guest, and kind of the edge towards that Magnus might not play, but we will see. And by chance, Magnus happens to be in Madrid. It seems that there's a blitz tournament going on. So who knows? Maybe we'll be able to catch up with Magnus one of these days and ask him the most salient question. Are you ready to play Nepo?
And what a party it has been in Madrid. Not just on the board, it's been a spectacular venue throughout all of these days, but it's been so much fun around it. We had Firouzja playing Naroditsky in this bullet match.
Right.
There had a blitz tournament. Check out who played this blitz tournament yesterday. Anish won it.
Yep.
Anish won it with 7.5 out of 8.
Wow.
Over Magnus Carlsen. Grandmasters like Anton Guijarro, Pepe Cuenca was there, Rey Enigma was there. It was such a tournament. And that was just on the off day, the casual walk in the park, and you see Magnus Carlsen playing a blitz event, which was open, by the way. Anybody could participate. That was a lot of fun for the rest day. They're having a great time in Madrid. Really a chess party all throughout.
Wow.
Wonderful.
Really, really wonderful. And again, when I look at the photos of the palace that they're playing in, I'm just seeing some really gorgeous photos. Every one of them looks like a postcard, you know, with this golden gilded portraits everywhere. Just fantastic fun. It would be a big, big round for Nepo if it weren't for the fact that he has a 2-point lead. But again, that fight for second, I mean, it is such a keen fight. I'm looking at these pairings, and I don't know which one should be our marquee matchup. Help me out, Dorsa. What do you think?
Well,
which game should we focus upon?
Maybe we should focus on the Nepo game for the first 10 minutes.
After yesterday's, the day before, over and under, where a draw was made between Nepo and Naka in 8 minutes. This is their lifetime score.
Wow. So Nepo has 1 win, Rapport has 1 win, and they have 8 draws. Interesting.
Wow, I had no idea that their head-to-head matchups had been so close. And of course, earlier in the tournament, in the first half, Nepo won against Richie when Richie decided, as he stated after the game, time to commit suicide. I refuse the perpetual, I insist you win. It's been that kind of tournament
So
for
I'm
Nepo.
thinking, do you think Rapport learned from his mistake and he will not do suicide today? Considering
Rapport is so far gone from this tournament. We talk about fight for second place. Nobody's talking about Richard Rapport.
Of course,
Exactly.
but
He's in the cellar.
He's in the cellar. He is very ready to get out of Madrid. Nepo has had luck. Has he had luck? It's the order of the pairings. Nothing he could have done, nothing that is just determined randomly, and you just don't have control over when somebody is going to mess up in a tournament. But it seems that he gets exactly the moments. He gets Alireza right after he tilts after losing to Nakamura. He gets Richard when Richard's not fighting for anything anymore. With the white pieces, if you want to make a white draw with the white pieces, Jan showed that he can do it easily. He's had the ability to take games that potentially could be dangerous, but because his tournament situation was already so good, he can just draw it out. And here we have Jan Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces. If Richie plays e5, guaranteed. Some sort of 4 knights, some sort of very quiet type of position. No danger there. He plays c5, guarantee you there will be no open Sicilian. There's no reason to test Richter-Rapport in the open Sicilian today. So we're going to have to see what Richard wants to bring into the game. You'd say he wants to play for a win, but at this point, for what?
Exactly. And Jan, by the way, is open 1e4, but no response from Richie.
It's
Dorsa,
quite interesting.
you
Yeah, so I have different websites and different views open. Here is for me. I'm seeing Richard is just sitting back in the table and he's just looking at the position. He's just deciding, well, e4, what do I do?
And that's the thing what I was talking about. Richard has nothing to play for.
Yeah,
if
exactly.
Richard had something to play for in this round, he would have prepped all day yesterday.
Yeah.
Right.
And he looks at all of the Nepo variations. What happens when you check out of a tournament? It's a rest day. You get your mind out of it. You try to come back to play a normal good game of chess, but you're not spending all of your time preparing. You're not spending that energy the way you normally would.
Which is quite logical. I mean, psychologically, the poor guy isn't really playing for any of the
top prizes.
top prizes. So it's kind of hard to make yourself go like, okay, I'm going to prepare like 24 hours. I'm going to just kill the engines. And he did play Sicilian.
C5, an indication that he's not going to let Nepo have such an easy day today. He has been playing the Taimanov variation with e7, e6. But I would say that this is some kind of indication that we could get a fight.
He's also played Sveshnikov. Remember, he played Sveshnikov against Hikaru, which I think Nepo will be thrilled to check out because there are so many forced draws in the Sveshnikov specifically.
Right.
There's a lot of variations that if white knows their stuff, at some point they ask black, do you want to take the repetition? Or do you want to just be clearly worse? There are many, many lines like that. Even the sacrifices on b5 later on, for those that are familiar with the Sveshnikov variation theory, they also tend to end in forced draws.
Exactly, exactly.
They may be really cool looking draws, but they're still draws.
True. I'm trying to think of one of them, and it would probably...
You want to play knight a3 first. Remember, the knight a3 is important. Otherwise, you get f5 immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry. Knight a3, b5. Pardon me. This is what I was trying to get into. Takes, knight d5, and I remember, I think it was a game of Alexei Shirov, where he did some crazy sacrifices on b5, and there was a move, I mean...
Rook a4 is still the main line.
Still the main line after all these years.
This is something that's engraved in my memory. I played this as a kid, and I thought there's no way I remember this unless I go through it 100 times.
Right.
So I went through it 100 times.
Wow.
I played Rook a4 on the board a million times. I analyzed c4, I analyzed castle, he takes f5, queen h5, all of them variations, and all of them black is okay. And that's still the current state of theory, that Rook a4, black is at least okay, perhaps black is pushing for an advantage.
Okay.
Despite the fact that the king on d7, which will be on d7 very soon, is rather exposed and all these kind of things, the piece ends up being quite significant.
Yeah, I remember that there was a number of forced draws in those variations too. Well, we certainly jumped way ahead there in our whole discussion of whether or not Nepo will be able to force a draw. It does look for the moment like, well, I mean, still knight f6 could be a transposition into a Sveshnikov, and e7, e6. Transposition into a Taimanov.
Knight f6 play.
Knight f6, an indication that we're about to see the Sveshnikov, which Richard had played again earlier in the tournament. Just wanted to say that also we have
none of
Rosen?
that.
Oh, 4 knights, classical 4 knights.
Not the 4 knights, the
Rosen?
classical. 4 knights is with e6.
Huh. Yeah, but
4 knights is with the e6.
Yeah, this one we just call classical Sicilian because bishop
Okay.
g5 leads to the Richter-Rauzer.
yeah.
Right?
And the thing about this particular move order, I don't remember any forced draws in Richter-Rauzer. It's a game, it goes on, it's a fight,
Right.
but I don't remember any forced draws.
No, and I remember when he needed to win, Fabi in the last round against Sergey chose the sharp Rauzer because of exactly what you said. There was no forced draws that Sergey could steer towards. So d7, d6, bishop g5 considered, I'm going to say, the best chance to get an advantage, although there are lots of different moves here too, including bishop c4, and I don't even know, maybe g3.
Yeah, g3 is currently a move. f3's made a bit of a resurgence, as has
E2
bishop
feels
e3.
very comfortable too.
Bishop e2.
Bishop 2 is a move that's considered wildly inaccurate in this position, I would
Because
think,
of-
out of all the responses.
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah.
really cause any trouble for black. I mean, to the best of my knowledge, bishop g5 and bishop c4 are just
Oh yeah, they're by
comfortable.
far and away the most popular moves. Bishop e3, of course, has been making a bit of a comeback, allowing the move e5. A lot of people have been castling long. Still, whether it's theoretically the most sound, still remains to be seen. Bishop g5 is a bit of an automatic past a certain level. I'm not saying that bishop b3 or g3 are really worse moves, but bishop g5 has been, as played, has been traditionally the most difficult move for black to face
Exactly.
for 4 or 5 decades.
Now, guys, as much as I love this Rauzer, I do play it, so it will be great updates for my own openings.
Right.
I do have a small other favorite game in this
Please.
tournament.
Which one?
So you both know that I'm a huge fan of 4 knights, right?
Yes. And
Nice
guess
to
what? Boy, they are really raising.
Yeah, so we do have that going on with Ali Reza and Ding. So thank you, gentlemen, for having my 4 knight happen another time in this tournament.
Right. But the first time, it was a pretty straightforward draw.
That's why you play 4 knights.
Yeah,
to get the straightforward
I
draw
cannot imagine this game going anywhere.
anywhere whatsoever.
It's a known position.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
It's a known position with the 4 knights. We've gotten here before. Let's just go very quickly on how we got here. This is the 4 knights. E4, E5, you take on C6, B takes E6, bishop D3, D5, ED. Modern days, everybody castles. There's nothing wrong with actually taking the pawn immediately.
Right.
But since people figured out that it's actually wrong to take on C6, they just inverted the move order because D takes E6 is actually extremely dangerous for white.
Oh, yes, I've been there.
Castle, CD, bishop g5, c6, and this is all well-known theory, knight of queen f3, bishop d6. We'd reach these positions in which eventually this bishop takes on f6. It ruins the pawn structure, but the queens come off. You get a little bit of control over f5, but when the knight gets there, it gets chopped off by this bishop, and then we have opposite color bishops. And you would think,
Question.
that seems so simplistic, Alejandro. There's no way that's how chess works. But that's exactly how
Yep.
this variation
Yep.
works.
Yep.
You
Yep.
go there, you chop this off, you chop that off, you go b3, preparing knight e3, knight f5, and then you exchange those guys, and we make a draw. The same draw that we saw in Nepo against Ding Liren. Perhaps the move order is a little bit different. And as I'm looking at the database, Duda Ding Liren draw, Rapport Ding Liren draw, Movsesian Ding Liren
Liren.
draw. I mean, Ding Liren has played this a few times. Obviously, every single game of his in this variation has ended in a draw. Today, I do not expect it to be any different.
Now, coach, can you go females back? Instead of bishop d6, what about bishop e7? If let's say black really does want to fight for something, is there anything there?
This comes back to what Hikaru and Anish and a lot of people have been saying about playing with black in this tournament.
Oh, yes.
It's not that black doesn't have opportunities to make games exciting and interesting. They do it so often. I mean, we do it at open tournaments all the time when we play, a random 2350. We play something that is perhaps not theoretical, but keeps winning chances because we're higher rated, we want to win. So in this position, if you go something like bishop e7, yes, technically black still retains more winning chances. You'll get more pieces in. But the bishop is already in a worse diagonal than it is on d6. Since bishop f6 is not a threat that makes your position better as white, you're already making a concession more or less for free. And this is the kind of things that you'd love to see as the white side because these players are so strong. They're not going to get outplayed just because there's a little bit of a difference. They're going to be happy to see what they think is an inaccuracy and then capitalize on it. And that's the reason people aren't playing against Nepo with the black when Nepo is white, because they brought in a repertoire that's ultra solid and ultra drawish with the black side in order to get good positions in the candidates. It's hard to just cross over into something completely sharp, completely new when you don't have proper preparation. Everybody here has brought proper preparation with the white side. Bishop e7 is a move. It's been played many times. Rook fe1. I mean, the game kind of goes on. Is it as fully equal as the other one? No. But is Ding Liren really trying to get a worse position with black? Also no. By the way, the knight did reach f5, as I predicted. Bishop takes f5, bishop f5, rook e5. None of these moves are new, actually.
Yes.
Duda and Rapport both played against Ding Liren exactly in this position. So draw headed our way in this one momentarily. We're just going to have to wait for the handshake.
To be honest, this was not the draw that I thought would be in the first 10, 15 minutes. I really thought Nepo could grab the draw in like the first 20 minutes and be out of here. But, well, now we're getting another exciting game between Nepo and Rapport.
Yes. Yes, we will see what's going on here. I just had actually a question for Alejandro in this variation. I noticed after bishop g5, I mean, by far the most popular move is e7, e6, which was played queen d2, a6, castles, bishop d7 on the board. Again, many, many thousands of games. But now I think it was Alexei Dreyev who was making an attempt at playing the move bishop d7 followed by a very quick rook c8. And he was getting some really fantastic positions, Alejandro. But I don't know what's the theoretical state of things with bishop d7. I was wondering if Richie was going to go down a rabbit hole that was a little bit off the beaten track.
Bishop g7 is actually a fascinating line. I studied this quite a bit. The problem with this queen d2, rook c8 stuff, it worked for a long time. And after castles, we had this like really weird knight takes, queen a5. And
exactly.
The point is that if you ever go bishop takes f6, you're happy. You retake with the pawn. You don't move the pawn on e7. You just kind of develop the bishop randomly.
Right.
And because the pawn is not on e7 or not on e6, these two pawns actually end up being defended for a long time. On the other hand, you give up d5 to the knight. It's kind of a weird strategical battle. And I think eventually white is better theoretically. But people figured out not that long ago that bishop d7, queen d2, rook c8 only has one idea, that you're going to take on d4.
Right.
And then people started playing knight b3, and it's like, haha, you don't have a knight to trade.
Nice.
And it was not the top engine move for a very long time, until somebody figured it out, and they're like, oh, actually, this is very unpleasant. Because you don't have a good way of developing your pieces. You could go back to the e6 castle variations, but in those positions, rook c8 and knight b3, it's more useful to have knight b3 than rook c8. The rook doesn't always want to go to c8. It's an open file, but in many cases, when the knight comes to b3, your counterplay actually involves a5, a4. No, not really possible in this position. You already put your rook on c8. It's not that it's refuted or anything like that, but theoretically speaking, white does get between a slight and a clear advantage in this kind of position, specifically because they moved the knight to b3 early. I hope I didn't ruin this variation for too many. Because not a lot of white players know this. You know, everybody castles kind of automatically.
Right.
And it's fine. If you go down the theory, it's still fine, but it gives black exactly the type of positions they want to play, whereas knight b3 keeps an advantage in the type of positions black doesn't want to play.
Wonderful. Absolutely fascinating. Thanks for that reveal, even though everybody hates your guts from now on. I want to turn our attention to a game that I think, wow, has a lot of ramifications for our tournament. And that, of course, is the game between Hikaru, who's coming into today's round, tied for second, with Ding Liren, who appears, in our eyes, on a certainty of making a draw against Nepo, which would open up the door, however briefly, for Hikaru to slide through if he could win today's game against Jan. And Duda's offering a Najdorf and bishop g5 main line Najdorf, but bishop e3 is what Hikaru used earlier in the tournament to beat Firouzja.
Yes.
So this will certainly not have come as a surprise to Duda. Bishop e3,
Another
e5.
knight f3. Interesting.
Another knight f3, exactly. Bishop e7. Now, I think Firouzja, Alejandro's going to have to help me, actually went knight c6 and got himself a little trouble. Bishop e7 is by far the main line. h2, h3, okay, just stopping any pretense of
Logical.
knight g4 or even bishop g4. And in a future world, setting up a stage for where you might play g4,
Yes.
kick this knight away from f6 so that we could land nicely with knight d5. h6. These are like some very cagey opening moves that I'm sure have been engine approved. Bishop c4, bishop e6, and we've caught up to date with our players. Alejandro, jump right in. Tell us what the theoretical knowledge is of this moment.
It's very rare, Yasser. I want to tell you why. The move h3 here almost never essayed. The whole point of this variation with bishop e7 is that since you have the ability to go bishop c4 right away, and at the moment knight g4 is not really a move, you could play knight g4, but taking the time to take on e3 in this particular position is not that great. Pair of bishops, yes, but what is white's play? Look, bishop on c4, the knight on c3, the knight on f3, so it's not on the way. They're targeting the d5 square.
Right.
The d5 square is currently being targeted. Knight takes c3, feel free to take that bishop. I'm going to defend it with either knight d5 so I can take on e3 or queen d2, just so I can take with the queen. I don't ruin my pawn structure. Have a blast with your pair of bishops. The position's not going to get opened. I have a lot of control in the light squares. Not really a threat. So everybody plays bishop e7 and nobody plays, bishop c4, and nobody plays knight g4.
Right.
h3 is a bit of a weird move in my opinion. It does allow the move bishop e6, which just counters this idea of bishop c4. I assume, because the engines are telling me and because it's played a couple of times, that here Hikaru had prepared the move g4. And then we would have gone on for some wild stuff. Who knows? But Duda didn't seem fazed by this decision of playing h3. He said, you play h3, I play h6, no problem. h6 is also a useful move for black. You never know when knight g5 is coming. You never know when this bishop is going to change its mind and actually be the one that spends the tempo to capture this knight on f6. Remember, this battle over the d5 square. So Duda didn't want to see any g4 stuff coming. g4 is playable again, but I don't think it's as good against the move h6, especially when you can play b5 and bishop b7. Target this pawn on e4. Thank you for the diagonal. Right. So we have this position after h6. Hikaru plays the move bishop c4. And we kind of go into normal variations in which we're going to have to ask ourselves who benefits more from h3 and h6. Not so clear to me. After the move bishop e6, it's already a position that's brand new in the database. Even though we just have the inclusion of these moves. This is more or less well known. Had he gone bishop c4 and the move bishop e6, not the most popular, usually you castle, but bishop e6 is perfectly good move in this position. It's been seen by a ton of amazing Najdorf players. Giri, Aronian, Giri's played this like 4 or 5 times. So clearly a variation. Now, if we throw in the moves h3 and h6, it's the position that we get where Hikaru goes bishop e6, bishop b3. Now, does this favor black or does it favor white? My original impression would be that it favors black. It must favor black because knight g5 and bishop g5 are much more salient in this position than knight g4 or bishop g4. Now, that being said, it does give white a hook to go g4, g5 in certain occasions. Does this change the character of the position? It must. Slightly, I don't know exactly how it's going to benefit white just yet, but Hikaru is going to have to exploit it somehow. If he goes for some kind of timid short castle and then rook e1 and slow maneuvering, I have the impression that h6, h3 favors black.
Right.
But if he goes for something a little crazier, where he plays an early knight h4, knight f5, and tries to take advantage of the fact that the pawns are here, perhaps it ends up favoring white. So you're going to see this battle between both players trying to determine whether this little subtlety is actually going to change the game. And this is their head-to-head in classical chess. They drew their matchup in round 7 to finish up the first half of the event. It's 1 win for Hikaru. I'm going to have to look up where that one was, but not a lot of experience between these two players. Jan Krzysztof Duda is not only a very young competitor, but he broke into the elite of chess not that long ago. So Hikaru still doesn't have that experience playing against the Polish superstar.
Bishop b3, knight c6 on the board. And once again, you're saying the inclusion of the moves h3, h6, very unusual. Let's take those moves h3 and h6 back for a moment, Alejandro, and follow some games, if we might. After bishop c4, bishop e6, bishop b3, to my eyes, knight c6 looks a little strange. I would have thought the knight was better placed d7. First of all, what's the most popular continuations? Knight c6 or knight d7? Without the moves h3, h6 included.
If we take these two moves back, so
exactly.
for the audience, right? We don't have these two moves. This is the variation that's normally played. This is how grandmasters think. We put this mentally on the back burner and compare and contrast to variations that we do know exist. Exactly. And as you pointed out, Yasser, this has been reached before. The most popular move in this position is castles. Knight bd7 is the second most popular. Third most popular, all the way down there with only 5 games, is the move knight c6. Now, to be fair, the move bishop e6 is not the most common here. Here, most people castle before putting the bishop on e6. So bishop b3 is a position that's been reached dozens of times, but not the thousands that we're used to in such an early Najdorf.
Right.
Perhaps knight c6 is not the most popular, but in this particular Najdorf, it is a very logical move. Nothing wrong with the move knight bd7, but this one is a different approach. At some point, this knight, which is usually kind of lame in the Najdorf on c6, here has the immediate idea of going to a5. And maybe hits the bishop directly, maybe you want to take it, maybe you just want to install your knight on c4. Either way, it's going to be a really nice knight, because whereas this maneuver takes a long time, white already spent 2 tempi with his own bishop. So it gives black the freedom to maneuver a little bit more, let's call it freely, without the constraints that you must finish development. White still hasn't finished his, is not proposing any pawn breaks, so perhaps you have the time to maneuver all the way to a5. I think at this point where you develop the knight is a matter of style, and especially with the pawns where they are, the computers think it's in an even better version for black, because in this particular one, we're not talking a lot about the king side, we're talking about maneuvers on the queen side, and I think that is why knight c6 was played by Duda.
Wonderful. Now I have a question in the same position. So from in the game between Naka and Duda, so when it comes to Najdorf, I really like to try and play things that are not as well known.
Right, off the beaten track. Although it's hard to get off the beaten track.
It's getting really hard now.
Right.
When you were explaining the lines without h3 and h6, I noticed that knight d5 still existed, but it wasn't like a huge deal. But here also knight d5 looks interesting. In the current position at the game.
Okay.
So I was just trying to understand why. Yeah, because knight d5 makes it interesting in the sense that yes, exactly. And black is kind of tickled into, all right, well, you better take that knight. And if we put out the one pair of knights and the light square bishop for both sides, it feels like, well, this is, a classic good bishop, bad bishop type of situation. So how is this any different than without h3, h6?
I think in this particular case, I'm kind of going to challenge you to land on b6 if you want. You're welcome to trade, but then you're kind of on my terms, right? You wanted me to take on d5, and I refused that. Now, if you do push my queen, I'll go to queen d7, and at this exact moment, I haven't been injured in any way. I still, more or less, I'm going to ask you to do something about e4 pawn. In other words, I don't think the knight d5 move forces a reaction.
Okay.
Kind of like what you were saying, though, if you did force me to take, I, of course, don't want to take with the knight and get forked by the pawn. But if you did force me to take, Dorsa, did you want to take with the bishop exactly in this moment? So that way you're inviting this type of situation where, okay, now you're happy. You've got your control over the d5
even this at the end, again, the specifics of the position, right? I would be a little scared for black if I had to play something like castles and allow rook d1, even long castle. But if I have queen a5 here, I feel that you don't have enough material to be better as white.
Knight takes, and then you just kind of like, okay, you've got one good square, but okay, maybe on a good day I'll have a safe king and a... Yeah, I mean, I've seen one match that was actually played in Linares ages and ages ago, Viswanathan Anand versus Vasily Ivanchuk. In fact, Vichy had a structure with a pawn on f6, and he got in f5, and he got in another f5, and he actually won a beautiful model game. So it's not just play on one goal, even if you do manage to somehow win the d5 square all by yourself. Now, having said all of this, knight c6, this is, I think, the game that Hikaru wanted. A game that's going to be full of struggle. You know, if Duda wins, tip of the hat. But Hikaru's coming to this game feeling like he's got a, dare I say it, an opportunity of a lifetime to become second in the tournament, and then to discover that Magnus might refuse to play. I dare say our streamer would be golden. He'd get a ticket to a €2 million match, and this is what I'm talking about. We're expecting that Ding Liren will draw. He'll be in the dugout in no time with 7. Hikaru, an opportunity to maybe pass Ding Liren 7.5, and that sets up their match of round 14. Again, Ding and Hikaru will play in round 14. And let's take a look at the Fabi game. What's happening in that one, Alejandro?
I'm trying to figure it out. There's something weird going on in that game.
What?
Take a look at this. We got a very normal Catalan with an early d takes c4, bishop g2. This is a line that's been seen very often recently, this throwing of the check on b4. Right. Now, against bishop d2, there's a couple of ways of playing at it. In this particular moment, you don't really go bishop e7. You play this bishop e7 lines when the pawn is still on d5, not usually when you take on c4. So in this position, a lot of things have been said. a5 is very common. c5 is gaining tons of popularity at the moment. c5 followed by b5. Super aggressive, but white is on the verge of being better, but still pretty popular line. a5, not as popular, and here the move queen c2 is almost automatic. Castle's also played, but queen c2 is definitely better, putting immediate pressure on the pawn on c4. And here, after some bit of a think, castle, queen takes c4 was played. The move castle is already pretty rare, like extremely rare. We have 10 moves played. Sorry, 10 moves. 10 games played from this position with the move castle. Right. 316 with bishop takes d2, 112 with knight c6, b5 30 times. I've played this myself with white, and I've never thought of castle. Because castle gives up the pawn on c4 for free. Right. Usually the way that you play this variation, black is trying to hold on to the pawn on c4 for as long as possible and try to get some concession out of the white side. What am I talking about? Sometimes you go with the move b5 and then you have to go a4. And then we start this battle on the queen side, which is not as crystal clear as it looks at the beginning. Eventually they figured out that white is better in this position, stop playing the move b5. But then threw in the move bishop takes d2 first, followed by b5. c5 has been seen as well, as I said very recently, 30 games with the move c5. Castle, extremely rare, extremely rare. Queen takes c4, I mean, it's the only logical move.
Thank you for the pawn.
You got to take the pawn. And then after an 8-minute thing, which is what fascinates me, Fire played the move b6. Played 4 times in the history of chess, extremely rare. And the question is obvious. What if I take the pawn? Bishop?
The training.
I'm not sure yet. Bishop a6, I guess you throw this in, right?
Right. No, that's a hugely important tempo, I would guess.
I would guess. The queen has to go somewhere.
I want to win the pawn, so queen b3 is logical.
It's the only logical move, right?
Right.
Otherwise, no. Why did you play bishop takes b4? Right. You have to take this bishop. There's nothing else. I don't see why you don't take the pawn, and I have an engine, so I'm going to take it.
Right.
And now the question is, where is black's compensation? There's a line. I have a suspicion.
Knight c6 looks...
Knight c6 just doesn't work.
No?
This is the problem, is you go queen d2, and where's your break? Like, what is black's next move? I didn't just give up a pawn. I gave up the center. I'm one move away, knight c3 or castle, for my thing, just fully consolidating. Castle comes with rook c1 will be a tempo. This diagonal is a problem. You don't have e5 anytime soon, and even if you did, it's not that great. So no comp at all. Actually, White's saying White has the pawn and the comp. I'm assuming it's gonna be c5. Like, this is a Fabio prep. I know my boy. There has to be c5.
Okay.
On queen d2, I assume then you play knight c6 and you say, haha, I got c7, c5 for free, and somehow there's some comp. I don't know. I assume this is the way.
Right.
But the more salient question, right? What happens if I take this?
Right.
You can't take back. You
No.
just
Knight
lose.
c6.
Knight
Let's lose all
c6.
pawns.
Right.
Queen takes, you are down to
Oy.
3 whole pawns, but after queen c8, the engine is only giving a very slight advantage to white. So this must be something that we're going to be looking at.
We could die with a full tummy
You
here.
could, but it is
3
important.
pawns.
It is 3. Count them, 3 pawns.
That's extremely rare.
I
That
would
is
like to
extremely
also-
rare. For now, I'm trapping the queen, so you have to retreat, and the game kind of goes on, guys. I mean, this is going to be a wild one. Bishop takes
Yep,
b4, bishop
played.
a6 already on the board.
Queen
Queen
b3.
b3.
Queen b3
Oh
is the
boy, oh
only
boy.
move. A takes b4 is the only move. If you don't take that pawn,
Then what are you doing?
what are you doing with your life?
right.
c5 is going to come
Yes.
anyway. You have to take this pawn,
Right.
right?
And it
Yep.
did.
and he did.
You did. He ate it.
And come on,
C5.
let's see how much I know my.
Right. Just for a lot of the fans, I remember one game, I think it was Loke Van Welly. If you put the queen back on b3 for a moment, something similar like this, White oftentimes plays a move like knight e5, trying to get black to play a move like c6. But
Right.
queen takes d4. These exchange sacrifices are almost automatic.
Oh, I remember one of these exchange sacrifices, not the same position, but this idea of taking on d4, taking on
Right.
e5, and giving up that a8. I remember the game Shabalov-Shanklin. Actually, it was Shanklin-Shabalov from a US championship here. And it was the early versions of b5 where White did play knight e5 and took on a8. And Shanklin came out fuming from that game. He said, Shabalov refuted the Catalan, Shabalov refuted the Catalan. Of course, a whole new variation was actually born from those early games on early b5s, but they didn't quite refute the Catalan, but still, and I know my boy.
Yeah, c5.
You do know your
There
boy.
we go. There we
C5
go.
played, we're gonna go into a mess, guys.
Okay, well, we are taking it. We're taking it.
I mean, there's no
Yeah.
choice.
Yeah, and I think
Yeah,
after knight c6.
You could play queen d2, and maybe this is the only real question, right?
Well,
Do you play queen d2 or do you take on c5?
I was
queen D2 is
thinking we
less
take
crazy.
on c5, knight c6, and then we have a think. Because we can play queen d2 in that position.
Yeah, but this I think is the worst version. If you are threatening to castle,
Right.
maybe. But if you allow me to take on c5, remember, now you're not up 3 pawns. You're not even up 2 pawns. You're up
I'm at
1.
one.
It's not very much. So you do have this pass pawn, but this feels like a Benko type compensation,
Okay.
where you have the open b file, the open a file, and again, would you able to castle freely? I think you would be very happy with this.
Right.
But e2 is hanging, right?
Right.
If you castle, queen takes
Trade,
here,
trade.
and you take, rook fe1. The angels actually like this for white. Despite the fact that material is even, I guess they think that this bishop is very misplaced and knight e5 is coming. So perhaps a thing here for Timur, and there's no way he knows this variation.
No.
He definitely gets surprised, but these guys are strong.
Right.
When they get surprised, they just sit down and think, what's the practical approach to this position?
Exactly.
I think he says DC, knight c6, queen b6. That's way too crazy. I expect queen d2, no matter what the engine says.
Now, because of Fabi and Timur's situation, that they're trailing Hikaru and Ding by half a point, they want a game where they're both swinging for the fences.
They want to destroy each other. There's no middle ground for them.
Exactly.
Hikaru plays Ding tomorrow. If you think about the World Championship match and a shot at it,
Right.
one of these sides has to win.
Exactly.
If they draw each other out of the tournament.
Exactly. And that's so.
And this is tomorrow's pairings, the final round of the event. Fabi's looking at this and saying, Firouzja's checked out, Firouzja's checked out, this is my chance.
Right.
This is my chance. I gotta beat this guy with the white pieces. I've already done it in the first half. I did it in the Grand Swiss. I'm white this time. I gotta go for it. He might be tired, and Firouzja, well, he might be a little fresher from today's game. I don't think it's gonna last that long. But it doesn't matter, you have to go for it.
Now, David Bronstein, one of the really great thinkers of chess, explained that White's advantage of the first move was such that White could gambit, but Black making a gambit was a great risk. Your take on this gambit that Fabi is trying against Timur Alejandro, is this too great a risk?
I mean, give me an engine in a couple hours, I'll refute this. There's no way I believe in this.
Right.
But Timur doesn't have neither 2 hours nor an engine. He has to figure it out on the board. This is what we call a one-time idea.
Right.
A one-time idea is something that Fabi loves to use. He used it in the 2018 World Championship match against Magnus Carlsen. This rook d8 line of the queen's gambit decline,
yeah.
Total bluff. If you sit down with an engine, we actually calculated out to a endgame that was really horrible, and you could kind of still hold it. But the path there was so hard and so complicated that we thought there's no way Magnus is going to sit down on the board and calculate all of that out and make sure that he's actually correct. There were so many pitfalls in the way, and Magnus, halfway through his calculation, said, okay, forget about this. Let me just go for the easy, safe draw. And that's exactly what happened in the game. Here, maybe not so much bailout for Timur, right? That's why I'm thinking maybe he'll play queen d2, which is more sedate.
Right.
I'm sure the DC, queen b6, somehow, somewhere, the engines will figure out it's an edge for White or an advantage for White, but you got to get there first. Fabi already got there in his home prep. I'm sure that he analyzed this with Chuchalov yesterday, but Timur has no clue what's going on.
Yeah, 3 pawn sacrifice, Dorsa. You got to say, I mean, have you ever prepped in your openings a 3 pawn sacrifice? It's very, very rare. I mean, I can't speak
I'm comfortable
myself.
with like exchange sacrifices here and there, but 3 pawns and connected pawns,
Yeah.
it feels a little. I mean,
It's a big risk.
I'm not Fabi, so
Yeah, exactly. It's a
he
big
can
risk.
do whatever he wants, but it's definitely a little out of my comfort zone.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm very stingy with my material.
Good for you. Good for you. I like
Yeah.
it. But for me, again, I'm thinking that, you got to play the tournament situation.
Yes.
Fabi was in second place for such a significant number of rounds before he had a couple of losses and finds himself in this situation. Actually, somewhat fortunate that he's still in a situation where arguably, a 2-0 finish could get him into the World Championship match. That's kind of lucky, that he's still in there with a shout. Definitely keep an eye out for this one. I wanted to jump back to our. Oops, that's not the game. I wanted. Where is Nepo? Just a second.
That is Nepo.
That was
That was Nepo.
yeah, you found him.
Damn. Sorry, I was thinking. Never mind. Okay, this was it. This is the Nepo game. This is the Richter-Rauzer knight takes c6.
It's very unusual, this knight takes c6, but it transposes back, right? Because there's a line with f3 here.
Knight takes, bishop takes, f3, h6.
f4, d5, queen e1, right?
Yes.
No, queen e1 not played, but queen e1 is the line, yeah.
Yeah.
So between a few moves ago, between f4 and f3, I mean, I've played them both. I'm a bigger fan of f4 personally because I just see f4, I feel drawn to doing it.
Exactly.
But so maybe you can guys help me out. Maybe you guys can help me out.
Well, I mean, I rely upon coach,
Yes,
as you
yes.
say, for my theoretical astuteness. F2, F4, coach?
Main line is still
Yeah.
the main line of the variation, but there's nothing wrong with f3. It's a matter of style and how you want to attack on the king side. F4, I think, is seen most of the time, but the sharper option, I think, is f3.
I think to the best of my knowledge, so for a very brief period of time, I worked with, rest in peace, Kivanis.
Vainis,
Yeah, he was such a wonderful. He helped me redo all my Sicilian when I was back in Iran still, and I remember he was like the f4 line. There were like so many things that he was showing me. Feel like eventually the dream position is to take on f6, make sure the pawn takes, and then you at some point you get pawn f5. You bring a bishop to e2. You go bishop to h5, and you just sit there and you just
Enjoy your life.
Yes.
So just to show the viewers.
Again, this is like very long in the future eventually,
right,
though. But,
right.
Yeah.
But just to put some moves on the board
Sure
for a
thing,
moment.
yes.
Let's say b5
Logical.
as a move. Bishop here, and let's say rook c8. So Cadenas was teaching you that you get your bishop on h5, pressing against f7. You put your pawn on f5, pressing against e6, and you just sit on the position happily and score a much needed victory.
And if I'm not mistaken, it's been years, but I remember, not an exact position, but that idea, there was a very nice Judith Polgar game that he made me memorize.
Oh, that he made her, that she won. Who was her opponent?
I can't recall. I just remember it.
You memorized the moves, but not the names of the players?
I remember there was a Judith Polgar.
Okay, that's pretty good. That's a partial.
Thank you. But there were a lot of games there, and it was like, I never in my classical lifetime managed to get that position, that idea with bishop h5, f5. I got it so many times in blitz and rapid, but never ever in classical.
Over the board classical, yeah.
Yeah, but so that's like the main thing I always remembered from Rauzer with the f4 line. But with the f3 line, definitely, now you're not obligated to take on f6 anymore, so you can just bring the bishop back. And that's another...
Hitting the pawn on d6. And where do we stand on this very different theoretical line? You were mentioning Queen E1, Alejandro?
It's what I remember. This is kind of old theory.
Right. I seem to remember John Nunn playing like this, too.
Yeah, John Nunn, not exactly a spring chicken anymore. Shout out to the doc. I mean, he's taught us a lot of chess.
I went to his 60th. It was very spring-like.
Yeah, almost there.
Almost there.
Yeah, Nunn played this a lot. Somebody that played this a lot with black was Salov back in the day.
Yes.
Right.
And his opponents, obviously with wide repair, traditionally strong E4 players. Karpov played this against Salov, I think, more than once. Okay. Queen E1, I think, is the main move. E takes D5 is a move. But if you don't play Queen E1, I think you're not very ambitious in this particular position.
Okay, and how does the line continue?
I'll just ask the engine.
Exactly.
Queen E1, most people here play bishop B4. It's almost an automatic.
Okay.
There's no good way of dealing with E takes D5 otherwise.
Right.
I guess that makes sense, right? Because if you play bishop E7, for example, just covering the E file, good job, you got out of that pin, but you haven't gotten out of this pin. The move bishop C4 before or after I take on D5 doesn't really matter. You're pinned rook on the queen, so you can't move it. I'm going to take on D5 eventually and force an isolated pawn, which is not a good version for black. So most everybody after Queen E1 plays the move bishop B4. I think it's almost forced. Everybody plays A3.
Right.
Everybody takes on C3. You got to take with the queen, otherwise why are you doing this? And then people just straight up castle. I think, let me see if there's any changes to that. Oh, sorry. Here, actually, most people play bishop A5. Bishop takes C3 and castle must be fine as well.
The
but
latest wrinkle is to play bishop A5?
Seems like it, and the line kind of goes on. There's B4, there's E takes D5. There's a lot of theory that if I go down these games, they're a bit on the ancient side. I mean, you have Robert Hubner against Valery Salov, John Nunn versus Kramnik when Kramnik was very young in '92. Ivanchuk against Lanka. I haven't heard that name in forever. Right. Morovic versus Halifman. These are names of the '90s, early 2000s.
Who's who?
Who's
listed.
Who, right?
Yeah, right.
Unziker against Shirov. I didn't even know they were in the same
generations apart, equally, right?
Unziker played against Shirov. Apparently he did. And
like,
Shirov.
What?
Well, in 1994, Shirov won that game with black. So tons of games, but games of 20, 25 years ago. It's a variation that was dust and forgotten, making a bit of a comeback in the candidates.
Wow. This was the game I just did want to check in on, was the Aliriza versus Dingler endgame, because again, somehow I expected that the game would have been redrawn by now.
Wow, they've been playing for 45 minutes.
And H5 takes, a pawn sacrifice. And they're really going at it. I mean, White is actually a pawn up.
Yeah, but not playing for the advantage, is he?
Well, bishops of opposite color, but wow, didn't expect to see a pawn sacrifice.
I don't understand why Aliriza took on the rook, like exchanging the rook, fixing the pawn. I mean, I see that he did it to eat the pawn, but
it's good enough.
but
I mean, he's the one who played the 4 knight, so he's the one who's like, dude, I'm happy with the draw. Can we just get out of here? So I think he just kind of complicated his life a little bit. Just a little bit.
By
taking the pawn.
Yeah, by fixing opponent's pawn structure and letting those pawns start
well,
rolling
but
a little.
I'll take the other side of that coin. I'm a pawn up.
Fair.
I mean, I've got you know you still have to prove. Like for example, if I play f2, f4, are you going to take en passant? That would
I would
ruin.
like that.
That would ruin your pawn structure,
Yasser.
though.
I would love that as white.
You would? Yes, exactly. So you're not going to do that. You're gonna be running your pawns for all of their worth, right?
Fair.
And it's going to be a long while for me to prove that I actually have anything in the position. But okay, I mean, I'd rather play white, I think. What about you, Alejandro? I mean, I understand that black has space, but wouldn't you rather hold the extra pawn in your hand?
I don't know.
I don't know, man.
Burnley?
That's a lot of space. That's a protected pass pawn. I think that if anybody ever plays for a win,
Yeah.
black is going to be in a better position.
Sacrilege.
The moment you go
More
h3,
training,
you have
more
one
training.
plan here. You have the plan to go h3, g4.
Yeah.
Correct.
Everything else is bogus because if you play g4 without h3 and you create two pass pawns but they're not connected.
I'm playing h3 and g4. You're right.
Yeah, I just think that when you do that,
Yep.
and when you start actually rolling those pawns,
Push them, baby.
I have so much activity with my bishop, my rook, and my potential pass pawn either on e3 or e4 that I'm going to be super happy. I feel it's a double-edged game if you play for a win.
Cool. Well, maybe we were too hasty in our declaration of a draw.
Draw's still a huge favorite. Let's
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's not kid around.
We'll definitely keep that one burning on the slow board. This was the
Yep.
Timor.
Still
He's
same.
going
Two.
for it, guys. DC. He actually went DC. Show me.
Right.
What a Timor! Grabbing the bull by the horns. I was sure he was going to play Queen D2 just because it looked like the safer choice.
Right.
And in this kind of scenario, it felt that your opponent was so well prepped in DC. Like, do you really have to test him?
Right.
But Timor not afraid of it.
You
D
know,
takes
Alejandro,
C5 on the board.
Let me give you a little bit of Middle Eastern history.
Ooh.
Just a little.
Okay.
It's been
Okay.
years. So the name Timur is like a very like big fighter. It's like those general names. Usually, like if you name your child a Timur, you expect him to grow up being a fighter. So, well, he's living up to
His
Timur.
name, at least.
Really great.
He's
Yeah.
a genuine Timur.
Yeah, it's like a Persian, like Azeri. It's like a very,
Warrior
it's a very
fighter.
warrior-ish name. So he's trying.
Okay.
Oh, he's trying. He definitely is. Both players are here knowing that a draw is just as good as a loss. They don't care about the 10,000,
know if-
12,000 euro difference between third and fourth.
Right.
This is the position is a little too many pawns.
I know, but we might as well explore it since we're the ones that do have engines.
That's
we're
fair.
the ones that do have the
I don't
2
have to be
hours.
scared of this. This is true. That's
Queen
cool.
takes b6, queen c8. And now let's just think about this for a moment because frankly, we're worried, right? We're scared that the move rook b8 is going to trap our queen. And the instant reaction is like we should just come hurtling backwards and cover up, consolidate. However, there is something to consider that we also have a bishop on this diagonal, and we could potentially move our knight. Whether we should or not is a different question.
You shouldn't.
But knight d2, what?
You shouldn't.
You should not. Knight d2 will either encourage a move like knight to d5,
Yes.
closing the diagonal. Okay, but let's just have some fun. We're up a couple of pawns. Queen b3. Do the worst. Rook b8 looks good.
It
I'm sure
does,
that
but-
Fabi's analyzed this in depth, so we can
Right.
just go with it. He'll probably play e5 if I had to guess.
Instead of rook b8.
Yeah.
The rook b. Oh,
Yeah.
Whoops,
that was wonderful. Very
That was
fast.
not me. That was not me. I tell you,
Your mouse is playing tricks on you.
it sure is. Okay, let me just get. You think e5?
E5 is a little more pressing.
Yeah,
Because with the queen on b3, I have this idea of knight d4, and the only thing preventing me from doing that is that knight on f3.
Right.
So I'm gonna
Give it the boot.
Yeah, rook b8
Das
looks
Boot.
nice, but it feels like, it's just kind of encouraging the queen to join back, do stuff. So, no, I like the e5. I mean, would I find it in a
Okay.
real game?
That's a different question. Okay, so let's ask the salient question.
Let's
You
put
go
that knight.
e5. I'll
Ooh,
My
I like
knight-
knight d4 now.
exactly.
Ooh,
And
now it's
now,
looking pretty.
because of c2, if I go to a5, I really am asking for trouble, aren't I?
A little
Yeah.
bit. Oh, we do have queen d2 on
Yeah,
the
queen
board,
d2
so
is
he
just
did
so
not
much more
need it.
human. It's so
Yeah.
much more human than queen takes b6, guys.
True.
Eventually, the engines think that white might be better in that line, but I wouldn't even trust that engine. It's just such a long variation. Instantly, b takes c5 replied. I mean, that's also more or less forced, I think.
And we've got your much vaunted, much desired Benko Gambit.
Benko Gambit-ish.
Something Benko Gambit-ish.
Yeah, b takes c5. You got this open files. I really wish I had a bishop on g7. How many should there was a pawn on d5? Okay, that's not no longer this position. We have to analyze this particular version. Couple of ideas here for white. There's a lot of them that just give up the pawn. If you go castle, you encourage black to take the pawn on e2. And as we analyzed a little bit earlier, the engines were liking white in that position. They thought the bishop on g2 was very strong. This bishop on e2 may be misplaced. If you castle and cannot take on e2 because the engines don't think it's the best, maybe you just start with the move queen e7. Move the queen out of the way, prepare rook fd8, prepare rook fb8, start harassing the pawns on the b and a lines. Is white better here? I'm not so sure. I mean, black does have some immediate compensation. Rook d8, knight d4 coming, for example, especially against the move knight c3. So still a lot of activity here that black is, that white is the one that needs to neutralize.
Right.
And we're in for a game in which Timur, the fighter, needs to figure out how to squash this firing coals because it's Fabiano that's coming after him.
Well, I feel like trading queens, although it might not be the best engine move, it does give white the best possibility to get out of the way. No?
Problem with taking is that you have to really answer this pawn on e2, and I think this is the big thing that when you analyze this position, you see that this pressure is not allowing you to castle.
Of course.
So this is going to be the main thing. If you play knight c3 to defend this pawn this way, again, it's all about this pawn on e2. If you castle, you're up a pawn, and it's already an endgame. So I'm going to play knight d5 to get rid of this knight on c3. It's the only defender of e2 once you castle. If you don't castle, you can't bring all of your pieces into the game.
Agreed.
Compensation, for sure. Is it enough for a pawn? That will take me a lot to really answer that question. It looks kind of close to a pawn to me,
Right.
but it's hard to say exactly if it's worth a full one. I don't know, Yasser, your impression.
Like white, I like white. I also like white's position after castles. Queen takes d2, knight takes d2, bishop takes e2, simply returning the pawn, and asking black, well, your material's even, but I've got a target. I've got a very, very clear target, this pawn on c5. My bishop on g2, like many times in a Catalan, is lurking on the diagonal, waiting to try to ambush and to shish kebab an exchange.
Thank you.
Exactly,
I enjoyed
something like
that.
this. So it feels like, yeah, white's for choice. I just can't say by how much. I mean, just it feels like it could be evenish. And of course, this game is so important to Fabi, as are the Hikaru and Dinglaring games. Last chance saloon.
How much do you think it is a last chance? Let's say he draws today, right?
Oof.
I think he's out.
Yeah, but he draws. Let's say Hikaru doesn't win. Dingler, let's say, doesn't win against Alireza.
I mean,
And then they play each other. What is the favorite result in Hikaru versus Ding?
draw.
Let's say draw.
You're right.
Fabi has white against Alireza tomorrow.
And he's going to press it for everything he's
Every
got.
last drop of that game.
Exactly. That game will not finish till the 9th hour.
Right.
That will be a three-way for a second place. That's such a...
But you know, this is like, you know, you're trying to legislate, you know, outstanding endings. And, you know, first of all, kudos to FIDE to coming to the determination that this candidates, in case there was a tie for first, playoff.
I
no
agree.
more mathematical, and I like that. I like that
Me
very
too.
much. How could they have anticipated that Nepo runs away with the tournament, so no worries about a playoff? Magnus declines, and then you have 3 players tying for first and a second that uses a mathematical tie. I mean, you know, somebody at FIDE is probably tearing their hair out right now saying, please, please, you know, somebody wins second clear so we don't even have this discussion.
Why is this escaping me? The law, when something can go wrong,
Yes.
it will go wrong.
Murphy's Law.
Murphy's Law, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I mean, you just can't imagine that second would be relevant. The whole point of this tournament is
Winner
that
take
second
all.
is irrelevant. Winner takes all,
No.
1 winner, 7 losers,
Let's
and then
go.
we go home.
Guys,
How could they anticipate this?
I know. True.
And well, the last one, the last candidates went for 2 years. The candidates, we had 2013 where we had this debacle of the mathematical tiebreak,
yeah,
everybody
yeah.
running around with the pen, both first places losing.
Right.
It's like the candidates brings it, guys. The candidates brings in the action. This is why we do commentary on it, because we just never know what happens. And thankfully, Magnus has made some noise about this because, my God, what a boring tournament this would have been, as
Otherwise.
Nepo is so far ahead of everybody else. But second is important, and as you mentioned, it's Sonnenborn-Berger. That is the first tiebreak in this tournament. It's currently, we already have the mathematical
Formulas.
line done.
Yeah.
So for the moment, Ding is ahead of Hikaru, but that still might change depending on the results of other games.
Right.
Then after that, it's head-to-head, although Sonnenborn-Berger being tied is rare. Then it comes head-to-head, and at that point, like if you're still tied, I have to check, but I don't think you're going to still be tied after that.
before
Crazy
we
tournament.
go back to chess of it, so the tie breaks, the most painful tiebreak I ever was caught on was everything is absolutely the same. The math is the same, and they go by alphabetical order. And the other person I was up against, she had A as last name, A as first name, and I'm like,
Wait, you lost a Dorsa Derakhshani. You lost an alphabetical tiebreak.
To her
To
opponent,
AA.
who was Anna Aardvark. She had the double A in the alphabetical tiebreak.
I mean,
it was painful.
I've never heard of
telling
the
you.
alphabetical
I've
tiebreak.
heard it, and you know why? Because unlike most chess players, I actually read the regulations of tournaments. You know when chess players come to events and they like have no idea what the event is like. They don't know the time control. They don't know the rest day. They don't know the format. They don't know. They especially don't know the tiebreak.
Right.
Players go into events having zero idea. And once I was reading like 7th tiebreak, coin flip.
Yep.
And I was like,
Coin flip.
I was caught in coin flip too.
We had it at the U.S. Championship.
We had the roulette wheel tiebreak too.
We had all kinds of nonsense.
I lost the tiebreak. It was for the 3rd place. It wasn't for the 1st place. For in a World Youth Championship to coin flip, and I just it's.
You lost a literal coin flip.
Yep. It's you name it. I've lost it.
I've realized, Dorsa, because we had 2 of our longest games, the 2 days you showed up, you're bad luck, and I'm not going to get into the tiebreak with you, you know. And then you sit down and pick Nepo. Get out of here. Wow. Okay. I'm still laughing about the alphabetical tiebreak. Take it easy over here. Take it easy. Anna, Anna, hard work. Okay. Yeah.
Man, Jacob Agard out there is like,
Yeah.
oh, where are my tournaments?
Nice. What's your worst tiebreak? You were talking Suttonberg-Berger
My
there.
worst tiebreak is when they had me play an Armageddon for the U.S. Championship against Kamsky.
Oof.
And then I started the game with 19 minutes and Kamsky started with 45. And I was like, what kind of
Wait,
system is it? Was some very terrible system. And shout out.
No, it wasn't terrible. It was
It was
great. You
awful.
guys were bidding for black.
We're bidding for black, but
But
then,
he went 20. It was amazing you went 19.
I went 19 and 45. I knew he was going to go 20. I had an intuition that he was going to go 20. So I won it because I really wanted to play black.
Okay.
But it was just too much of a time difference.
Oh.
But
It was.
The system forces you to do so. You want to win the tiebreak, you want to go super low. But it's just such a huge time advantage. It's insurmountable at that level. Like it's more than double the amount of time. I mean, whoever came up with this didn't really think it through, in my opinion. We used it for a couple of championships, but then I think we very rightly got rid of it.
Oh, yes.
It's good to experiment once in a while, but man, how can you have an Armageddon or a tiebreak match when one side starts with half?
Yeah.
You start with a few minutes less. Get it.
Right,
But
right.
19 minutes to 45 is just too much.
Man.
That was
Oof.
quite the challenge that you pulled off there.
Wait,
Oh,
I have
no.
to ask, what was the result of the game, Alejandro?
Unfortunately, he lost.
No, we
got
drew both.
Oh,
No.
Oh, no, we drew both. Yeah, in the Armageddon I lost.
Right,
Oh.
Yeah.
right,
Sorry,
right.
man.
Yeah, I think he won his 5th championship with that.
I want to say yes, that was his 5th.
Very, very, very strong opponent. By the way, do we have more moves? In the,
I'm
We
back.
have a lot more moves in this one in the Hikaru game. I want to
Please.
take
Yes,
this
please.
one. We had this inclusion of H6, H3, and what are players coming up with? They're coming up with ways of trying to exploit the moves. Nuances, little differences in details. And here after bishop c4, bishop e6, bishop b3, knight c6, Hikaru plays the move knight h4. With the pawns on h2 and h5, this doesn't work. Let me explain to you why. This tactic would work without the pawns where they are right now.
Right.
Why? Because after bishop takes c6, knight takes c3, if you are compelled to take on c3 in this position, then your position is not that good. After bishop takes h4, you could claim some comp, but you're down a pawn.
Right.
You get your bishop to d5 again. Some comp, but I'm not really sure it's enough. Instead, because the pawn is on h6, check this
Right.
out. You have the move queen h5.
Bingo.
Bingo. If you go g6, I just take on g6 with the knight. And if you castle, which is the best move in this position, there's a cool move, knight g6. Saving this knight, attacking f8, and you still have in your pocket this pawn takes c3 move. White ends up on exchange because you don't want to play rook e8, run into
Right.
bishop takes f7.
Right.
White is up on exchange. Complex position, white doesn't have a full advantage here. Also compensation because of the double pawns. But you see the tactics that emerge only because this pawn is on h6. Things that work, things that don't work. Knight h4, I'm being told, is a novelty and an interesting one. So Duda wants nothing to do with these variations. Instead, finally, ask the bishop, are you going to take on e6? If you don't take on e6 right now, I will take with the knight. And now this move, knight h4, looks super awkward. You got to follow through. Bishop takes, pawn takes, and again, because the pawn is on h6 and not on h7, this knight gets a new idea. This pawn's like this knight is ridiculous on h4.
Exactly.
But it's not ridiculous because it can now hop to the knight on g6, have to move the rook, have to defend it somewhere. Rook on h7 is just terrible, so you move it to g8. And we have the move castle on the board. Fascinating struggle now because this king, it doesn't have a lot of places to go to. Do you want to castle queenside? Question.
really.
You could do it. It is possible to do it later on the game, but it's going to take you a while, and you already have the open c file. On the other hand, the king is not forced to go anywhere anytime soon. For the time being, the king is safe. Queen h5 is not possible. The moment you play f4, I will more seriously consider castling queenside because now you've given yourself an isolated pawn in the center. These pawns, great job defending the central positions. That being said, white does have an annoying knight on g6 that's not easy to get rid of. You don't want to get rid of it with king f7. You could play king f7 right now. Force me to take on e7, but then the king's stuck there, and I will try to hunt you down with f4.
Right.
Don't necessarily want to put the king on f7, even though it's a possibility. So, fascinating struggle right now between both sides. The engines prefer white a smidge, but I think it's pretty irrelevant. It's a full-blown, double-sided, double-edged affair. Not super tactical for the moment. We're going to have a couple more developing moves in the position. Knight c4 kind of screams to be played, so I expect it quite soon. But other options also good. Queen c7, preparing long castle. This move, king f7, can't be underestimated. I think at some point you might want to look at it. So tons to consider for both sides. Clearly out of theory for both. This is the type of Najdorfs that Hikaru certainly wanted to see, something in which the position is unclear, it's unbalanced, and he feels he can outplay a weakened Duda.
Exactly.
Wonderful. And
by the way, I was just going to say that in the game between Jan and Richard, very, very slowly, both players are getting into the theoretical positions that Alejandro was discussing.
He just took. I was under the impression,
Queen e1, Bishop b4, as Alejandro was mentioning. This seems to be by far the most popular move. a2, a3, again, the most popular answer. Apparently both Bishop a5 as well as Bishop c3, and he went through a who's who of the 1990s players. Apparently, Bishop a5 might be a more modern approach, but Bishop takes c3 was chosen very quickly. Nepo recaptured, Queen takes c3 castles, and we've caught up with the players whose clock times seem to be about 30 minutes each.
More or less, yeah, you're correct. The Nepo has an hour 30, and Rapport has an hour 24, so very, very close. Yeah,
but again,
nice
slow play by both players. Dingler in, that's the bishops of opposite color.
They did your f4.
F4,
They listened to you, nice.
Slowly. And Fabi, no, Queen takes d8. He chose Dorsa, Timur, that is to say, chose your move, Queen takes d8 over my suggestion of castles and just go ahead, give back the pawn right away on e2 and go after the c5 pawn. He, Timur, took on d8, knight c3, knight d5, rook c1, knight takes c3. We've caught up with the players.
I'm assuming there was a novelty somewhere in there. So
kind of technically, the move rook's knight d5. Rook a8 had been seen in some correspondence games, including a correspondence games of 1982. Wow.
Sorry, say that again. At which moment? Sorry, Alejandro. Go ahead.
Yeah, instead of the move knight d5 right here, which is what the engines were recommending, rook ab8 had been seen in what I think are two correspondence games, because I don't recognize any of these four players. But one of them is from 1982. I have to check this game out. Because 1982, there were no engines around. Or at least they were not very good. If you're not familiar with correspondence chess and why I'm equating it with engines, it is accepted to use engines in correspondence chess. It's not cheating. It's encouraged. You're supposed to be using engines. It's completely allowed. It's an open book type of game. So engines have been completely taking over opening phases. Knight d5 is the novelty, let's call it that way. Rook c1 took Fabi a little bit by surprise. And I think we are in danger, maybe Timur's in danger. Somebody's in danger of drawing themselves out of this event. Because knight c3 is already on the board. Pawn takes c3 is just no good.
Right.
You go rook a8, rook b2, even bishop c4. You just capture this pawn.
That's terrible.
So quickly. Yeah, you don't get time to do any of this. So
rook takes c3.
You have to take with the rook.
Right.
I think it's just box. You don't want to defend this with black. You could throw in the move c4, but unfortunately you realize that the pawn is on the way of the bishop, so white can just castle. You're not getting your full comp, because knight somewhere will be at tempo against this knight on c6.
Okay.
So you play rook ab8. You hit that pawn.
Right.
Simple tactics. If you take on c5, I take on b2.
That's not
hard.
Good.
If you defend,
right,
I go knight b4. And again, I'll pick that up. Is that a big deal? Yeah, no, maybe. I mean, you could take on c5, I'll take here. And at this point, you can start to see where the draw is, right?
Right.
Somehow I'll defend this pawn. I don't even need to, really. I can even castle. And after bishop takes e2 or rook takes b3, we'll probably get some structure like this. 4 on 4, maybe 3 on 4 on some occasions, but with an awkward knight on a2, straight into a draw.
We do have a few extra moves as well.
In
Rook
which
c3
game?
played.
Same game.
Oh,
yeah.
same game. Rook takes c3.
Well, yeah, Rook c3 we definitely expect, and we expect Rook a b8. It's the only logical move I can see in this position because c4 doesn't work straight up.
Yep.
You have it on the board.
Yeah, Rook a b8.
Alejandro.
And you can take on c5, and I can take on b2. We can go through these variations a little bit. You take on c6. Well, thank you for not knowing how chess works. Rook b1 is checkmate. You probably will castle. It's the only move. And then more than one way to skin this cat if you want to make a draw. Since these pawns are hanging, you could play knight d4. It looks a tad scary that there's a back rank, but nothing to worry about. Says the engines, for example, a move like rook a5. Yeah, this looks a bit awkward. I get it. But you'll play g6, you'll play king g7. One of these pawns will drop. Just not enough activity for the white side. Other way of doing this is instead of calculating knight d4, you just take on e2. Just lazy grandmaster. Because takes. Yeah, 2 pieces against the rook. But you still have your pawn. Play on one side. I mean, this is like ultra drawn. I would not be afraid of this as black whatsoever. I don't know about you, Yasser.
No.
No. This is pretty clear.
Right.
So I think this is one of the variations that we're going to go down. Either b3, knight b4, or rook takes c5, rook b2. And they both seem so clearly drawn to me that, well, that's it. Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to wait for Fabi versus Firouzja tomorrow.
And I'm sure Hikaru and Ding Liren are both looking this game over. Sorry, but I need to ask you, Alejandro, about our tournament leader's game because they're going right down the fairway, I like to say, of theory.
The fairway, let's put it the highway.
The highway.
The highway was bishop a5, and they're taking a side exit.
Okay.
This bishop takes c3 move is actually pretty rare. Most of the games that I have here are again, names I don't recognize. So I have the feeling they're correspondence games as well. Bishop takes c3. It's just better, according to the engines, than this move. Modern engines have killed a lot of lines from the 80s, 90s, even early 2000s. This might be one of them because they just say take, and b4. And if this type of stuff works, which was not considered back in the day. I mean, even back in the day, they took on f4, and they played for the compensation. But I think nowadays the engines know how to play with the queen so strongly that this might not be full comp. Sure, a complicated game, but it kind of goes on. Castles instead retains material parity, but white does have the pair of bishops. Most people here, or most engines, I guess, have played the move bishop b5, a very logical move. You put pressure on f6. You don't allow the knight to move easily. Knight d7 is not possible because bishop takes g7. But then again, black has their own threats. Rook c8, for example, challenges you. Bishop takes f6 leads to a nothing endgame. Bishop a4 is a threat because of the discovery of the rook on the queen and on c2. Black has their own chances, and I think this is what Richard is looking forward to. Not a lot of games. Position remains, in my opinion, balanced, and everything to play for on both sides. Typical style, very, very fun Sicilian.
Well, thank you, Alejandro. Well, a very interesting round 13 shaping up. As we get ready to take a break, I see that you've got something from Cube Boutique that you'd like to tell our viewers about.
So, everybody knows how much I love my chess appeal, right?
Absolutely.
So this is one of the beautiful colors. I really enjoyed this one.
The sky blue.
Oh, with jean, that would look wonderful. So this is one of the tournaments merches. It's from last year's Sinkfield Cup Polo. There we go.
Nice.
And it's very nice, very light blue. It's kind of a, I want to say, athletic appeal, but it's also, I have it, so I know it's very, very lightweight. It has official logos. It is available in both men and women's styles. And this seems like a woman's style, actually.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, yeah, I like that. Thank you. Yeah. So
Nice.
it's a very pretty one. Make
And
sure to...
you can shop for it at QBoutiqueSt.Louis.com.
Yes.
Look for the coupon discounts.
Just say Yasser sent you. That'll get you some stuff.
3% tops. We'll see you on the other side of this break. But before we go to break, I just want to tell you what you can expect on the break. We had Garry Kasparov on the show 3 days ago. Gosh, it goes by fast.
I know.
But yeah, it wasn't the rest day. And Garry had some really as he usually does, some fantastic insights on the future World Chess Championship. Have a listen. Gary, we want to thank you very much for having joined us, but I'd also do want you to get in a last word, if you don't mind. We consider Nepo's victory as just assured. Should he play a rematch with Magnus, should Magnus accept and play the match, your thoughts about a second Nepo versus Magnus match? Will it be a better match?
Look, I still think Magnus is a clear favorite in the match, but I think somehow Nepo might have a better psychological start, because he already played Magnus, and Magnus will be definitely, I mean, we know Magnus is not tired, but I think he's bored. I mean, too many matches, and seeing Nepo again might lower his enthusiasm for preparation and for playing. So if history is offering us any guidance, so Magnus played 2 matches with Vichy, but again, that was the beginning of Magnus' reign. He was, much fresher, and he still believed he had to prove that he is the best. But we remember the second match. It's again game 6. It's a magic number. He was 1 move away from losing, and that could be a very different match.
Exactly.
So, and also, by the way, let's not forget, if we look at history, Vasily Smyslov was the only one who won 2 candidates in a row, in 53 and 56. And after winning the second match, he beat Botvinnik in his 1957 World Championship match. Again, it's an ancient history, but still. So winning second candidates, especially in the style that we saw in Madrid, so definitely makes Nepo, in my view, a very formidable opponent for Magnus, no matter what Magnus thinks about it. And if Magnus plays, and I can hardly believe he will not. So then we'll see probably a tougher match, and it seems that Nepo is getting more resilient. So is more stable, and I guess this match probably taught him some very important lessons. Yes, some say, oh, he was lucky here, he was lucky with Hikaru, he was lucky with Caruana, he was lucky maybe with Ding in the first round. Who could have thought that would be such an important game, round 1 of the tournament? But it's, yes, if you're so lucky, that means you are really a winner. So because this only winner can accumulate so much luck.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2022 candidates. Here we are in round 13 as Nepo with his 2-point lead. Yeah, nobody's catching him, but it's all about the fight for second as these four players are right in a thick of things. Real slugfest going on. Of all of them, I don't like Ding Laren's position at the moment. I think, if anything, he'll be lucky to scrape to a draw today. But Hikaru's game is full of vim and vigor, yes. Dorsa. 3 results possible there. And let's just jump quickly to our tournament leader. I always like to give the player who's first respects.
Of course.
Okay. And we're actually, as it turns out, in a position which is very theoretical. The players have not left theory. The last move, bishop f4 to e5 by Jan, is considered the best move, and white is considered to have the advantage thanks to his 2 bishops. But the players have played it very slowly, Dorsa, to get here. How much time has been taken by both?
It's quite interesting. They both have an hour 16.
Both on an hour and 16.
Yeah.
So they've taken 44 minutes each to get to a position that's actually well established and well known. And indeed, before we went on a break, rook c8 was the move that was prescribed by Alejandro. That move sets up the threat of bishop a4, a discovery against the queen.
Yep.
And by the way, there's a pawn on c2. That's pretty tender.
Oh, they're playing quite fast now.
That was an instant reaction. Bishop takes f6. And they're still following the precepts of theory, as 7 games with bishop takes f6 are in our database.
Now, bishop f6 is quite interesting. Oh, and queen f6, obviously. I'm assuming white is going to just trade everything off. And
right.
So, considering the tournament situation, that Nepo just needs a draw to just go home, pop the champagne for the 5th time.
That clinches the first place. That's
course,
exactly right. All he needs is a draw, and mathematically nobody can catch him. So he was very happy to make those trades on f6, and I assume he's going to take. And you got to take with the bishop. Taking with a pawn will be a disaster. Then you play bishop to d3, and pretty much you can pre-move your next 2 moves. You're going to go rook e1, bishop e4, trade more pieces, and get into a dead drawn, a rook and pawn ending. So for Nepo, this has been the type of tournament, when you look back on it, you go, wow, that went right, that went right, that went right, that went right. I mean, it's just been an amazingly remarkable tournament where everything is going right for him, and that's why he's in first place. Yeah. Now, having said that, let's jump to the game of Ding Laren.
This was another thing I wanted to mention, because what you said, you know, like Ding would be lucky to have a draw, and I feel like it would most likely be a draw, just Ding has to not give up any other pawns. But I think this is what happens when you play 4 knights. I've personally had so many 4 knights that, you know, opponent is high rated, and I'm just going in and I'm like, you know what, here's a 4 knight. What you want to do? And if they try to fight it and they don't, you know, go to the usual routes that ends in a pretty easy draw, this is one of them.
This is what happens. Why does she like question? Oh, this is from our
YouTube.
Yeah, our YouTube. Hockey? Yeah. Question for Dorsa. Why does she like the 4 knights Scotch? And it's because it's a drawish line. So, is it because you're playing higher rated players so often?
Most of the time, yeah. So like when I was, you know, when I'm in the hunt for norms, when I was in the hunt for norms, there are like certain times that you need a draw to secure the norm. Right. And I messed that up so many times before. So I started to actually grow a drawish repertoire. I'm like, you know what? This is my drawish repertoire. This is what I'll do against French. This is what I'll do against E5. This is what I'll do against Sicilian. I want this drawish repertoire. So the next time I'm in this situation and I need half a point to secure a norm, I'm good to go.
You're good
and
to go.
I did that multiple times. And then I started playing, you know, more higher rated events. And I'm playing like 2600, 2650, almost 2700. And I'm like, I don't think I can win this guy. So I think I just want to go for a nice 4-night, and it's the draw a very beautiful game against 2650, and just have a nice day.
Tigran Petrosian.
There's nothing. Sorry, in my opinion, because people keep asking like, well, they have like a draw is not a win. You should always fight for a win and everything. And I agree with that. You should have that fighting spirit, but sometimes it's just that's not logical to do. It's not about getting that full point. It's not about giving it all. It's about you give it all, and a draw is completely fine. That's something that we're also seeing in this tournament. A lot of the players are giving it all, especially, for example, in the Jan Richard position. The Richard gave it a very good fight. He didn't just go play the e5 and
make a draw.
But it still seems to be heading to a draw. So I just want everyone to know there's nothing wrong with a draw. Not that you should go and just start offering draws 50 times in a game, but anyways.
Here we go. Tigran Petrosian famously said that he knew he had become a good player when players started as white.
Oh, yes.
Making draws against him, trying to force him into making a draw. This is the opposite color bishop position. 6 white pawns, 5 black pawns. I'm anticipating that after g4, Dinglerin intends to play bishop h4 and just kind of sit with his bishop there. It does invite g5, where your bishop might be considered offsides, but it's not. In the first place, it sits in front of a passed pawn, and second, nobody's going to be able to kick it out, and it patrols these 3 squares, so should it ever need to return into the game, it stands ready to do that. I would assume that g4, bishop h4, g5 would be about even. So maybe Ali Reza is going to play king h2 and just kind of wait for developments.
Wait for what, though?
I don't know.
If you don't play g4, what's white's plan?
Exactly.
I'll tell you black's plan.
What? Oh, excuse me. What is black's plan?
King c3.
And
that would be fun.
King c5.
I mean, go all the way to c3, right?
Yeah. Okay, so let's say this isn't. I'm not exactly sure what my best setup. Okay, let me just go king h2.
King d6.
King d6, and let's say I go h4. King c5. Yeah?
Yeah, of course.
Why not? Right. King, let's go king.
I'll go to d4 just so that you're actually afraid of the things I'm doing.
I'm afraid. Be afraid. Be very, very afraid. And
I don't get my tempo? You're not going to give me king e3 with a tempo?
Sure, if you like.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And now we think.
Now we think. Don't think too long.
Really? Because I'll play. Can I get away with bishop d6?
Okay. Either way, I'm going to get my 2 pawns, right?
It's fine.
Okay. So, I don't know. I don't think it's 3 results. I still think it's 2 results. But I think draw is by far.
It's such an overwhelming favorite.
Yeah, it's overwhelming favorite.
But I have to admit, as a 4-night lover, I don't like that king on e3. Can we just play g4, bishop h4, g5, and just get out of here?
But we're trying.
You can always draw. You can always draw.
You can always
There's
make
no
a draw.
question.
Yeah.
But if I just feels very unnatural to allow that king to come all the way to e3 and just.
Well, I mean, you're trying to win, Dorsa.
I know, it's a...
In 4 nights?
They have to happen once in a while.
If I wanted to win, I wouldn't play 4 nights.
Okay, trust me, you can make a draw anytime you want. We're trying to win.
I believe you.
We're a pawn up. We're a pawn up. We're trying.
All right. Whoa.
Is Timur versus Fabi? Actually, strangely enough, I think we actually got to this position.
Yeah.
And again, Alejandro was pointing out that we could take on c5, but there was problems with knight takes. Well, I think we actually ended up doing this, didn't we? Did you do this in a different move order? It was something like rook takes c5, Knight takes a2, and I think Alejandro was trying the move knight d2, and not getting anywhere, I might add. But we have a different move order, actually. We have knight d2 first. It's kind of strange. I think that this is a game, unfortunately, where both players are going to draw themselves out of contention for second. This game, both players needing desperately a win. They're going to
It's not going anywhere. Is
not
it?
get it.
Yeah.
So that one looks like it's.
I mean, Fabi did lay a nice trap with the queen c8 ideas, but it's just, I mean, if Timur doesn't want to suicide, this is just the draw. So, yeah.
This was
unfortunately
the moment that you were saying,
yes,
the queen
yes, thank
c8.
you.
Yes, no, not at all. Yeah. This is where we were thinking that, well, it's a 3-pawn sacrifice, but my goodness, what dynamic play, threats that Black has. And again, we're running out of road here, guys. There's only 2 rounds left, and this today is the penultimate round of Fabi and Timur right there in the middle of the pack, tied for 4 with 6 points apiece, looking up at 2 guys who are half a point ahead of them. And these are tomorrow's games. Timur Black against Richard. Doesn't get any easier, does it? And for
actually, it could.
Fabi, Firouzja.
Fabi Firouzja seems easier.
And remember, Firouzja comes in as the second seed.
Poor
That
you got one bad tournament, everybody's there.
Poor kid,
Your countrymen
poor
are out there, so you got this easy pairing.
Boy.
Tough. Very tough.
Boy, I mean,
Well,
fair-weathered friends, right?
As a St. Louisian, I'm Fabi fan club.
Okay.
I have to. It's like,
You're forgiven. It's
I'm
okay.
sorry,
It's okay. You're forgiven.
Thanks.
Let's quickly jump to, because it happened fast.
So many things.
Nepo took, and he followed up with a much superior move to what I suggested. I had suggested that you want to challenge this bishop. Bishop to d3, rook e1, and bishop e4. That way you could open the d file. As soon as the bishops are traded, your open d file makes you happy. But Nepo played a very nice move. I like this move a lot. He played the move rook to d4.
Ooh.
So similar ideas, but in this case he can play bishop to d3, rook to d1, and bishop e4. Much better.
I'm thinking because these are kind of I've had a few 4-night experiences with these. Can you go before f5? Thank you. Rook d4, beautiful. So what I'm thinking is if that bishop does get to d3, let's say just Black plays b5 or something.
Yes, a very typical Sicilian move.
Yeah,
Yep.
so I think, you can, the idea could be that you can just perpetual rook g4, rook h4, rook g4, rook h4. You don't
just
even
to
need to
bail out and make a draw this
Yeah.
way. Rook g4, rook h4.
It's kind of a 4-night idea.
No disagreement from me. I mean, it sure feels to me like White's playing for a win. Also, one thing to mention, whenever you do have these bishops of the same colors, I'm not a big fan of this move f5, but that's a different matter. But I wouldn't be a really big fan of the move b5 either.
Fair.
The reason is you're kind of putting the pawns on light squares, and maybe you're encouraging White to play the move a4 when suddenly, and just like that, there's a target. In any case, not b5, pardon me, f5 was played, bishop, and now we do have a threat. Bishop takes, and I think the bishop dropped back, bishop c6 to avoid that. And what you're saying about maybe getting in some checks on the G file and the H file would be salient if you were going to be playing for g4. I was thinking that he might play the move rook f1 with the idea g4.
Or rook g1.
Rook g1. I think in either case, Black's intent is to get out of those perpetual checks and maybe scamper towards the center.
A lot of King of the Hills.
King of the Hills. That's another chess variant that It's very popular around here too, by the way.
It's been kind of hard for me to win that recently. I usually get queen of the hill faster, and then I'm just stuck. Okay, how do I get the king to the center? Why would I want to get the king to the center?
We're talking about a
But-
chess variant where you put your king in the center of the board, called king of the hill, and when you are able to do that, it's like checkmate, you win the game. Rook to d1, I like white.
Yeah.
I prefer the pawn structure. I like the fact that white already has control over the open d file. Okay, on a good day, somehow I will try to figure out how to make a majority. c4, king c2, king c3, something. It's not that easy yet for black to use his majority. But once again, Alejandro, it just feels to me like the results I'm seeing are draw as the favorites.
Yeah, draw has to be favored in this endgame as well that you
Exactly.
have Yasser. Let's not change from it. I agree with you. King g7, king f6 is very likely to come on the board.
Right.
Even a position where you trade all the rooks. Draw seems to be a huge favorite. So you kind of have to keep 2 rooks on the board for white in order to put some pressure, which I think is why rook fd8 might not be the correct move here. You don't trade all the rooks. You go bishop e2 immediately. And then you might have some issues. But king g7 more or less plays itself. Draw a favorite in that one. Draw a favorite in the Fabiano game. Draw a huge favorite in the Ding-Liren game. I don't care how many extra pawns you have, Yasser. You're not convincing me.
Bishops of opposite
You don't
color.
convince
Look at
me.
what you put your faith into these opposite swords.
Definitely. I think the opposite color bishop endgame is something that Ding-Liren has looked at, and he knows he's not only just playing for a draw, there's no actual danger for him. I have the feeling that's true. The only game that's chaotic and wild and cool is this one. Hikaru Nakamura, Jan Krzysztof Duda, Hikaru saying, I won my second place in this tournament. He's going for it. We have this crazy Najdorf, king on f7 actually, finally got there. Might even castle by hand at some point, go to the g8 square. Knight d1 just played by Hikaru, best move by the engine. Kind of a weird position. The knight is not so much headed anywhere as it is just vacating the position on c3 so that b3 is playable. What am I talking about? If you expel my knight from c4 immediately with the move b3, well, check it out. Knight e3, other moves work as well, but knight e3 or anything else, I'm going to take on c3. There's nothing you can do about it because you have to defend knight takes c2. So a move even as natural as bishop e takes e3, you should take with the pawn. But even a move as natural as bishop takes e3, rook takes e3 already lands you in trouble. This is targeted, this is a pin, uncomfortable to make any pressure. Yeah, you got a nice knight on g6 that's anchored, but is it actually attacking anything? It's just annoying. It's not really that threatening. So for that reason, the knight retreats first so that I can play the moves b3, maybe even follow it up with c4. Duda has to be careful that a bind doesn't completely kill his activity. If you see a good day for Hikaru, b3, c4, knight e3, bishop a3, all of these moves that start binding you, that don't allow you to play d5, that force you to defend this bishop on e7 because it defends d6. You can see the potential in white's position. What does black have to do in the meanwhile? He needs to develop some sort of initiative. The engines are thinking, you know, pieces on the back rank,
Right.
it's time. It's time to go d5. Not the only move, but a fascinating move in this position. Looks illogical at first because knight takes e5 is hanging in some positions, but the knight is covering and the queen is covering on c7. No immediate danger there. And if you take, which the engines are recommending, now you have to reckon with ideas of e4. You have to reckon with ideas of this knight going to d6 and e4 itself. Not possible for the moment because knight takes e5, but I mean in the future. So a lot of possibilities here for both sides of the board. Yeah, it seems a little loose on the queen side, especially with the king on f7 and in the center. But again, white is stuck in the back rank for the moment, so you can't immediately put pressure. A move like knight c3 returning already, e4, rook d8 has advantage black. So a fascinating struggle. d5 is possible. It's the top engine move besides rook e8, which is also a logical move, so you can go king g8 and safeguard that king before anything bad happens. Cool game of the Najdorf here between Hikaru Nakamura and Jan Krzysztof Duda. I don't have a full preference on who I'd rather be. The engines are giving a slight smidge to white, but nothing serious.
Great game. I just want to hold it right there because that move d6, d5, man, okay, so a couple of things go through my head when I'm making that kind of move for black. I think, who's better developed? And I pat myself on the shoulders because I think black has better development. So I think, okay, therefore, with all your pieces on the first row, I'm justified in making this break. I play the move d65. The second thing that goes through my mind is whose king is safer when I open up the board. There's the hesitation. Because I'm looking at that king on f7, I'm going, okay, well, just a second. If takes, b3, and we pause because we do have this move e4 to consider. Yes. And if if you just kind of start going through a permutation like knight d6.
e5.
Pardon me?
The e5 is hanging, sorry.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. That was the point. My apologies.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
I just saw a pawn that is a fork, and I go,
good for you. I mean, well done. That was also what I wanted to say. So you're probably going to have to play e4. But now, e4, advancing, getting space, that's all very good. But also you start to think this knight on g6, a moment ago it was nettlesome. Now it's getting scary because the bishop comes to f4 and there's a potential fork. Sorry, Dorsa, you wanted to say.
I just like queen f5 instead of queen h3, just because I still want my knight e5.
Okay, yeah. Here, knight e5 check is what you got, right?
I'm still hopeful.
Wow. Okay, c2 is hanging. This is
a mess.
A mess. It's chaos. But I do think that the move d6, d5, it's one of those breaks where you do it because you're better developed. Mm-hmm. But you don't do it because your king is potentially the more exposed. I'm seeing this as, and by the way, we have on the board the move knight b6,
yes.
Kind of delaying such a break. And by the way, with the move knight b6, you do hit c2. One of the things that
exactly
Alejandro was pointing out, there was a positions where I get to go knight e3 to g4, and then I started thinking about bishop takes h6. I'm putting a bad move on the board. Excuse me, I'm putting a bad move on the board. Bishop a5, knight g4, rook c2, just to point out the kinds of things that you're just going to have to keep an eye over. This knight is also hitting this e7 bishop. This is, Alejandro, as they say, this is where the action is.
It's where the action is what we like to see. Knight b6, knight e3, I expect on the board pretty quickly. I don't find a lot of logic with the move c3, and I don't think you actually want to give up the pawn. Yeah. So knight e3, I think, is more or less forced. So where's this knight going is the question, right? Why did I put it on b6 as opposed to anywhere else? I think it's to challenge this guy, I think. Knight d7 looks like a logical move to me because the knight has two routes. And here, this is a very personal, very stylistic decision. Do you want to reroute this knight to c5 to attack e4?
Right.
Or do you want to reroute it to f8 to challenge this guy on g6? I think this is where, players think differently.
Right.
I don't think there's a right option. In some places, there is a right option and a wrong option in chess. And in some places, there are just multiple options. And I think knight d7 has both ideas on tap. It will be up to him to do that is, on how he feels like playing today. I don't see another move that's not knight e3. I think knight e3 is going to be played almost automatically, I guess.
And then after knight d7,
yes.
I can imagine what you're saying. It's easy to see that black's leaving himself with two options, knight c5, knight f8. White's pieces are still on the first row. Give me a sense of where you think Hikaru should be putting his
I think
pieces.
It's going to be Maraxi style. You go c4 just to get rid of this pressure.
Okay.
You're going to go b3 at some point.
How am I meeting knight c5 in that case?
Knight c5, you encourage me to take, and you're a bit stuck. This is actually typical of certain Sicilians, where if these knights don't move, you might be in a little bit of trouble. And since you can't get rid of this knight, it's not so easy for you to just deal with moves like rook e1. Sometimes knight g4 will be on tap once they defend that guy. The engine's already giving a very strong advantage to white.
Wow.
The typical ideas are going to be c5, and the fact that you open up my rook to the e5 square. So even if I just blunder a pawn away, like let's put a bad move on the board, I don't know,
A3, I don't care.
A5, let's say.
A5.
Yeah. Well, particularly A5 does attack this pawn on B4, but you can imagine that if I play C5 and you don't have pawn takes, right?
Right.
Imagine that. Imagine that you have to take this pawn.
Yes.
And now I deal, yeah, B5 works, I don't care about that. The main point is that you go something like knight G4.
Ooh.
And then you attack E5, you attack rook takes E4, and you start regretting your structural choices. So I think that these pawns in the center, they can be taken, but they require a lot of care. After knight E3, knight D7, C4, I think it's much safer to go knight F8.
Okay.
But knight C5 is certainly a possibility. The thing is, you might get stuck with your hand in the cookie jar after this knight takes on E4 because this particular pawn is in the way of a lot of pieces for the attack. It's a valuable pawn, it's a great pawn, it's an important pawn, but there will be some scenarios where I do prefer to play without it just so that the rook can participate in the attack. And those scenarios are the ones where I can attack this pawn. To attack this pawn, I have to attack the base, and that's why B4 is useful.
Right. You're making a very compelling case for knight F8 and getting rid of this knight on G6, which is more than bothersome. That knight you want to get rid of. So in case of knight F8,
Knight F8.
then Hikaru has to sigh and hem and haw, and what does he got to do?
He's got to trade it off, right? Not a lot of choices. You could try to be tricky with queen H3 because takes.
E6 is hanging.
E6 is hanging, but I'll just force your next move. I'll play queen D7, defend the pawn.
Right.
And you still have the same option. Nothing really has changed.
Gotcha.
In both cases, the engine does prefer to take the bishop over the
knight after
over the
knight
knight.
F8. Yeah.
Yeah. So that you go takes, and they still want to play B4, C5. Actually takes with the queen. I don't know why on earth I took with the king. You take with the queen. B4, C5 is still on tap for white. It's still going to be an idea to target the doubled pawns on the E file. But in this case, my knight is going to be solidly defending against that. I can play something like B4, knight. Go on. B4, knight 8 to D7.
Right.
Actually, just knight D7 to suspend. Knight D7. And this pawn is currently defended. C5 is not going to come as strongly, and it still challenges white to fight for an advantage. Yeah, you have some pressure on D6, but it's not the biggest deal. The knight is a bit stuck defending the pawn on C4.
Right.
But if you play it quietly with B3, you just don't get as much space. So this knight actually has the C5 square on tap for himself. B4, a little bit more ambitious, B3 less ambitious, but you can kind of see the structure in which this game, I think, is headed. Knight E3 on the board, I expect knight D7 allowing C4, but there are other moves in the position. You could start, in my opinion, another logical move this rook somewhere useful. I don't like C8. The reason I don't like C8 is that I foresee this pawn coming to C4 anyway.
You might get jammed up on the C file.
Exactly. Somehow I like the potential of the rook on E8. It's a very Sicilian move. It also allows me to take with the rook on E7. In some cases, that will defend the pawn on E6, which is a weakness, and I don't want to tether my queen. I would rather tether a piece that is worth less, in this case, a rook that's not doing anything on G8. I like the move rook E8. The engines like rook E8. Knight D7, I think, is a very human move as well. We're going to have to wait and see. Knight D7 already played by Duda. So not the engine move, but I did think it was the most logical move from a human perspective.
I like it, and also to boot the knight. One thing I must say about the Sicilians, and they're very dangerous for the first player, these pawns on D6, E6, and E5, while these pawns are doubled on the E file, they cover a lot of squares. This knight, unfortunately, is rather stuck. If it's not going to G4, it can't go forwards to F5 and D6. And eventually, more pieces that get traded, the open C file is going to be a very nice strategic advantage for black to have. So I like this move, knight D7. I like getting rid of this good knight, even if we're forced to get rid of this bishop. But what I'm saying is I feel as white that I'm under pressure to do something before you neutralize me completely, whether it be with rook E8. And if you neutralize me completely, I'm afraid that I could actually start to be worse, that the pawns on H5 and E4 could be potential targets. So that's why when Alejandro was making his explanation, that's why I would have probably be in the B4 camp. That is to say, okay, I'm worried about being neutralized. I've got to be aggressive.
C4 was played in the game also. Just played, actually.
Yeah, and I start to think that with the move b4, it allows me to play whether it be a4, b5, or just b5 and bishop a3. But I feel that I have to, I can't just be circumspect and slowly. That's not going to work. I have to be very brutal now. c4 on the board, and we'll see if rook e8 or knight f8 comes. Alejandro, other games caught your eye?
No.
No.
I mean,
We saw the 3 draws,
Right.
Dorsa.
But
they're all headed there, right? Dingley Ren already has a bishop on h4. The engines are throwing out 000, def 45. You can't do anything as either side.
Right.
I just want to point out one thing.
Okay.
Look at Alirez's time. He spent 25 minutes thinking about g4.
25.
That's a long time.
Yes.
I mean, this game's not going anywhere. It doesn't matter how long he thinks.
I'm aware, but
This game's not going anywhere. I mean, white is underdeveloped.
Right.
So
He's
by
going
the
to
time
return the pawn. Yeah.
by the time you finish your development, you would somehow magically have lost b3. You'll see this happen soon. And when that happens, it's 4 versus 4.
Yay.
End of the game. This one is probably the most interesting out of the 3 because it's still an endgame with possibilities for both sides. And structures are different. e5, e4 might come at some point. It's kind of even. I would say this is an equal endgame. I wouldn't say this is a drawn endgame. Like if I play this against a lower rated player in an open tournament,
They expect to win either side.
I'm going to the coffee shop. I'm like, okay, time for the coffee, time for some snacks, because this one's going to go the distance. Doesn't matter if I'm white or black. We're going to try to win this one. At this level of chess, and considering the tournament situation, maybe not as big of a try, but still, the players need to prove it. They're still far away from move 40, where they can finally offer a draw to each other. And I think it's just a game. This one is not a draw, the way the other ones, I think, are a draw. That being said, these guys are magicians at finding threefold repetitions. Yeah. Magicians. Let's see if they find one here.
Rook h4 was just
Rook
played.
h4 on the board as you were speaking, hitting the pawn on h6. Alejandro, I want to return to something that you mentioned at the top of the show.
Yes.
You mentioned at the top of the show yesterday was a rest day for the players.
Yes.
Yes.
And it just so happened that Magnus Carlsen was in town. How sweet it is. And he played in a blitz tournament in the park against Judith Polgar.
No, there was a blitz tournament, and he played some casual blitz against some top-level players. A certain Judith Polgar came to the park. She's doing the commentary for the Chess24 team. Shout out to them because they do awesome things. A lot of them are over there in Madrid.
Right.
And she's doing the commentary, I believe, with Anish Giri. And this has been a spectacular little bit of blitz because Judith just
Clobbered Magnus.
happens once in a while. She's pretty good at chess. She's so good at chess. What an inspiration she's always been as an attacking player. And she pulled no punches yesterday. Magnus did play the blitz tournament, but didn't win that one either.
Oh my goodness! Well,
Poor guy.
but doesn't that recall the fact that earlier when Alireza went on tilt and played 250 bullet games with Daniel Naroditsky, who is also official commentator, and Danya won.
Yes.
So the commentators are taking down the players, the champions.
I
This
mean-
is pretty awkward for us commentators. I mean, you know,
I think the most
I'm
awkward.
feeling exposed over here.
The most awkward for us was when we were partners in Buckhouse.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
there were 3
geez.
teams. Us, MVL, and Levon Aronian.
Right.
And then the strongest team, Magnus. And Fabiano.
Yeah.
Man, they couldn't win a game. Like, at some point, we felt kind of bad
No,
because
that was a little bit embarrassing.
It was
I just like, I was trying to offer them, you know, some candy, something, you know, to make them feel better.
I mean, we were playing loser gets out.
Right.
So when you lost a game, you're out of the board. We only had one board to play with. Man.
I was Sitzfleisch. My back was hurting.
Oh,
It was
man,
terrible.
I didn't get out of that chair for ages.
Midnight. It's
I
terrible.
love your guys' trash talk. It's amazing. But
Well, fortunately, they're not here to defend themselves.
see, for me, like, it's the first time I'm doing commentary with you. Like, I've watched you for years, and I've loved hearing you and everything. But it's the first time that we're actually thinking about a position and talking about it for such a long,
Long time, right?
And so like every time you're like, yeah, I want to put my king there, I want to put my piece there.
boom.
You see it in like 5 seconds, and then these guys are taking like 20 minutes,
Right,
40 minutes.
right.
So for me, I would love to see you just take on these guys one by one.
One by one. Funny that you should say one by one by one. There was lovely. I was playing in Montpellier. It was the candidates. So it's the opening ceremony.
Yes.
We're all on stage. Spassky, Michael Tall, Irish Portish, everybody's on stage. And we're sitting on a table where they have chessboards and chess sets all set up for each of us. I think we were supposed to take the chess sets to our room so that we have something to train with. But we're going to go up and collect our envelope and our number. You know, we're drawing for the drawing of lots, and everybody stood up when their name was called, went behind each player, went to the podium, pulled whatever it was, a rabbit, I don't know, and went and sat back down. But Michael Tall, he got up, he went to the podium, and when he was returning to his chair, walked in front of everybody and played a cymbal.
Nice.
Made a move against all the players. One after another, the audience burst into applause. They loved it. They loved it. And it was really funny. The players loved it too. And we all looked around and we looked at one another, including Boris Spassky. And Boris said, only he could do that. Only Tal could get away with that. But nice. It was nice.
Let's show you a little bit of a clip because we do, well, not yet, but we will have a clip later as we do have Anastasia Karlovic with us over there. She'll be sharing clips from Madrid as we have a comparison of last year's candidates. Last year? Yeah, that's how it feels like. Feels like eons ago. We had a full World Championship match going on last year as well. But the candidates in Nepo won. In round number 12, he had 8 points. Round number 12, now he has 8.5. He is in a situation he already knows. If he draws today for the second time in a row, this man will qualify to the World Championship match with a round to spare. And if you qualify to 2 World Championship matches with a round to spare, I think we can put it to rest. Nepo is very deserving, extremely deserving of doing the rematch. And how many rematches we've had in the World Championship history? We've had a lot, and they've all been fun.
Yeah. Now, I did want to say something because, like, of course, there's so many talks about Magnus not playing, or so what I'm thinking is, can't he just negotiate? Like, say, hey guys, if you don't do this for me, I won't be playing. And I'm
sure there's going to be negotiations.
Yeah. For me, like, I love to negotiate. Coach knows. So it's always, I don't know, it feels so unfair to him to just keep saying he said he won't play. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but I don't know. I want to see that negotiation. I want to see him shake FIDE down a little and be like, guys, this is what I want. You give it to me. But
what does he want?
Well, that's exactly the question I wanted to say. MVL, in an interview, said, I understand Magnus is upset. Yes. I understand he would like to see a change in the format. We understand that. But the fact that Magnus hasn't specifically said, and these are my suggested changes, get your committees together, negotiate, right? But Magnus hasn't come back like that. He's basically come back and said, make the system more modern. Without making an exact suggestion of what he intends. When you speak to Magnus, he does say, I want a system that's open.
Fair.
Which implies he likes the knockout, he likes Swiss Opens. Jump right in here, Alejandro. Do you get a sense of where it is that Magnus wants to take the world of chess?
My sense is that Magnus is just saying, not this.
Not this.
Whatever it is, but not this. Not this grueling cycle that everybody plays for 2 years. You're waiting for the world champion at the end. And on top of that, there's another 12-game match, or 14 actually, since they changed the regulations.
They lengthened it.
They lengthened it, and I don't think that he's come up with ideas. He says he likes this, I like that, but he hasn't sat down and said, this is my preferred. So nothing concrete and clear from the world champion, except not this one. Whatever it is, nothing this exhausting.
No.
But one of the things that he has absolutely supported is played in the World Blitz Championship.
Yes.
That's a Swiss. He's played in the World Rapid Championship. That's a Swiss. He's played in the World Cup, the 128-player knockout event, which he's never won, by the way, but he's enjoyed playing it, and you can see that he likes those events. When you see him at the World Blitz Championships, he's very talkative, he's very approachable. He likes it. Not this.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sorry,
No,
please.
I wanted to get your input on. In my opinion, it's kind of fair, like for a world champion that's like, it's been a world champion for a number of years, to say, hey guys, I'm sick of this, I want to change. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Kasparov had a change of like, hey, this current format is what I want, so FIDE made that change. Please correct me if I'm...
It's not exactly how it worked.
Oh,
No.
who made the change?
It was Bobby.
Oh, my apologies.
So Bobby, Bobby Fischer,
Yes.
way before
Fair.
Spassky,
Yes.
way before Spassky says the system's rotten, end of story. I don't like the system. Bobby, wins a 24-game match against Boris Spassky, and he demands a new system of the first to win 10 games, draws not counting. And FIDE comes up with some egregiously bad idea, a compromise of 6 games, draws not counting. So they changed the rules to 6 games, and Bobby says, I'm not playing 6 games. So they got the worst of both worlds, and eventually they had this 48-game match that went 5-3 with Garry Kasparov before it was aborted. And I think it was played in the Hall of Columns in the Soviet Union in Moscow, where they buried the general secretary of the communist parties. And because the match took 6 months, it was like 3 guys. And the funerals were disturbing the chess tournament. It was pretty bad. Very, very, very strange. But yeah, it was Bobby who said, I don't like the match system of 24, because what it means is I can draw my way to victory.
Yeah.
And he wanted to reward wins. But as Karpov rightly said, if we had played a 10-game match system, we would both be in the mental hospital. He would have won, but only after 32 draws, and it was included.
Of course, but I mentioned Kasparov because I remember that he was not a big fan of the huge 48 game. But also, I think, again, please correct me, that Kasparov wanted to have that crown and everybody else come challenge him, but Magnus is like, I don't really want the crown, I want to play with everybody else.
Exactly.
So
There's a big difference there.
Yes, that style of format.
But there was other problems that during Gary's tenure that was very, very problematic. And again, a big shout out to Magnus. I think he's an outstanding world champion. He likes the fact that there's a world champion in rapid chess. He likes the fact that there's a world champion in blitz. And maybe he likes the fact that there's a world classical champion as well. But in Gary's time, Gary was the world champion. And he felt very connected to that title. So he did not want any other kind of world championship, whether it be blitz or rapid, and he called it immoral.
Ooh.
To even play a blitz and rapid is like immoral. And remember Lajos Porter saying, look, I'm Catholic. I mean, I'm playing chess. How can it be immoral for me to play chess? You can't tell me I'm an immoral person. And Gary, well, okay. So in Gary's case, he didn't want to see other world championships. And later, maybe he softened his approach a bit. But for the moment, that's what I was meaning, what I meant to say when I was at my peak, let's say, there was no blitz championships.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, it would have been so much fun to see these top guys, and I remember the one Blitz Championship we held, 1989 or 1990, I'm not really too sure, in St. John's, New Brunswick in Canada. Michael Tall won the finals against Rafik Vaganyan, which was incredibly exciting, and then it was never held again.
Oh.
Not until modern times. Yeah. So yeah, these World Championship titles and events.
A lot of history.
And not a whole of it very good either. I mean, it's tough. These chess players are tough, Alejandro. Don't you know it? I mean, as a coach.
Oh, man. We've been there.
We've been there.
Yeah.
Let's update the games a little bit, guys, because we do have a new thing, especially this one. This
Lots
is
of
Hikaru
moves
against Duda, and check out this knight on e4. You know where? You know the route this knight took?
Yeah.
This knight
to c6
was
c6.
Look at the rest of the position by black. Nothing's changed.
Right?
Not a single thing has changed.
The last 5 moves.
This knight went to b6, went to d7, went to f8, went to h7, went to g5, attacked this queen, and then took a pawn on e4. It did, and it's arrived. It won a pawn.
Yay.
But it took so long to get there that by this point, White has developed all of his pieces. Yes, the pawn is a very powerful central pawn. We talked about the sacrifice earlier. Right. The possibility of getting rid of the pawn in order to open avenues to the black position. Is it worth a full pawn? Again, not clear, especially not clear when you're playing the game. You will have ideas at some point, not at the moment, of playing f4 and just opening up the f-file, opening up this bishop. For the moment, you can't do that. Knight g3 is going to be on tap. You have to defend against that. This knight would actually rather be back on g6.
Absolutely.
It feels like you lost a tempo or two, actually, as White, as you probably will have to return this guy to its annoying square. For the moment, the agents like black just a little bit. They do like the pawn. Rook e8 was played. I think an incredibly logical move. At some point, black is going to hint at a break with b5 because you don't need to be up a pawn. You need to actually create a plan in your game. For the moment, b5 will be on tap, but you can imagine king g8 is going to be played first just to tuck the king away from the action. The engines like the pawn. I'm not so sure how good black's position is compared to white. I think it's just a dynamic double-edged position in which white has compensation. But the engines don't agree with me as much. They think, you know what, a pawn is a pawn. And in this case, you really haven't proven as much. They like black a little bit.
Alejandro, I hate to cut you, but I believe, never mind. I was going to say there's going to be a draw. And they were repeating, I guess. Timur, Fabiano.
No, it's a draw. It's just a DGT.
Oh.
It has to be nobody plays king e4 and fighting Rick takes e2.
I would love to see that.
No, this game is over. I'm sure that there was some kind of repetition.
Right, and then they put the king in the middle of the board.
They put the king in the middle of the board, yeah.
I haven't seen it come up as a draw half quite yet on my board, but yeah, we do expect that game. And by the way, you know, like once again, boldly stating the obvious, that is a result that hurts both players. I mean, a draw just gets them nowhere, and for Ding Liren and Hikaru, they're both saying, well done, guys. Good job.
Hikaru's looking at this being like a win today. Ding Liren's not going to win this.
No.
Let me not jinx that, but I don't think he's winning this.
No.
Hikaru wins today. All he needs is a draw. All he needs is to survive tomorrow.
Yeah, well, he'll have to play Ding Liren
against Ding, but that's it, right?
Right.
Because Ding won't catch him, no matter, because he's playing Hikaru.
Yes.
Right.
Hikaru's got second place in his hands if he wins today. Super sharp position, super fun game. It's all on Hikaru Nakamura to see if he can get second place.
I apologize, just a second. Hold on. Hikaru and Ding come into this round tied for first.
Yes.
Hikaru
second,
wins.
but let's
say it's tied for second. Hikaru wins. Ding draws.
Yeah.
Hikaru's only got a half a point lead, playing Hikaru tomorrow.
You mean Hikaru plays Ding
tomorrow
yes.
with only a half a point lead.
Yes.
Over Ding.
Yeah, but Ding could surpass Hikaru with a victory.
That's why I'm saying Hikaru needs to draw.
Tomorrow.
Right.
And that's it, because Ding would only get half a point.
Yes. Okay, good. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think I misheard you then. I'm sorry there. Because I thought what you were saying was that Hikaru with a win secures.
No, doesn't secure. Still needs a draw tomorrow, but he's saying it's in my hands, right?
Right.
He looks at the tournament and says, I don't have to depend on anybody's results anymore.
Right.
If I can take this tournament in my hands, he's going to do so. You know that he's going to go super solid tomorrow, but he still has to win today's game. Not that he's any better. No, we're not saying that. We just think it's a double-edged position. He must be happy about what he got.
Right.
On the board. Whether it's good, it's bad, it doesn't matter.
Right.
He needs to figure out a way to make this a dynamic game, and a dynamic game he is making. Down a pawn for the moment, but I'm sure that he feels the compensation. King G8 has been played already. Let's see where Hikaru puts in the pressure to trip over the Polish superstar, because at the moment the engines still think black is completely fine. Play the move b4, which is a very committal move. Weakening c4, but pretending that both b5 and c5 are immediate threats. They're not, but you will be facing, as black, this potentially. Fascinating game, thankfully, because it's the only interesting game that we really have.
Super interesting.
Super interesting, making up for the fact that this is going nowhere.
Oof.
And this, okay, this is still a game.
Okay, true.
Kind of.
Maybe not.
Not that much of a game.
Nice timing.
Nice
Your
timing.
is
Thank you,
excellent.
Nepo. Plays the move f4, check, forces e takes f4. You have to take back with the rook, I guess.
Right.
And after bit, I mean, this is pretty dead, yeah.
Right. C3.
Not a special
C3.
D3 blunders.
No.
No.
Oh.
I mean, this is again huge favorite draw,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, huge favorite.
You have this ugly structure,
Yeah.
but you actually have to keep pieces. And this is where we stand. No,
reminder.
we have one game finished already.
Yes.
As both Timur and Fabiano, you can see them have caught up with Hikaru and Ding Liren. They're both in second place. That won't last because I don't think Ding Liren is going to lose.
Right.
And, well, Hikaru might. I don't know. That's a 3-result game.
Right.
But at the very least, one of the players currently tied for second will make it to clear second. Fabi and Timur, it looks from the current standings that they did each other a favor. The contrary. They did each other a disservice, as they are now depending on other players to see if they can reach second place.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. As we get ready to take a break, we've got to tell you that we have a very special guest coming up in studio this time. Not any Skype calls or any of that good stuff. International Master Eric Rosen will be joining us. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Hey St. Louis, the Ascension Charity Classic, presented by Emerson, is back this September. Don't miss the excitement. When the PGA Tour champions best compete again, all for charity, September 9th through the 11th at Norwood Hills Country Club. Pro-Am spots, hospitality packages, VIP tickets, and more. Available now at ascensioncharityclassic.com.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops, sorry. St. Lou is always exploring.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament. These are our live standings with one game already recorded. That was the game between Timur Radjabov and Fabiano. They made a draw. It was a good fight. Fabi came up with a different opening take with the black pieces. He offered a gambit of 3 pawns. Wasn't accepted. Timur and Fabi draw. They have 6.5 points. 3 games remaining. 2 look like they're very even. 1 very, very interesting. But I'm very happy to be sitting next to International Master Eric Rosen. Eric, welcome to the show.
Thanks.
Thanks
for having me.
I think this is the first time we've ever done this together.
I think so. Yeah, it feels pretty surreal to be here. And I feel bad kicking away Dorsa from her seat, but
I feel bad that you kicked away Dorsa from her seat as well. But it's very nice to have you. Obviously, you're a local, and for folks who don't know you, International Master, and I think you do a great job with your stream. Really, a big shout out to you. No, it's really, really good for those of you who don't know. And address our audience, if you will. Tell us what you got right about this candidates and your predictions.
Oh dear, I've been doing like these like the chess.com channel point predictions at the start of each broadcast. Ask every day how many draws there will be. And I usually predict like 3 or 4 draws, but there's been so many rounds with
3
2 or
wins.
more decisive games. So it's been a thrill to watch and very difficult to predict. I think in the beginning I really thought Fabi would have a good shot of coming on top, and okay, he was in the
2 of our
top
panelists
2 for a while, but
felt the same way. Firouzja and Christian both picked Fabi, in fact, as their top picks. And only Dorsa got Nepo, but she came in a week late. So it was unfair that she got to pick when the tournament was half over. Garry Kasparov made a very salient point that he should have known that Nepo was going to be successful because of his training that he had at the World Championship match. He's carrying all of the ideas and all of the enthusiasm and the energy that he wasn't able to demonstrate in Dubai. And
That's very true.
That carried him very well for this event. Did Nepo's success surprise you?
In hindsight, I think it's less surprising, given that he's just so well prepared in the opening. And I think the change in the time format also helped him a little bit, because he's one of the quicker players of the field.
Exactly.
And he's putting his opponents under like serious pressure right out of the opening. And there's so many games where his opponents are making unprovoked mistakes, where they feel the pressure on the clock and from very early in the game. So I think it's easy to say in hindsight, but big kudos to him, just taking a massive lead, and looks like he's about to clinch it today.
No question about it, as he plays quickly, puts pressure on his opponent. We have a colleague in Madrid, Anastasia, who caught up with Magnus Carlsen. I'll get your reactions to this interview.
Magnus, what are your comments about this the candidates tournament and Jan's performance in particular?
He's playing very well. He's making the most of his chances. There have been many interesting games, but he's converted all of his advantages very well and saved bad positions. So he's been by far the best.
Yeah, I mean, did you expect it to happen?
No, I didn't expect it. I thought he was criminally underrated by pundits and betting odds, but I still thought that Ding and Fabiano were even bigger favorites. But kudos, he's done really well.
Is it going to affect somehow your decisions to play the match or not? What do you think about it now?
We'll see.
We'll see. Yes, okay. Thank you very much for your comments.
We're going to call Magnus the artful dodger.
That's right.
On that one, as he dodged the question.
By the way, guys, sorry to interrupt you, but
please.
Speaking of this potential World Championship match, it's potentially in the books. Jan Nepomniachtchi has drawn his game against Richter-Rapport, and that is the end of the tournament. Nobody can catch Nepo, officially the winner of the 2022 candidates. He got his magic number already, 9 points out of 13. We'll see if he adds more tomorrow. 48,000 euros and whatever mathematical 7 times whatever points he gets. We'll play for the 2023 World Championship match. We don't guarantee it's going to be against Magnus Carlsen, but we do guarantee that this man, Jan Nepomniachtchi, is in it.
Hat tip. Very, very, very deserving. Alejandro was mentioning earlier that there's actually few players, just a few players, who have been back-to-back candidates winners, and they include, for example, Vasily Smyslov. He won the candidates in his first match against Botvinnik, ended up at the tie, and then he comes back to play Botvinnik again and win, but then lose in a rematch. And then there was Vishy Anand. That's right. Who did that. Your quick take, it's quite an accomplishment.
I'm actually wondering, is this like a record of the highest score in the candidates for a 14-round event? Nepo already with
only Veselin Topalov. Remember it was actually the World Championship in San Luis, Argentina, that Veselin scored 6.5 out of 7 in the first half. And then, coasted the rest of the way, drew his way to the World Championship title. But yeah, this is a really, really great score.
If
for
he
just
draws
being
tomorrow, I believe it's going to be the highest for candidates. You did mention the World Championship match, but for candidates, if he adds that final extra point, half point tomorrow. Remember, he didn't do that last time.
Right, he lost it back.
He qualified. He was. Celebrate, but Dingler said, you know what, thank you for your celebration, I'll take a full point off you before we go back. And the question is if he's going to be able to do so tomorrow, because he is black against Duda, and if he gets that half point, it's the highest ever on a 14-round double round-robin tournament for the candidates. But of course, this is a modern system, only 10 years old.
Right, going back to 2013. Alejandro, your quick take on Magnus, the Artful Dodger, on the question of Anastasia asked about the match, and he said something like, "We'll see," and then ran away.
I think it's what's buzzing around social media. It's what's buzzing around the chess world ever since Nepo started running away with it. Right. Why? Because specifically Magnus said, I'm not so interested in a rematch. I've already played a bunch of these guys. I'd like a new challenge. That's what he said. And a lot of people were eyeing Alireza Firouzja as that potential new blood, new challenge coming into the new generation of chess players to challenge Magnus. A lot of people thought, even though Magnus is not pinpointing to anybody in the field, who could he possibly be talking about when he's referring to not wanting to play the same people again? I mean, Nepo has to be high on that list, and that ignites this talk that we are having right now. Eric, what is your take that you have all these contacts in social media, all of these streamers that are more aware of what's going on behind the scenes? What is your take that Team Magnus has at the moment?
Yeah, I really wish I had more inside information.
That's why we brought you on the show, by the way. So we're putting you on the spot.
I think you ran out of guests between.
Right, exactly. We sure did. Come on in, Eric.
But yeah, I think it'll be really interesting to see. And even though the tournament is over for running of first place, there's going to be a very heated fight for second place. As we see Hikaru still playing. And I think it would be really, really cool to see Hikaru finish in second. And then it creates this dynamic where if Magnus declines to play the World Championship event, then we could see a Hikaru versus Nepo
World Championship.
Let's keep in mind, Hikaru is primarily focused on streaming and not competitive chess these days. So it'd be super cool to see. And I think the fans would really enjoy that as well.
Quick question for you, Eric. For those of you who aren't aware that Eric has his own stream, his own channel, it's on Twitch, right?
Yeah,
it's on YouTube.
I live stream on Twitch and then post kind of the best moments from my streams on YouTube. So yeah, it's kind of two different platforms that work well together. And I've been doing it for, it's approaching the 5-year mark.
5 years?
This fall it'll be 5 years.
Gosh, that goes by fast, right?
Yeah, and I got my kind of introduction to doing online content through the St. Louis Chess Club.
Right.
Doing like the residency position and having the lectures being posted online. And yeah, I really enjoy the educational aspect and kind of interacting with the community. So it's been super fun.
Eric, I think you do a great job.
Thank you.
Really genuinely do. Check out IM Eric Rosen on his Twitch stream.
Yeah, Twitch.tv/IM Rosen.
There you go. You'll enjoy his lectures, his stream very, very much. So I'd like to throw to you, Alejandro, your take on the move knight g4 by Hikaru. Compensation for the pawn?
That's where we're at right now, Yasser, because knight g4 played, the engines are giving 0, so we don't care about their evaluation. This one is a fascinating struggle. It does seem that black's pawn is strong and central. When we talk about extra pawns in the center, we almost always are determining how good are these pawns in controlling different squares. You see the pawn on e5 controls d4, controls f4, the pawn on e6 controls d5 and f5. What's the issue with these pawns? They're not mobile. The moment you start pushing them, the weaker they become. So white is using the advantage of the fact that these pawns can move in order to threaten breaks like c5, threaten breaks like f4, bring the rook on the 3rd rank. And for that, black needs to get rid of at least one of these knights. And that's why the move knight g4 is currently on the board. This knight is happy to trade itself on f6. Sometimes you talk about the superfluous knights. These are not superfluous knights. The knight on e4 is not particularly stable. It's not anchored. And it's not like the knight on f6 doesn't have a job. In this case, it's attacking h5. Therefore, Hikaru wants to get rid of one knight in order to increase his pressure. Knight g4, I think, is a very good move. Both players still have plenty of time, only 12 moves until time control. And here there's a bunch of moves for black. You could take on g4, you could go bishop d8 as the engine wants to do, just to give the rook more space. Right. Not a clear plan that I can find for black to improve his position. On the other hand, you look at the position that black has right now, ultra solid. Difficult to make any headway on the queen side or on the king side, as all of black's pawns are very nicely defended.
Just to play devil's advocate for a moment, it seems to me like this move knight g4 is connected with the move f2, f4. So if we see a move like a5, a4.
Let's put it on the board. Black just played by the move a5, so a4 is a logical follow-up, yes.
Right, and then if you take on f6, knight f6, now there's no knight g3, and therefore I'm thinking white wants to play f4.
I think this is potentially where we're headed. Now, I cannot take on f4 because this is just devastating, right?
Whoops, yeah.
And this is where prophylactical thinking comes into play. What is prophylactical thinking? Is when you use prophylaxis, the idea that you're going to play against your opponent's threats. You're going to preempt what your opponent wants to do. And that would be the move bishop d8 here. And I think that's why bishop d8 is very highly considered by the computer. Because when you take, yes, f4 is, well, f4 is still on top, but what's the difference? I have defended my pawn on e6. This is prophylactical thinking. What does my opponent want to do with the previous move? Yasser, you said it yourself. Knight takes f6, knight takes f6, f4. This is how Hikaru wants to break into position.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to put my bishop on d8 so that I can take on f4, and now my queen is not attacking on e6 because my rook is defending. Now, does the game go on? The game goes on, right? Nothing lost. Knight takes f4. You still have pressure against the pawn, so you go e5, you lose control of d5. Is that enough for the pawn? Do you go queen f7 instead? The game flares anew, but it makes more sense for black than in the position with a4. And of course, Duda, he's kind of good at chess. Bishop d8 played.
Wow. Great stuff. And this is, again, I mean, this is the key game of the round because, again, we do feel that the game between Alireza and Ding Liren is still headed towards a draw. Jan, thanks to his draw, are again just an absolutely masterful play by Nepo as he really put his signature on this event. Maybe the event of his career. Really, it was just that good. I mean, just everything went so well for him. as he's unassailable. And with the 2 games remaining, Dingler in bishop e2 to b5. Trying to get my head around that last move by
In the
Ali
few
Reza.
minutes that I've been gone, I come
Yes.
back and Nepo is the champion.
Yes. Yes.
And-
But Eric Rosen, by
Oh,
the
yes,
way, it took your place, and
Of
he was very
course.
apologetic. And I said
No.
he should have been. I mean, I much preferred you sitting next to me.
Thank
than,
you,
Who let that guy in? Who let that guy in here?
I just want to mention that guess who was right?
So shameless. It's just like, I don't understand how you actually sit behind that desk and say that. Nepo with like a 14-point lead in a 2-round tournament, and she's like, you know what?
She comes in
Nepo.
at the
Team
halfway
Nepo.
score.
I
Nepo
just
was
felt bad.
leading.
Nobody picked the poor guy.
Oh,
It
good
was
point.
just a-
Good point. Yeah.
The poor guy is right now drowning in
What?
champagne somewhere in Madrid. He is now, for a second time in a row, challenger. He might not even be the challenger because we don't know who he's playing, but he will at least be participating in the World Championship match. What a situation for Nepo, where he takes all of these haters from Dubai, and let's be honest, he gained a lot of these haters for his play over the board, deservedly.
Right.
This was a terrible World Championship match.
Sure.
It was one of the most forgettable ones that we've had in a while. And he comes in with the opportunity to rectify this ship, to say, I belong, and I'm going to do it better this time.
Exactly.
This was such a great performance by Jan Nepomniachtchi. We see where the round was starting today. And over there in Madrid, thanks to Nastia for sharing all of these. Man, what a great performance by Nepo. What a way to finish the event. Just cruised through the entire thing. When you talk about candidates tournaments, you rarely talk about people cruising through it.
Right.
But Nepo was just on a different level.
Yes, he really, really was. The only player to go undefeated. And for chess pros, they put a lot into that type of effort. You win a championship, yeah, well done. You win a championship undefeated, it's a totally different...
Let's not jinx it. He could still lose to me.
Yeah, so far. But he's already secured his first place.
Yes.
And we've got to admire his achievement. It was
Yes.
really
He
something
just did
fantastic.
On the other hand,
Yes.
so we've had a day so far, 2 draws. It's a 4-night. That should also be a draw, unless blunder. But
I don't
even
see
it's hard
blunder.
to blunder.
I'm just thinking that Ali Reza is really looking forward to trying the moment before d4. So we're going to make a move for Dingler. And so Ali Reza is really looking forward to this idea of playing the move rook to d1, where he can menace bishop to c4. And if we could get a position, I mean, it takes some conniving, let's put it like that. But if we could get a position where black is getting tied up in this kind of way, at least he could start to think, should I be playing for b4? Maybe, maybe not. Should I be playing for g6? Maybe, maybe not. But maybe the extra pawn is meaningful. And therefore, we saw the move d4 instead, before white can play rook c1, before white can play rook to d1 and bishop c4. He gets in d4 and ready to meet rook d1 with d3.
So, why did white do this?
Because he's thinking that maybe...
Sorry, my face is because of pawn c3. Why am I helping my opponent get d4? Couldn't I just keep the pawn as c2 and just chill?
Oh yeah, earlier. Again, I don't think white is taking any risks of losing. None at all. You're stuck. What's your next move? Are you gonna move this pawn? Are you gonna move this pawn? Are you gonna move this bishop?
Fair.
So, are you going to move your king? The question I think that Ali Reza is going to ask or answer himself is, what about if I sacrifice my bishop? I have 3 pawns. Okay, check to the king. Where would you like to go, Dorsa? Would you
E6 looks
okay, E6 looks like a good square. Comfy square. Good for you. If I go check.
Let's say I just go king d6.
Okay, and now I go rook here. So this is what Alireza is asking himself. Is he's got 3 connected passed pawns, but this bishop, if this pawn was on h5, it'd be a different story. This bishop is actually really in the way. Strangely enough, it actually turned out to be very, very well placed. So before I, jump to the e5 square and swallow the loss of this pawn, I could maybe preface the move rook e5. Now again, I've got 3 pawns for a bishop. I personally don't think that this I don't think this will be a successful line of play for white. In fact, this pawn is hardly an extra pawn, right? Yes. It's just sort of it makes it difficult. And this pawn is not really a great pawn either. In other words, I might be playing for a loss.
Yeah, that's my point.
by playing the sacrifice. But on the other hand, I don't think, and we'll get Alejandro's take, I don't think that Alireza is taking risk. One question I might ask Alejandro is, how does the computer engine evaluate takes b4? Any
scared.
Chances? I'm scared.
I don't want this position. This is not my fortnight.
This is not your easy draw. Alejandro?
It's a bit playing for a loss.
It is.
Yeah, the problem is, I think pawn takes b4 is just a draw, but I think I'd rather take black. The problem, I think, is d3. And then you have to solve some tactical issues. The engines still say it's holdable, but you gotta...
I want to take the pawn.
Yeah, but then I got e3.
Ooh.
I see your idea. You can take, and this is defended. But this bishop is helping this pawn. After e2, you just don't defend.
Correct.
Ouch.
So pawn takes d3 starts asking salient questions. Is this a draw? The engines say yes, but I mean, you got to go down the variations. I think the moment you get here, you stop calculating. You're like, I'm done calculating. That's not going to work. So CD, I think, presents some risk for white. The moment you untangle my king,
right,
so that it can run to c3 in some variations, I think I'm a little scared. The engines already say that you got to play rook d1, d3, and for 0-0, just take on d3. Oof. Play the move c4, and black can't do anything, white can't do anything either. Just keep the rook on the 3rd rank. This bishop's not going anywhere. Mm-hmm. Even if it was, where is it going? And you're never going to get, it's just a draw. Like bishop takes d3, 0-0-0-0. If you go king h1, I was trying to make the worst move on the position. I still don't know how black wins. The engine says decisive advantage, but it gets stuck at some point. I haven't figured out how you win this as black. I was even trying to go like rook takes b5 here. Of course, nobody's going to play king h1. Mm. But this was kind of my point. How dangerous does this get? I have a bunch of pawns. I get my king to c5. This is passed. Engine 0-0, of course. Nobody's going to play king h1 ever. I think that you go rook d1 and you give up the piece, but then that's the end of your winning attempts as white.
Right.
If you don't play rook d1 and you don't play c takes d4, though, I'm not really sure why you've encouraged me to do all of these things as black. Again, I expect something like this to just completely hold. You go king e7, but you're really stuck, right? I can play, I think, rook f1, rook d1 back. Right. Even if you get your pawn to d2, you're not making progress.
Right.
But who's playing for a win?
See, that's my point. Can someone explain to me why c3 happened for white?
I thought we explained that c3, you're trying to prepare this idea of bishop b5 and c4.
But why?
I mean, is it a good idea? That's a different question.
Why can't I just chill with my bishop? Just go bishop back.
Because he's playing for a win. I mean, white's playing for a win.
White played 4-knight. I think my brain is going error.
But you got a point, and Alireza does this very often, right? You see the positions changed, and you try for something. Is he overreaching? That's the difference, right? That's where the question is. I don't know. I'd rather take black. I was gonna take black from the beginning of the endgame anyway, but I still don't think he's like overstepped or anything. He's well within drawing reaches. Well within.
If I was a betting woman, I would have bet he's going to shoot himself in not fun places right now.
Right. But you were pointing out what I thought was a really, really fun ending. Our friend Jonathan Mestel always liked these dragon variations where he could sacrifice a rook for like
5 pawns.
like 4 and 5 pawns. But you had a position there that I really liked, Alejandro, which went b4.
Yes.
d3.
Yes.
I take the pawn. You go here.
Okay.
I go here. You go here. I go here. You go rook a8. I take a pawn. Yay. You make a queen.
Oh, Black's running out of pawns.
Yes, he is. And I just, like had this flash of, 3 connected passed pawns. But again, it makes such a difference that this pawn on h3 is not working. I get 4 pawns for a rook.
But are you playing for a win or for a draw?
No.
You're playing for the loss.
I think I'm playing for a loss.
The more
here.
you analyze positions for white,
if
you kill the game or you play for a loss. And
Right.
I think at this point, in this kind of endgames, you eventually get to this intersection. Like you can mess around with the position, you can mess around with the position. But at some point, especially when these guys start rolling, you start to figure out what is your risk factor here, right? How much are you willing to risk in this particular position? Objectively saying, this is an acceptable risk, this is an unacceptable risk. The variation that you showed, to me, seems like an unacceptable risk because I'm playing for 2 results as white, and neither of them is winning. So, the rook sometimes wins. The rook will sometimes overpower the 3 pawns.
Sure.
But the pawns are not going to promote. They're just not. So why go for that line, right? And I think that's what the youngster is considering right now. Now let's go to the other game.
Okay.
At the moment, rook d3 played. We had a few moves. Knight g4, we saw bishop d8. Expected and good. Knight takes f6, only move is knight takes. Don't take with the bishop because the knight on e4 needs defense.
Right.
Rook d2. Okay.
Rook d2.
Logical, but I guess he wants to play rook d1, all right? Let's let him do that. I like knight d7, returning the knight to good scores. I also like that this bishop can hint to go to g5. Exploit the fact that this rook's on d2. I like this.
Okay.
Rook f d1, bishop g5 played. And rook d3 this is the current situation on the board. The engines are saying decisive black advantage because b5.
Ooh, decisive black advantage?
Not the biggest, it's like 1.7, but...
And we've got b5 on the board.
Yeah, I guess... Well, you can't take. This is the big issue. I assume this wins. Yeah, this wins. Double attack, you don't have d2 available. So what do you do here?
Bishop a3?
Yeah, but the change of structure, right?
After b4, yeah.
This has to favor black. Getting this pawn all the way to b4 must favor black.
Yeah, I think that's a huge success, actually, for black to have already gotten that in.
And with the tempo, right?
Right.
And with the tempo.
Could we go back to the position where, with the bishop on d8, why didn't Hikaru play f4 in that position where they had just traded knights? F4, you take on f4, I assume. I can take on f6. That secures, that locks in my knight on g6. You can never challenge the knight. I'll go rook takes, and I want to go rook e4 and try to force e6, e5. How does a computer assess?
Better for black. Not much.
For black.
0.6, 0.7.
Damn.
But better for black. It is a pawn, and perhaps you are playing a bit of hope chess that you're going to force that pawn to move. It is pretty behind enemy lines, and rook c5 will remind you that you have an h-pawn.
So that after rook e4...
Rook e4, I'll just defend this guy. Actually, doesn't even defend it. It goes rook g5.
Doesn't even defend it.
Doesn't even defend it. Because if you take on e6 here, check. Takes on h5 is mate, right?
Ouch.
So you're getting mated here.
Good point.
So you don't have time to do any of these things. Perhaps that's why Hikaru didn't see those variations as favorable.
Okay.
Now, the more pertinent question to what Hikaru is doing is that after rook d2, knight d7, you kind of see this bishop coming. And here, maybe you play f4.
Okay.
Maybe here you play f4. Rook d1, the Angels really didn't like because of this sequence. That after bishop g5, you've gotten rid of your control over f4. You can't play f4 as white. You don't have enough defenders. And the moment this rook moves, b5 is such a difficult move to meet.
Rook c2 is...
Yeah, rook c2 is just so strong, right? And
Right.
I mean, I think I'm taking that pawn. I think if you leave it for free, I'll take that pawn.
Well, that was why I was playing bishop a3, just to try to close
But what
the
else?
c file.
What else do you have? I think you have to.
Right.
I think you have to play bishop a3. What's Hikaru planning here?
Rook.
It's
I'll
such
tell
an
you.
ugly move, though. Bishop
Okay.
a3 is such an ugly move. Give up c5. Giving up 2 tempi to give up the c5 square is unnatural. You do it out of necessity.
Right.
But he might be pigeonholed into it right now,
No,
because if you don't
Alejandro.
attack d6, what do you do?
I've been doing a little bit of calculation in my head. Could we get standing for a minute? So if my calculation is working, let's say Naka loses. Let's say Ding wins the way Firouzja is playing. Poor kid. And then
I mean, that's a big if, yeah.
And then Ding and Naka are playing together.
Yeah.
Let's say the way Firouzja is playing, Fabi wins. Let's say Ding runs out of luck, he loses. We get another 3-way 7.5 for Fabi, Ding, and Naka. Is my math correct?
That your math is correct on that one. There's more than one way in which we can
And
get,
then we use
at
the
least before the round
Sonnenberg-
started.
Sonnenberg-Berger
Sorry.
tie-breaking system.
Jeez.
Who has a higher name? Whose name is more alphabetically
Yeah,
relevant?
exactly.
Oh, so yeah, that's. So you asked what Naka is doing? Naka is
gonna-
giving his countryman another shot.
I'm gonna give.
No, come on.
I'm gonna go with Fabi on the alphabet there.
Yeah, it's-
B5. Take us
Man.
through the ramifications once again of Bishop A3. Again, I'm breaking through on D6, so you certainly don't have the right to take and allow rook take. So I'm thinking you play B4. I go back. Yeah, you can post up knight C5, and for the moment your pawns aren't really moving anywhere.
Well, move them first. Go e4 first.
At what moment?
Right now.
Right now, E4 first. Okay, I was kind of going across anyway.
Just keep them moving.
D5?
It's the same issue. You don't have c takes d5. We already know this. C takes d5 runs into rook c2. It just wins a piece. You
Exactly.
can't take. So now I'm establishing my center. Now I'm threatening to play knight or bishop to f6 and start consolidating my position.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just kind of stopped myself here because it feels like I'm coffee housing,
There's comp.
freewheeling here.
There's comp. The question is, this isn't a coffee house game. This is the candidates.
True.
Is this really going to work? We've seen attacks that people start sacrificing some material. It just don't pan out.
Right,
And this one, it is an exchange, and it's not a whatever exchange. This is a full exchange.
right.
Once you get that pawn on g5, it's still a full exchange.
I feel that this is a game where nerves, the ability to control and remain calm is going to be so critical. And what plays into that is the time pressure.
Yes.
Dorsa, how are is time trouble going to be impactful in this game?
Well, from what I've seen, Nepo has 32. Naka has 32, and
Minutes, that's a lot, yeah.
Duda has 27 minutes, and they both need like 8 more moves. So I don't think time pressure is going to be too big of a deal. But in the other game,
In the other game between Ali Reza and
yes.
Ding Liren? Yeah.
I mean, they're also very close to time control, and they did go down this line.
Of
Ali Reza
sacrificing,
has
piece
8
sacrifice,
minutes. Ding has 50.
Right.
Again, I mean, they're very close to move 40. I don't think anything is going to change.
Where
but
they will get their
I'm
second
just
type
still
control.
not over the fact that 4 knight led to this. I'm sorry. I'm just a little.
You can never lose it as white. You can never
Ah.
lose it because your bishop is trapped. Your bishop
Fair.
is just trapped. I'll put my king, for example, on f1, and I can go king f1, king e2, and your bishop can't move out. Your king is not going to, okay, imagine that you gave yourself a lot of moves. You would have to move your king all the way here. Then you'd have to move your bishop out of the way. Then you'd have to move your king in.
That feels
and you
like a
still, yeah, exactly. And you still haven't, crossed into my camp. So in a sense, your bishop is playing a great defensive role. Your king is playing a great defensive role. And your rook will, keep my rook tied up. So I don't think White's taking any risks. But on the other hand, if he wanted to use his extra pawn, I don't think he did it in the right way. I think you said it already, Alejandro, but just to confirm, this feels like 000s to me. The first time I'll agree with a computer on a 000 score.
Yep.
Yep.
We'll take that. Thank you, Alejandro.
You're welcome. You're very welcome for that analysis.
All right. Well, look at
You know, he chirps in, you know, like you make this wonderful, you know, Gettysburg Address kind of speech, and he goes,
gives
"You're
a thumbs
right."
up.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh,
Well
you're
done.
right, you're right. What do you want me to add? I'm just telling you, the engines agree with everything that you've said, Yasser. It's a 0-0. You can play c4, you can also give a check. It really does not matter.
Okay.
As long as you get this move c4 in. Which you will. You can't really play king d5. You can. But then this position becomes wild. This one we play for 3 results because you don't get c3 immediately. And your king is not on the right side of the board. Now, is that necessary? No. You can just play the move c4, which was played in the game, immediately. And that's it. That's pretty much it. You can go rook e5 at some point, risk it for the biscuit. It should end in a draw no matter what. You're going to run out of pawns as black, but you don't really queen these guys either, especially since the king is on the king side.
Right.
You're not really going to promote the g pawn, definitely not promoting the h pawn. Who are you promoting? You're going to have to play rook d5, take this guy. You have a bunch of pawns, but they take forever. Engines say 0-0. That is nobody's surprise. There's several ways to do it. For white, you can just move back and forth with the king. No real reason, or you can give checks with rook d3. Nothing to do about that.
Right.
But if you want to play for a win, you can play rook d5. The engines say it's okay. You can play for a win with rook d5. It won't change the outcome of the game.
Okay. Do you have that in Farsi?
What word?
Risk it for the biscuit?
Thinking.
Risk it for the biscuit? I haven't heard that.
I don't know where I picked that one up.
You know, VAR has had a lot of these fun little. I know that there's a loosey goosey. There was a biscuit. I've heard a lot of these through my teammates who heard it through VAR, or so. Please correct me if I'm.
Risk it for the biscuit. You heard it here first, folks. After b5, let's jump into the game of Hikaru, where really all of the action is at. Alejandro, you scared me there with this blunder alert, rook d1 move by Hikaru, and you're saying that the engines really like black and the extra pawn.
Yeah, I mean, it's a game.
Okay.
But it is a game that I think everybody would take black in. The pawn starts becoming more and more relevant. You get all your pieces to the correct squares. What's white's take, right? I get b4, knight c5, especially when I get queen f7 in.
Right.
I think
that's
once you
the
get
consolidating move. Yeah.
That's a consolidating move. If I can play queen f7 with this pawn defended,
yeah,
everything is secure. You don't get in f4, I get queen f5 in, I get pressure on h5. That's kind of the key. If I can remaneuver my pieces in a way that you're no longer attacking my pawn on d6, that's the end of your counterplay. Because you're not playing for f4. It's very hard to achieve in this position. Right. This knight is between annoying and stuck. You're not really sure which one it is, right? The knight on g6, it's annoying because knight takes e5 is a threat. It's controlling a lot of squares around my king, but it's not coming back.
Right.
And it's not participating directly with any other piece. For the moment, yes, with the pressure on e5, I can play d5, annoying again, but it's doing something immediate, not so clear to the engines. Hikaru on a deep think. After the move b5, I wouldn't be surprised if he's shaking his head, because I think it'll start to dawn on him that this maneuver of rook d2, rook d3, rook d1 first took too much time, and second, tactically, he's played bishop a3. Second, tactically, it's forcing him to shed even more tempi to his opponent.
Right. Sorry, at times when I get in positions like Hikaru is in right now, well, I kind of look for a parachute, pull the ripcord, get me out of here. Sometimes that involves a sacrifice. Is queen f3 completely ridiculous? The idea is that if you take the pawn, yes. I was planning to sacrifice my queen, take on d6, because on a good day, if I can ever play rook takes d7 and bishop takes e5, again, I feel like I'm freewheeling, kind of coffee housing it here. But was there a bailout solution like that? We know bishop a3 has been played.
The engines are starting to wonder why we play chess.
You know, Alejandro,
It says
Get out of here.
It says -7.
Get outta
What
here.
on earth? Like what? No.
Not working.
You're like dead lost. So rook takes d6.
Yeah.
Every move wins, but
Every move.
wins. Like every move wins. Queen e4 is minus. But if you want to be precise about it,
Be precise me.
rook. This is just winning,
I take it.
and I go c3.
Oof.
Oh,
So much for your
I
threats.
don't get to play bishop e5 and rook g7 mates.
You get to play nothing.
I get to play nothing.
I mean, it's just dead, right?
Yeah, it is.
We don't have to look at this.
No.
remember
that's
when you
good enough.
mentioned that Fritz used to laugh at the moves when the move was bad?
Yeah, that was like a terrible programmer idea.
I thought that was fun. It would crush the spirit of anybody who wanted to use engine. There you go, problem solved.
Yeah, problem solved. Yeah, this doesn't work at all. Bishop a3 on the board because there is no alternative. You cannot allow black to take on c4. You gotta force the move b4.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because d6 is an even bigger threat. Losing c4 is not as relevant as losing d6. I assume the move b4 comes on the board. I cannot imagine another move. Something to be said about d5, but I think you kind of give up that idea pretty quickly.
Right.
You can't imagine. So I expect b4 to come on the board pretty soon. Fascinating struggle, still an extra pawn for black. Doesn't mean it's a one game, but it does give advantage black.
Okay. And in the other game, Alireza did try to play the move rook d5, and that got quickly answered by the move king g6. Yes, you're welcome to munch this pawn and this pawn, but I'm not going to give up this pawn without some work. Rook takes b3. Alireza could just return. Sorry, Dorsa,
Oh,
jump
no,
right
no,
in,
no.
please.
I just want to be funny here and say rook d6, king h5, rook h6, checkmate.
Yes, of course. Those are always beautiful checkmating
Yeah.
patterns that will win you points in a puzzle rush. I promise you, they will show you that
Yeah,
pattern.
that's just-
I'm assuming the king will just drop back and and we do have some moves on the board.
Yeah, I
So
believe
Alireza did make this whole bishop sacrifice, hoping that he was going to win, and he's played rook takes c5 and rook takes b3 on the board. Still, I'm assuming, again, just triple zeros across the whole spectrum here.
First
Alejandro?
question,
Yep.
can I eat the other pawn?
You can also give
Okay.
it doesn't matter. The threat of rook g3, rook f3 is so dangerous for white.
Right. This is how we lose.
Yeah. And here you're still on time. Even here you're still on time, but you're still wondering why.
Why? Because
Doing
I'm
this-
flirting
with
the danger.
disaster, right? Yeah.
So, which is why he played check.
Now, can I keep checking?
Yes,
Yeah, I think that's what you're going to end up
precisely.
doing.
That's what he's going to do, is keep checking.
Okay.
And black, on the other hand, does not want to see that f5 pawn disappear.
Especially not with a check.
And,
yes.
and especially not with a check. So,
So
for
you're
example,
not crossing over to the f
do
rank.
not play for a win with some egregiously bad move like king f8, because that will cost you the pawn with a check.
And now white has 4 pawns, let's say, for the piece when I take f5 and a5.
Yeah, no
And-
losing chances, and suddenly, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I expect this to be a perpetual right now, right
Exactly, on the board. Again, we'll return to Hikaru's game because, again, we didn't really kind of complete our thought, which was that bishop back to b2 kind of seems to encourage e4, in d4, and there's always this rook c2. The more I'm looking at it, Alejandro, I hate my bishop on b2. I feel like I'm constantly a target for the rook coming to c2. Does bishop c1 in any way change the eval?
Yeah, it makes it worse for white.
That's my fear.
Yeah, so the problem is that this bishop, even though it's kind of locked in,
Right?
it is, let's call it spiritually preventing me from putting the pawns on light squares.
Yeah.
Because I give up the entire diagonal. What happens the moment that you give up the bishops? That I take and I'm much happier to advance on the center. And since I can do it immediately,
With
there-
e4.
with
yeah.
e4, taking advantage of the fact that takes runs into this fork,
Right.
you do it immediately. And when the rook moves, I don't know, rook d1, whatever, I followed up with d5, taking advantage, again, of tactics. Your rook on c1 is hanging no matter where the rook on d3 went. Your rook on c1 is hanging, which means I can follow it up with d5. I have a pass pawn already on d5, which is currently defended. It was extra, controls a lot of squares. The knight comes to f6 in a much safer route. I don't have to worry about this bishop on g5 getting trapped via f4 or having to return to the game. I don't think that you...
Frustrating.
Yeah, it's a little frustrating, but I don't think that you can exchange bishops as white. I think you have to stick it back on b2.
Okay, continue. Bishop b2, e4.
Yeah, which is not forced, right? You can start with knight c5. I think most humans do that.
So where's my rook going?
G3.
Rook g3.
Yeah. Actually, the engine wants to take on e4, but I don't think anybody's doing that.
And sacrifice the exchange.
Yeah, again, it does think black is on the verge of winning, so it does engine-like resources to try to hold the evaluation back. It's not what the humans do. It's not how you assess this position. Humans are very afraid of what we call permanent advantages. Some things are temporary advantages, and you can try to get your way out of things. Initiatives, potential double attacks, potential threats, temporary advantages. Permanent advantages like an exchange, it's for the rest of the game. So you are very, like a pawn, you're very not happy about giving it up. So queen takes e4, not a very human approach to chess. Rook g3 is the human approach, I think. d5 has to be played. It's the only way to secure the pawn on e4. Again, if you play d4, you do have to follow it up with d5. You take advantage of the problems on c2. You could sacrifice the exchange here. It's still what the engine wants to do. Probably a better way to do so than in the previous move. Okay. And now you have to find queen d2. You play queen g4. The engine just says, you know what? Keep taking stuff. No problems on the king side. It looks a little bit challenging. There's rook takes d7 and h6. There's queen takes g5 and h6. There's h6 immediately. Engines don't care. Decisive advantage black, already minus 3.4, going even further. Meanwhile, the Ding Alireza game is over as we more or less expected. Check, check, check on c7 and c6. No reason for the youngster to risk any more than he has. He took it to the verge.
Oh, yes, he did.
But this is the end. This is the end. Really, you cannot risk any more than this. You can't start taking on a5 and give up the f4 pawn. Ding Liren also should not cross into the f-file. That's why the engines give 0-0. The players think so as well. And the game is over. Clear second place right now for Ding Liren, depending on the game of Hikaru.
And for Hikaru's fans, they're saying a score today would be magnificent, but they're beginning to sweat that their guy is losing, and it may require tomorrow that Hikaru wins. And once again, reminding everyone that Hikaru plays against Ding Liren, but Hikaru will have black. Is that right?
That sounds right.
Yep. That
sounds right.
Here it comes.
It's a big deal at this level.
We got the round 14 coming up.
Beautiful.
There it is. Ding Liren. If he goes into tomorrow's game with a half a point lead, wow.
I mean, with white, right?
Right?
That's the thing. That's the big thing. That's why Hikaru's trying so hard today.
Exactly.
He wants that half point for himself because he knows he's black. He knows that his repertoire is very solid. He knows his repertoire is vulnerable in positions where he needs a win.
Right.
He doesn't want to need a win. He wants to be able to come into the game tomorrow comfortable, that a draw is okay.
Dorsa, when you missed the first half of the event, we were genuflecting on the fact that Ding Liren was in the cellar.
Oh my God, he was, yes.
You know, the whole first half. He had lost his opening game with the white pieces against Nepo, and things weren't going better. Then suddenly had a 3-0 run, and he could be in second place, potentially playing for a world championship match. This is a phoenix rising from the ashes. It was really, really, really bad, but he's turned the ship around completely. It's a remarkable tournament.
It does feel like a Cinderella story.
It does. It really, really, really does. And once again, here's our standings with three games completed, Dorsa.
Thank you, Yasser. Well, Nepo has won. Congratulations to him.
Absolutely.
Ding is in clear second for the moment, with Fabi and Radjabov also having completed their games.
Right.
And Naka's game is still ongoing, but
and is it ongoing, guys? I gotta interrupt you. B4 not play.
Whoa! What?
B4 not play. Let's go, guys.
D5.
Wait.
D5.
Wait.
No waiting. Let's see what happens here. D5 on the board. C takes D5 is forced, right?
Yes, of course.
All right. Then I assume Rook C2.
Bishop d6. Bishop d6. You're not trapping my bishop. Bishop d6. Come on.
So the idea is that if the queen, what is the idea here? If the queen goes somewhere,
then you go b4.
Even this, the engines are like,
what's going on?
d takes e6 still possible? Remember, this is a check.
Knight f6. I stopped here.
Yeah.
I missed rook d7.
Oy, oy, oy.
He kind of goes on.
Whoa, what is going on suddenly?
The engine says 0-0.
Queen c5?
Queen c.
I mean, the bishop on a3 is trapped, which is why I was so happy about slapping down the move bishop d6 a time ago.
It's craziness.
d5 was a crazy move by Duda. What was d5? Hamana.
It's quite interesting. I'm seeing Naka's face, and he's thinking, and he's like shaking his head, and he's like
what?
Moving his hands, like
what happened?
Thank you.
What's going on? Okay, so once again, hold on. I think you kind of got me sidetracked there. Take on d5.
Yes.
Let's go for it.
Now, recapturing's ridiculous. That would just allow my rook to take a pawn and attack your. You have to play the move rook c2.
Clear.
I drop the bishop in. Bishop to d6. Now, you can take my queen, I'll take your queen, and at the end of that trade, we have to look at e4?
Even ed and knight f6 maybe?
Sorry, let's put it on the board for just a second. So takes, and then ed and knight f6, you said?
I guess, right? I mean, you have to look at it. e4 you have to look at as well.
But here,
Can I start eating?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes,
It's about lunchtime.
yeah, exactly. But where should we start eating? Should we start eating b5 or maybe e5?
Maybe go b5 first, because I don't think e5 is going somewhere just yet.
And it's terrible that we can't leverage our knight towards a checkmate
That would be so nice.
Rook to e8. But this feels like it has to favor white.
Nah, 0-0.
Come on. Come on.
We're shocked in the commentary booth.
Exactly. For those of you who weren't here for it, it was fantastic at the Grand Chess Store in Bucharest. Shaq won a game, I think it was against Nepo, where he was just like unbelievably fortunate. Like Nepo kept missing good move after good move after good move. Shaq comes into the studio and says, yeah, hey guys, I'm feeling really good. I think I played a really good game today. And then it was demonstrated that he was lost on one move. He goes, oh, really? And then another one comes. And he goes, oh, come on! I mean, he had enough. Come on. So, let's go. Takes on d5. Uh-oh. So, Anastasia asked Magnus, are you going to play Nepo? Magnus, are you going to play Nepo?
We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see.
Good for him.
Good for him. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we're going to see you on the other side of this break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament. We are in round 13, and we have 3 games already in the record books. 1 game remains. That's the one between Hikaru and Duda, as you see there. But Jan, Nepo, winner.
Our champion.
Our champion, our challenger, as he is unassailable with 9 points. Dingler in at the moment in the clubhouse with 7, waiting the outcome of Hikaru's game. But this is what it's all about, Dorsa, becoming the challenger to the world champion. And our congratulations for Jan for playing an absolutely, absolutely marvelous tournament game. All eyes now on the game between Hikaru and Duda. When we were leaving, we were just in this position where we felt that after the move d5, d4, bishop b2, e4 by Duda, he would be taking over the game. After all, he is a pawn to the good at the moment, but he came up with a howler, a mistake. He played the move d5, which allowed this intermezzo move, bishop d6. Seems like he missed this move because like he reacted in a very strange way. There was a queen trade, and now he reacted in another very strange way. He played the move knight c5, which is okay. And then came the move d6, intimating that I'm ready to play d7. And then Duda immediately took his move back, knight d7, which definitely gives advantage white now. A big, big turnaround. Instead, Duda had to play knight takes d3.
Yes.
What else? You're going to play d7. This rook moves. This knight gets captured. And sure, I agree, this pawn is scary. You're going to promote the pawn, but don't forget that I have a bishop on g5. So that after you take, at the end of the day, you have 2 pieces, a bishop and knight versus rook. But look at this. Actually, this is the scary pawn, the A pawn, and I think it would be up to white to try to challenge to make a draw from this position. Yep. It didn't happen. None of this happened. I'm really stunned by the move knight d7. I think this just gave advantage to Hikaru. He's taken and put his bishop on b4, and this is huge. Alejandro, this pawn on I'm looking at this pawn on d6, and I'm thinking, if I was in white shoes, I'd be thanking my lucky stars. It's all the difference in the world.
Absolutely. Hikaru is in a dominant position with this pawn on d6. It's crazy to go knight c5 and not go knight takes d3, and it must have been it must have been some serious lap in Duda's mind here, because he must have felt that he was compelled to play something along the lines of knight takes d3, and then on d7 that he had to actually stick the rook on d8 or something. I don't know. I don't know what he missed.
Instead of knight c5, because this, I mean, I agree. This is just
okay.
Instead of knight c5, could you just take the pawn, maybe?
Yeah, sure. We analyzed this before we went on break. Yes. Rook takes d5, knight f6. We didn't give it to any real conclusion. The engines think that this is okay for black, but perhaps white is the one pulling the punches, but still with an acceptable margin.
Yeah, just like having that pawn on d6 is just so. What is it? A thorn in my eye? I think that's the
thorn in the eye.
English expression.
Yeah, well, a snake on the throat. But you're absolutely right. Knight c5, d6, knight d7, no question about it. The presence of this pawn, and now even worse, you know, the extra pawn, first of all, is not extra. In fact, these pawns are weak, and I do believe we have rook takes e2, bishop b4. Duda is facing real, I want to say, I mean, he's on the verge of losing.
He's not just because of the position itself, but the trend.
Right.
What's Duda done to his position in the last couple of moves?
He's ruined it almost completely.
Imagine his state of mind right now. He had a good position. He's had a horrible tournament.
Right.
Horrible event. not put together 2 and 2 together in many games. And yet again, he sits in a position where 3 moves ago, he must have thought, I'm up a pawn.
I'm better.
I'm better. In the worst case scenario, I can give it back for equality. 3 moves later, he's here,
Right.
on the verge of defeat. Bring yourself back together into the game in a position of the tournament where it doesn't matter anymore. If he finishes in his mind 5th or 8th, what's the difference?
Right.
To be fair, I really did enjoy his nice maneuver earlier in the game, but that was kind of about it.
Knight c6 all the way to f8 to g5 to e4.
And it's the same knight.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
It's the knight on e4 that took on f6.
Man, that knight just gotta stay. Just let that boy sit.
Having said all of this, could you give me an engine eval at the moment? It
It's
sure feels
only 1.5.
only.
Which to me is a bit surprising. I thought it was going to explode into higher stratospheric reaches.
Me
Rook
too.
c3, Rook c7 is such a compelling threat.
Right.
So direct and so strong that I'm surprised the engine is finding a way to survive. It wants to play e4.
Okay.
It always wants to play e4, but it does encourage
Rook c3.
Rook c3. And now it wants to play Rook d8 again, barely holding on to the skin of its teeth because Rook c7 does come anyway. And it moves the knight, says because knight d5 exists in so many positions, you have
d5.
a hope. But it's still rough. You know, a check here, knight c6 pushes the rook away. I think eventually you're going to have to sacrifice an exchange. The thing is, if you get moves like e3 and you can play knight g4, perhaps you get some compensation at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So, but he still has to make 2 moves, and he has a minute of 30.
How much time?
A minute 30.
Ooh.
And by this point, it's a minute 20.
And taking and versus Hikaru's.
12 minutes.
Okay, so no problem for Hikaru.
And Hikaru only has 1 move to make.
Ooh, you're right. He just,
Well, I mean, I can almost see him reaching for his hand and pre-moving Rook c3, and or pre-moving d6, d7 should that knight ever move away from d7.
so practically, what do you think is a safe choice?
He played bishop d8.
He played bishop d8 already.
It is one of the
with
top
the
engine moves.
idea of bishop b6. You were talking about counterplay. I liked your idea of counterplay with e4 and e3. That felt much more direct. This feels like...
Rook c3 is coming. You can't really do much about it, and...
Yeah, this is kind of funny, though. I can almost drop in on the f7 square. For example, I could give you a check, right? Let's just put that move on the board for just a second. Now, I see that your bishop's coming here. And I'm thinking, I would love to play rook c7, but equally, there's something I find very attractive about getting my rook to the d7 square, because in that case, let's just put a move on the board. It's a bad move, and forgive me. The idea is that I'm in a sense, I'm guarding the pawn on f2, and I'm also ready to hit something like with knight g6. I'm ready to hit the knight on d7. I think in Hikaru's shoes, right here, right now, I'm soaring. I have to keep calm, my nerves. But in this moment, Hikaru must be thinking, I have the best chance I've ever had in this tournament.
This is his time to shine.
Right?
This is Hikaru's time to shine. He's put himself in a position where if he wins with white, what a chance he has at second place, and he starts wondering, is what Magnus saying real? And that is what must be going through his mind. He needs to finish his game strong. Exactly. He needs to finish it well. If he wins today, what a huge chance he has. Just needs to hold tomorrow against Dinglerin to claim second. Whether that is going to amount to anything, that is for the future to decide.
Sure.
He needs to finish this game well in order for that future, potential future, to matter at all for him. You were right, Yasser. In this position after move 97, it is possible. But it doesn't really concretely put any problems for white after the move king h7. Black's counterplay is going to be
bishop to
b6. And you were mentioning this move, rook here, e4, rook f7.
Right.
But it's still not clear what the rook does immediately because I can kick it out with 95. Yes, d7 looks like it works because rook takes you cannot play.
Right.
But after rook h8, kind of surprisingly, you've invited my knight to d3. And remember, this is hanging in some positions when I kick out your bishop. Not so easy. Also, after knight e7, I know it really is like swallowing a hard pill, but you can take.
And make a light square blockade.
Bake a nice square block. This is a dark square bishop.
Right.
That pawn might get stuck on e7 forever. Not so clear that you can push it forward. Of course, the engines give advantage to white, but much less of an advantage because
remarkable.
You do think that this pawn might get stuck. So how do you make progress here? There's a couple of moves that jump to me. I think the human approach is this. Boom. That's your only active piece.
Let's get rid of it.
Let's get rid of it.
I like that.
I like rook 3d2. Get rid of that stupid rook. It's the annoyance of the century. And then I can start thinking about the move rook c2 to either c6 or c7. Start harassing your pawns. My advantage is not going to go anywhere. Play it slow. I like rook 3d2. That would be my choice. The engines say rook c3 you could look at. Bishop b6.
Rook c7.
And rook c7.
I've been waiting to tell you that.
But you have to calculate a lot here because I have rook takes f2. You cannot take on d7. Rook f7 check picks up that rook.
Fair.
Remember, there's a check here. So you have to make sure that king h2 kind of works. But are you so sure? I know this rook is taboo. You never take the rook. Let me explain why you never take the rook.
I would like that.
If you take right away, I have two threats. One is rook takes d7, and the other one is to promote knight e7 check and knight takes c8. The only way to defend against both is knight b6. But the moment you start looking at this rook landing on d8, or even this move bishop c5, you realize scary, and the engines say dead lost.
Right.
So no big surprise there that taking that rook on c7 will always be taboo, and this is what makes white's chances of converting so huge, that you actually have the access to this square. That just because there's a bishop on d8, it doesn't mean that the square is covered. So bishop d8, I like rook 3d2. The engines think just go for it, forget about it. And then there's the other move that I think is also pretty human. Get out of the threats. Go f3 and defend. But Hikaru goes for it directly. Rook c3 on the board. I'm sure the bishop b6 will play by Duda because I don't see any other moves. If this rook lands to c7 with the bishop still on d8, game over.
Lights out.
So I expect the move bishop b6 will be black's 40th.
Now, after bishop b6, is rook c7 kind of a done deal? Is there anything else?
It probably just transposes back. I think you're running out of resources to defend this guy. I mean, you don't want to play rook f1.
Fair.
No.
No.
No. So you're going to give this pawn up, I think.
Okay.
Well, once again, just
bishop b6 on the board.
Rook c7, rook takes f2.
Yep.
This is our line.
This is forced, right?
Yeah. We're moving our king presumably to h2 or h1. I'm not sure.
Doesn't matter that much.
Okay. And then you've got to more or less play rook f7.
I think rook f7, and then you go check.
Okay. Now you got to give up an exchange because the piece is hanging. Right?
The engines think this is totally won. Like a, oh. I was wondering, why is this so winning? It just goes here, here, and here. You can't do anything about it.
Okay, that was very cute, actually.
Like bishop b6, rook d1.
Yeah, only move that wins, but sufficient.
Followed by rook f1 and rook f8.
That's game. That's it.
That's beautiful.
That's
actually.
beautiful. That's good stuff.
That's a real geometry, that is.
Bishop b6, and Hikaru has plenty of time to figure this out. He's going to sit down on the board. He's going to think out something. Whether he's already done it, I do not know. But he's going to try to figure out how to win by force. Right. He's got the time to do it. He has an hour to figure this out because we just hit second time control.
Exactly. He gets the 60 minutes.
This is the moment. This is the moment Hikaru fans want it.
And when you talk about one of the great skills of Fabiano being a great calculator, I got to throw in Hikaru with that too. I mean, that's really where, in my view, both of those players really excel. Maybe above just maybe Nepo's in that class. Magnus as well, of course. Magnus, it's just something special. But he's definitely looking at rook c3, and he's trying his best to find a win. And with these results that we've just had, Dorsa, the 3 results, let's take a look at our live FIDE ratings. How did today's games impact?
Well, Jan is still, well, I feel like they're pretty much the same, but Firouzja is
Almost to
losing.
2,800. Yeah.
Yeah, Ding. Well, I remember Ding was closer to 28-10, but he dropped a
A
little.
moment ago, right?
Yeah.
He lost that huge game on the day before the rest day.
Giannis is still climbing. I don't think he's. I mean, he's not going to be able to cross 2,800 here, but very, very nice. And Fabi is losing just a little bit. Another one of our.
It's
St.
remarkable
Louis.
with a rating of 2780 and what I would describe as a very disappointing event for Fabiano.
True.
Only nets him a loss of 3 rating points. That seems strange to me, Alejandro. Only a 3 rating point loss despite having a bad...
Well, he's on 50%, right?
Right, but
Okay.
doesn't it feel like, ugh? A
Yeah, of
terrible
course.
result.
I mean, if you're a Fabi fan, this is like the biggest
Yep.
disappointment ever when you have a +3 score in round 7 and in round, what is this, 13? We finished round 13 on 50%.
Right.
There was this half of the tournament when it went really, really wrong. When is the last time that Fabiano loses 3 games without scoring
4.
something in between?
Right.
It's incredible. And we're talking about a Fabiano that was surging, the one that was on Nepo's heels. If this result is Hikaru wins today, no matter what happens tomorrow, Fabi is not in second place.
Exactly. No, he can't. I mean, it would be impossible.
It would be impossible, mathematically impossible.
Right.
So what a disaster it has been for him because, yeah, he's half a point from Ding. If Hikaru wins tomorrow, he'll be on 7.5. And that's it. Since they play each other, one of them has to reach 8.
Exactly. Exactly.
Wow.
Wow.
Not a good day for Fabi fan club, but I mean,
Good day. Maybe we still have to see. Maybe a good day for the Hikaru fan club.
Yeah, it seems like it.
I mean, again, you did make that brilliant choice in Nepo coming into the second half, but I'm very curious, guys. Who chose Hikaru? Yeah, baby, that's what I'm talking about. Nice choice, Yaz. Thank you. Crickets around here. I mean,
Pat
no,
yourself on the back.
yeah, no voices in my ear, no production, party hats. I mean, and there we have it again.
No,
our
but
current
I'm,
standings with this one game remaining.
I'm also looking. I just realized Fabi has not won a game in the second half.
Exactly. Again, the +3 result in the first half, the undefeated +3 result in the first half, carried him and Nepo. He was nipping on Nepo's heels. I think Nepo finished the first half with +4.
That's right.
Yeah. And there was Fabi, giving chase. And we thought, the second half, what a great event we're having, and then Fabi disappears. Nepo holds his nerves, remains undefeated, and has won the event. But it was really a surprise, a disappointment, a great disappointment to see Fabi fade as he did. By the way, King H2
Played on the
maybe
board.
one of those
Wonderful.
clever intermezzo type of moves. I don't think it really makes a difference if you're planning Rook C7 on your next
Yeah,
turn.
that's what I was asking Alejandro too. Like, what else can White do if not Rook C7? And he told me, like, even if King, it will all kind of transpose into each other. So I'm hoping.
Which kind of begs the question: why exactly in this moment doesn't Hikaru start with the move F2, F3? If Bishop comes to B6 check and you go King H2. You're keeping the pawn. You work. Sometimes you have to work very, very hard to win a pawn, and sometimes you work hard to maintain the pawn. Having said all of this, the more I love what you were saying, Alejandro. Strategic chess. You look around the board and you say, what is my best pieces? What are my opponent's best pieces? Oh, I know. The best piece that black has is this rook on A2. Let's get rid of it. Let's just trade it off and take care of all of the counterplay, and then I'll slowly figure out what to do next. Very surprising to my eyes that Hikaru actually played rook to C3 And, oops, excuse me. I don't think that, I think rook f2 is analysis. King h2 is on the board. But having said all of this, has Hikaru correctly calculated a win with rook c7?
Yeah, looks pretty close to over.
Yeah.
Rook takes f2. It's just that if you don't take on f2, I don't see a move that helps you.
True.
Right.
And where's the help?
And this is the variation where we were calculating that nice rook d1.
This doesn't work.
Geometry, right?
It's very pretty.
Very pretty.
Now, question, after king h2, let's say black doesn't do anything. Like black doesn't take on f2. Do I still go rook c7 or can I just play f3 and keep my pawn?
F3,
Okay.
keep your pawn. But rook c7 one day is on the agenda, right?
I completely agree.
Right?
Is there any way, I don't know, rook a7? Ooh, that looks so ugly though.
Rook a7, I don't have to jump in right away, but I do have f3, rook c6. Nice ways of just prepping further invasion.
It's just waiting death.
It's just winning. Yeah. Essentially, with this decision to play bishop to g5 to d8 to b6, you're kind of committed to grabbing the pawn on f2, don't you feel, Alejandro?
I don't think there's an option. And going down that line that we saw, it doesn't quite work. Let's just continue on your analysis board. Knight e7, take on c7, take on d7. And now I have bishop b8. Now the difference between the other variation and this variation is that this idea of rook d1, it's not on time. In the other variation, the king was on h1.
Ah. Oops, excuse me, because you've
check.
got some check and maybe bishop. So to show our audience the difference, check, say king here. And I'm assuming that you have to stop with this, so you do it like this.
Yeah, and I start pressuring e7.
Right.
Small detail, one tempo detail, but it doesn't work. There are other ways for white to, of course, try. It's just that the direct knight e7 doesn't have that effect anymore.
Because the king is on h2.
Yes.
So the king should have stayed on, should have went to h1.
It's not a should. It just changes the variations that white wants.
Yes.
If they wanted knight e7, they would have put the king on
Yes.
h1. Hikaru's probably going for something different. Now, there are plenty of ways to do it, right? You don't have to play knight e7. You could just play rook b7, get the rook out of dodge. And
True.
Without knight e7.
Yeah, sorry. Another one that I was thinking of just here, it's sort of like, it's positional, right? I mean, if I play king e4, it's positional overkill.
Yeah.
The bishop's dead, the rook's dead, the king can't move, everything's dead. So it's almost like I was thinking, black's only chance of drawing the game is to go e4 check, bishop to e5, and bishop to f6. And if I could get my king to e4, if there was some way, again, obviously e4, bishop, bishop, rook to d8, king f7.
Yeah, not so easy, right?
I'm not getting that positional grip that I wanted.
Yeah, it's probably not so easy for black anymore from this position. So again, I'm not expecting knight e7 if we do go down this line.
Okay.
Sorry, one last look here. If I go here, check, king back, bishop e5 or f4. You can decide later. I take bishop here, rook here, king here. I assume that black can't move.
Okay.
Right? And can I, you know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
Easy peasy, get the pawn to
But why
B8.
can't I move the rook? Like, what is the issue?
Why can't you move the rook?
We'll put it on c8, I don't know. Rook b8, sure.
I thought rook d8.
Rook d8, but I take it.
You know, at one time, there was a tactic. Do they call it in Farsi the X-ray? The X-ray.
I believe so.
Yeah, and I didn't understand this idea of the X-ray, but this is a perfect example. The bishop on g5 does not attack d8, but it does have an X-ray. So in this moment, I'm ready to queen and checkmate, but rook takes and the bishop X-rays.
This was called in Spanish.
In
Rayos
Spanish?
X, X-rays, same thing.
Say it again in Spanish.
Rayos X.
Rayos X.
Nice.
Translates well. I remembered Dos Equis from Mexico, a Mexican beer, but okay.
Most interesting man in the world.
Sorry, you were saying that there's a simpler way for
I didn't say there was a simpler way.
which was to play rook b7.
I think it's just more human. Just get the rook out of dodge, and then you can figure out if knight e7 works.
Well, if knight e7 feels like a huge threat, in fact.
I don't really know what you do against it. Let me put it to the engine. Let's see. Rook takes f2, rook c7, rook f7. All fours, rook b7. All right, one move. I mean, it's +3, so it's very winning.
Oof.
Ouch.
But only one move to kind of survive. King h7, so this doesn't
It's
go
not
with check.
check.
Knight e7 anyway. Bishop c5, somehow not dying just yet. Rook takes, I assume bishop takes c5 somehow holds.
Right.
But takes, rook c7 is the engine's solution. Saying that this knight actually kind of gets caught. If you go this way, d7, right?
Okay.
No problem there. You have to go to a6. But most rook moves, including rook a7, but even just cutting the knight from the positions here and allowing yourself to play d7, knight c6, the edges say it's just over.
Alejandro,
Wow.
I'm looking at Duda's face. He knows it's over. He knows it's very, very over. But I have a very nice question for you.
A very nice question.
Very nice question. So
Very
if I ask you to perform the 3 typical facial expressions of a losing player,
Oh, he's a master.
no, I'm just looking at Duda's face. He's like he's
It's a head
shaking.
shake. And we got this for posterity as well, Alejandro.
Yes.
I get it's a very quizzical look from you.
Give me 3 of them.
No, I'm okay.
No,
So-
we've got pictures
Poor
of
guy.
Hikaru that can do that
Oh, okay.
magnificently well.
I mean, Hikaru is a master chess player, not exactly a master poker player,
No.
even though he's dabbled. And
Should
we're
we-
being told.
Oof. Let's go for
And
that.
by the way, we had been mentioning Fabiano and his phenomenal first half and his line score, Dorsa. This says it all. I mean, those 3 donuts in the second half has killed his chances.
Poor guy. Hopefully he'll end the tournament with a win.
And just think about that very big victory in round 1 he had. Remember, the players from the same country, they should match up as early as possible. He defeated Hikaru
Yep.
in the All-American Derby in round 1.
Yeah, and then he got beaten up in round 8. That's the first big goose egg that he has
That's true.
sent him spiraling. I remember those days when if you had people from the same country, you definitely wanted to separate it. We still have it in the rules, just in case. You don't let people from the same federation play on the last round of the candidates, actually not the last 2 rounds
Oh.
of the candidates, so
Right.
that there is no collusion.
Right.
But trust me,
As you
These
sit,
guys would
these
not.
guys are murderers. What's
Wow.
this? An American should win? No way,
No
not
way.
you, baby.
yeah. This one went all out, right? I mean, Hikaru got defeated in the first half, came back, beat Favi, and that's it. That's all the matches that we have with same players. But it's also happened in the 2021 candidates. Alexenko against Nepo. Nepo just,
Bang.
yeah,
No friendly draws.
no friendly draws whatsoever.
Exactly.
King H2, Duda. Kind of a deep think right now, trying to figure out how to get out of this one.
And I see on your screen you've got a very, very dejected looking Duda as he's just kind of like shaking and like,
Like,
Oh, dear.
Oh, the clear chess
Yeah.
player. Oh, God, I messed
well,
up.
I
son.
mean, he's thinking about his move d5 right here, right now, because a moment ago there was a black pawn on d6. And it was a very, very good black pawn. Let me show you where it was. Yeah, it was right here. He could have played the move b4, driven the bishop back. He could have followed up with knight c5 and or e4, and he's in control. He's got a very nice advantage. Instead, he thought d5 was a cruncher, that it was going to turn the tables decisively in his favor. He had foreseen this position in his mind, anticipated that the move b4 was going to snare this bishop, trap this bishop, and Hikaru put bishop d6 on the board, and then after a queen trade, it's a mess. Hikaru's won his pawn back, maybe Hikaru's a little bit better, and he followed it up with this howler, knight c5, d6, and knight back.
I just think here is like the last thing. If you come to c5 and then next move you're like, no, I'm gonna go back. That's
right.
I don't think there is any comeback after that.
It is weird to play knight d7 here.
It's
really
what we call the Wile E. Coyote moment. So we got the Roadrunner. The Roadrunner, there's this cartoon, and there's this.
I remember that.
Yeah,
yes.
Everybody's seen the Roadrunner. Yeah.
I'm
from Iran.
I mean, it's just kind of explaining. So the idea was the coyote.
Yes,
he would be running, and then he'd be like, "Let's go backwards," right? So the knight comes to c5, pressing forwards to attack the rook. The rook says, "Go ahead, take me. I want to play d7." And then Duda says, "No, I retreat." And so he lost a pawn. He lost tempi, and the tables completely turned. And we're caught up with the players right now. And Duda's sitting there, shaking his head, saying, "How could this pawn not be a black pawn?"
Yep, the poor kid. I mean, it's not like he had the best tournament of his life.
No, he did not.
He had a trash tournament. My God, what happened to Duda? If somebody had to say, young, promising talent might surprise in the candidates, Duda was nowhere near to be found. Like, Alireza fell from a cliff to the point where everybody's like, oh my God, look at Alireza. He's like, he fell off a cliff. But Duda didn't do as badly, and yet I feel his tournament is even more forgettable.
Right.
He hasn't had good chances. The few good chances he had, he blew them. He's turned really good games into a loss.
Right.
There's no other way to put it. The game that he played against Richter-Rauzer was one of the worst games of the candidates, where he puts his opponent's pawn on g5 purposefully, and then he gets mated on the h file.
Right.
Like, what?
Yeah. The only thing I can counter with that, which makes it really that much more a strange outlier, is he played a brilliant game, an absolutely wonderful game against Fabiano to send Fabi, down the slide.
Yeah.
He played a great spoiler against Fabi.
That's what I mean. It was just amazing.
It's just amazing. It really was. And then after that, it's just such a quiet tournament.
Yeah, very, very strange. We do have the move King H7 on the board. I don't see how that really changes White's approach. White still wants to play Rook C7. Am I missing something?
Does it work though? Rook C7, take, knight B6. The difference is that now knight E7 is not a check, so...
Can I just play pawn F3? I really don't feel like giving up that pawn.
I understand. I just checking to make sure I don't have
Rook D8, Rook A8.
A forced win, because I do have a check.
Knight F8,
knight takes E6.
Has to go King G8. No real choice.
King
Knight
F7.
E6.
King F7. These guys can calculate so incredibly well. I'm sure they would have no problems reaching this point, but maybe knight C8.
Knight D5 also, right?
Knight D5? Dang. I didn't
think
see
so,
that one either.
Yeah, I think knight D5 is okay.
Wow. Okay, that's much sharper than I intended, and therefore I'm going to go with Dorsa on this one.
Just keep it chill.
Just relax.
Yeah, that's just so easy, right? F3, there's no E4. You can go Rook C6. You're throwing knight.
Right, you can do it on your
F3. I think F3 is good.
You do it on your time
F3
frame.
must be the good move here. I mean, you're not even down a pawn. You look at this position, you expect white to be down something.
But on the contrary, he's not down material, but all of his pieces, with the exception of the rook on a2, compare them to their counterparts. You go, you just down the line, knight g6 versus knight d7,
Yep.
the two rooks versus the rooks, the bishops, and most importantly, this incredibly powerful. Look at Hikaru. You asked Alejandro to do your losing look. This is Hikaru like with the eagle hawk, raptor mode that I'm seeing at the board. The eyes are just ferociously darting around as he's
Obviously, he knows he has advantage. He's just trying to just make sure he gets the full point, the easiest way possible, no counterplay.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah, this one is dead, guys. Come on.
F2, F3, dead.
I can't imagine still saving after F2, F3. What is... Sometimes we play chess like this, right? You're dead, and you think, well, on some crazy day this happens, and I save it.
Right.
What is the scenario?
Where's my...
Where's my plus?
Well, I don't. Where's my cheapo?
Where's my cheapo? That's right. Where's my trick? Where's my saving grace? Where's my by one tempi this kind of holds?
By the skin of my.
Where's this magical fortress? Where's the nothing? Right?
They're all back left with knight going to c5, going back to d7.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll throw something out there for us. So F2, F3, I think it's a great move. E4. Why E4? I want to weaken the square G4. Why do I want to weaken the square G4? So I can go knight F6, knight G4, and make a perpetual check.
Cool.
Crickets. Crickets.
F3 played.
Oh, I see Naka making his move. Nice.
And F3 played.
Yeah.
And he gets up to walk. It's quite fun, actually. I don't know what to say.
Well, it's just waiting for capitulation at this point.
Right.
There's nobody at the board.
It's not going to happen then.
Well, Duda doesn't want to rush. Duda's in no rush to hurry back, that is for sure.
And tomorrow is the last day for our tournament here in the candidates, but we have plenty of chess coming your way this summer. We're going to have a 2-day break. Yasser and I will, as we return with Christian Kurilla to do the commentary on the U.S. Juniors, Seniors, and Junior Girls Championship. I think that one's missing.
You're leaving us halfway through, though.
I am leaving halfway through. And
Dirty rat think.
Yes, I got to go to Croatia. Look at that. Croatia, got a date with Magnus over there, as he will be joining the GCT. I'll be doing the commentary there, as well as the interviews. Gonna be pressing Magnus to see, well, you know it by this point, buddy. You know who's first and second. Right. Are you playing or are you not playing? Right. And of course, he'll be returning here for the Sinkfield Cup in September. Before the Sinkfield Cup, we do have the GCT St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Don't miss that one. Always a fun event. No shortage of chess at all for you spectators. And I've heard that even Chess 9LX comes after this one. So no stopping at all.
Just to clarify, Magnus is going to play in the Sinkfield Cup?
Yes.
And Magnus is going to play in the Zagreb event as well?
That's right.
Sweet.
Sweet.
Oh my goodness. Grand Chess Tour. Excitement.
Plenty of world champion in our GCT events. I know the Sinkfield Cup is going to be absolutely great. We have great players there. The entire tour participants. Fabi's going to be back. Nepo is going to be back. That's a big one. Alireza is going to be back. Levon Aroni is going to be back. Magnus is going to be there. It's a fun tournament, guys. Sinkfield, don't miss it.
It's like a party.
Rook A7 played by Duda.
After F3.
After F3, I think the move Rook C6 plays itself more or less, because 95 is such a huge threat.
Yeah. No,
maybe there's other ways to skin this cat, but
no. Rook C6 is self-explanatory.
Yeah.
How about doubling the rook?
Also, I like that one too. Rook C1, Rook D1 to C1, and threatening to maybe Rook.
Yeah. Straightforward.
this is just,
and it's mate.
Just throw a dart. pick a move. Probably winning.
Dorsa, I like rook c1, rook c8, just because, I mean, I see that mate in the corner there, and I go, wow. Why is a knight so powerful on g6? Because first of all, it's protected. Never forget, knights love protection. And then this natural mating pattern of rook to h8 plays itself thanks to this knight's incredibly powerful presence. So I like this rook c1, rook c8. That just done.
Well, see, a few days ago we talked about the different names for checkmates, and I said how I'm very new to learning these names. Well, now, if I could get the rook to h8, is that a dovetail mate? Is that an Arabian mate? What type of mate is that?
I always thought that the Arabian mate was a knight on f6, a king on h8, and a rook on h7. That was the Arabian mate. But, you know, could the knight on g6 and the rook on h8 also be an Arabian mate? Join the conversation. Let us know. I don't know the name of that mating pattern. Coach?
You know,
jump in.
There was this moment where I felt really glad that I was not part of this conversation. I was in the St. Louis Chess Club, and they had this like beginners boot camp type of, you know, learning.
Right.
Apparently, you learn the names of the checkmates. I never did.
You do?
I never did. I've never learned the names of the checkmates. I thought they was completely irrelevant. When I learned that there were names for checkmates, I was already a GM. Like there was no reason to go back and listen to this. And one of the players that clearly also doesn't know the names of the checkmates, but already a grandmaster, you know, this little, I don't know, 6, 7-year-old comes up to him with a question about his homework.
Right.
And the homework was something like, list the name of the checkmate.
Yeah, Morphe mate. Show me a Morphe mate.
And this is like 2,500. Like, you know, like completely clueless. I'm like, what is supposed to? I had no idea. I looked at it, I skadoodled before anybody asked me. I had no idea what any of these names. No clue if it's the whatever mate. No clue at all.
Nice. I just like the vision of, you know, Grandmaster, could you please help me with my homework? What's a Morphe mate? Get away from me, kid. You bother me, boy.
I think this is a hook mate. Which is description is checkmate with a rook, knight, and the pawn, along with one enemy pawn to limit enemy's king escape.
I see that you've got them all listed there. The Arabian mate, the Anastasian mate, the back rank mate, the double bishop mate.
That I also knew.
Now, what the heck was the dovetail mate?
Dovetail is a queen delivers mate on an adjacent king whose only 2 escape squares are obstructed by friendly pieces.
You have to read that to me like 25 times before I understood.
It's something with
the idea is black has a king on h6 and a pawn on g7 and g6. And you got a queen, So, now I've got to do something really stupid.
You're not going to get there.
I'm not going to get there.
You're not going to get there.
Okay, so this black king goes to the h6 square.
Wait, what?
This black king goes to the h6 square, and you put this pawn on g6. So you got a pawn on g7 and g6, and a black king on h6, and white goes queen h4 mate.
Nice.
But thanks to the friendly 2 pawns, it's a checkmate. And that's the dovetail mate.
I guess so. It doesn't feel. I thought dovetail was something kind of cool. That's
right.
It is what it is, guys. We have a move on the board. Rook c6 was played.
Okay, hard to argue with that one.
Hard to argue with that one, indeed. And Duda, man, I don't even know how he lasts too long in this position.
He's facing knight takes e5, and probably amongst other issues. But I do like the idea of doubling the rooks and going rook to c8 as well. This looks really good. I mean, you're skinning a cat here different ways.
I'm so sorry, but why do we keep saying skinny cats? I
that
have a
is
cat.
an expression.
He has 2 cats. We're all cat lovers.
Cats.
Why are we skinny cats?
Wait a minute, I'm a dog lover.
I think you would still vouch for no cat skinning.
That's true. I would.
I heard it twice.
We're gonna drop it.
I heard it twice.
Oh, come on!
I mean,
it
we're
was
offending,
working so well.
the cat owners here.
Right? You
right.
say it.
I actually have no idea. There's a lot of idioms that I pick up from both Maurice and Yasser.
Which you regretted.
They kind of stay with me. I picked up one from Christian. I'm like, time will tell, but I'm really
That's fine.
trying to get rid of it, you know, like.
One of the things that was really funny was during the 1972 World Championship match in Reykjavik in Iceland. Okay, the Icelandic language is essentially Old Danish.
Nice.
Danish language. But the way the commentators, it was like, this axe destroys your pawn and you're killed by the bishop and you are fallen to the rook. So they had these really brutal ways of capturing.
So violent.
And the mommies of Iceland were calling the TV station and saying, my kids are being traumatized by your descriptive language. Could you guys tone it down with killing you and beating you and destroying you? I thought it was hilarious that this actually was taking place. How does he destroy?
Well, you gotta defend first.
Rook c6? Sorry, Alejandro, what?
You gotta defend somehow as black first.
Okay.
I mean, there's a very
What am I defending?
very clear threat.
Knight takes
e5 just finishes
Fair.
the game. I take off the bishop and the pawn on b5 is to follow.
But if we touch the bishop, I'm a little worried about potential rook c7s.
Precisely. If you go bishop d4, for example, just trying to anchor the bishop,
So
then
your board, Yasser?
Yeah, bishop to. I'm just saying bishop to d4. If the bishop on b6 sidesteps. Okay, right here. This is the moment, and white would like to take this pawn on e5. Knight takes e5, and the knight, which protects the bishop, would be attacked. So, if you sidestep the threat, what you were saying, Dorsa, is that any bishop moves that allow rook c7, you're ready to make that move rook c7, and that looks incredibly powerful as well, Alejandro. I don't see.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you want to do?
Nothing.
Save
nothing.
black's position. There's nothing to do. This position is dead.
No. It's very hard.
There's not really much to do. I mean,
right.
It's been such a frustrating tournament for Duda, but yeah, this game is just hopeless.
Right.
It's not just that there's a tactical sequence that defends it, or ends it, I'm sorry. It's that you don't have a long-term defense. Your position is just garbage. I mean, you have the double pawns. You left yourself with all the strategical problems. You have a weak king, you got the double pawns, white has a pass pawn, your rook has no penetration squares, this king is safe. It doesn't matter how you, what you do, there will be a way to end this game. Bishop e3 played, I assume rook c7 is winning. For some reason, it's not in the top 3 of the engine.
Really?
It's not, but I bet you that rook c7 is just as good. Just as good.
Yeah.
Am I saying +4?
Yeah, +4, +5. I mean, you take your
Good
pick.
eyes.
That's a lot of pluses.
It's a lot of pluses. I mean, how do you not play rook c7? I mean, rook c7 is so obvious, but what does the engine actually want to do? Rook e1 and then take on e5 next move.
Oh, no, I mean...
No, it's a move.
What? But my rook is so nice on d1.
Doesn't matter. I mean, just nothing matters anymore.
Well.
It's the stage of the game where nothing matters.
Well, again, just as you were just describing the position a moment ago, all of black's pieces, including the rook that had been sitting on a2, are defensively placed. Like you're just trying to make a blockade. You've got a weak e5 pawn, you've got a weak b5 pawn, and your king is more vulnerable. So just like the accruing all of these advantages in white's favor, it doesn't surprise me that it's 4.4s. Some of the evaluations in some of the previous games were, for me, really remarkable. Yes. Positions where I thought, it's a fight, it's a duel. It's like 3 points.
Yeah.
It's like, what? It doesn't surprise me that this is a 4-point advantage.
No, it surprises no one.
No, exactly. Wow. And for Hikaru, we talk about a turnaround of Fabi. Fabi had this great first half, terrible second half. Hikaru's line score is equally remarkable. He started with a loss. The first half was not going anywhere really in his favor, but then in the second half, and especially his game 8 against...
Ooh, we have a move.
Bishop d2. One of the top engine moves.
And it was in round 8 against Fabi that he won. That really put some wind in the sails.
And it took it out of Fabi's
Exactly.
at the same time. That's what he needed to do. And he did it.
Top engine move, huh?
One of the top engine moves. I think at this point, the engines are juggling to see which variation gives the larger plus, because it doesn't matter. They all give such a huge plus. At some point, you're determining whether you can win long term or you win a rook, and sometimes winning that rook, you gave 2 pawns. and then if you count it, it's only +3. But in this one, you're just kind of finishing. You can't trade. You just cannot trade. Why? Because you run out of resources to deal with rook c7.
Exactly.
You just can't do it. And if you move the bishop somewhere, where does it go?
If it goes to d4,
If
bishop
it goes to
c3.
d4, bishop c3 is the same thing. You can't trade. But if you don't trade now, you're going to lose material. Now you're actually losing material by force.
Exactly.
Because bishop c3 is not possible. So bishop d2 pretty much finishes the game. I'm expecting Duda to resign within the next 3 to 4 moves.
Hikaru looks like he's expecting Duda to resign right now.
Yeah,
I mean, he's sitting back like...
I don't think it's ridiculous. I don't think...
I've done my job.
I think he's right. I think it's like so over that I wouldn't doubt Duda just resigns here.
You know, I think it takes a few minutes for the guy who's going to resign to just kind of come to terms with it. And I feel like Duda has been coming to terms with it from the facial expressions that I've been seeing. But that makes me wonder. Any stories that come to mind when you were on the winning or losing side and you're waiting for your opponent to resign and their facial kind of screaming it?
So what happened was I was playing Anatoly Karpov, the world chess champion, 1982, London, the Phillips and Drew tournament. And I played a variation that Viktor Korchnoi had prepared for his world championship match in 1980. And I was playing all of Viktor's novelties, and Karpov was responding as if he had watched us analyze the position. He was playing moves like this. And he sacrificed a piece, and I couldn't understand it. It was just very, very confusing to me. I thought I was winning this piece sacrifice. I couldn't believe it. And I'm looking at Karpov, and his perfect poker face. Like, it doesn't reveal anything. I'm like, my God, it's a piece. I'm trying to calculate. And then his second, F.M. Geller, came and was walking by the table, stopped, and reacted like this is the worst thing ever. And then Karpov was looking at Geller, his coach, making these, looking at the demonstration board, looking at Karpov, and Karpov turned red.
Oof. So he knew he was busted.
Of course he did. But,
of course.
But Geller revealed, and then
nice.
Nice. Thank you, FM, coming by just that moment. And Karpov was like, get out of here, you idiot. Get out of here. You messed it up. What's happening in the game, Alejandro? I see moves have been played.
Bishop d4 and bishop c3 as we expected, so nothing to talk about. We already talked about these moves. Bishop d4 on the board, bishop c3. Game's collapsing.
So back to you.
Yeah, right. Collapsing, yeah. There was I'm trying to remember. There was somebody who had resigned prematurely.
Svidler.
It was like in one of my open tournaments. Now I forgot the gentleman's name. But I thought he was offering me a draw while he was offering me his hand, but he was resigning. Which was really nice because I didn't see the win. So very recently, I don't know if you picked up on this, Alejandro, it was from the Norway tournament. And Viswanathan Anand had just played a move against Shaq Mamedov. He moved his queen to b5. looked at what he did, and in horror realized queen takes f3. He blundered a knight, and he resigned without waiting for Shaq to see it. And Shaq didn't see it immediately.
So he didn't have to resign necessarily.
Right? You should let your opponent find the move. Has anything like that happened to you, Alejandro, where you premature resigning by you or your opponent?
Premature resigning. I can only think of one time where my opponent resigned in a drawn position.
Very nice.
It's very nice. It was a very complicated perpetual check that didn't seem like it worked.
Right.
But there was this hidden idea that this bishop that was pinned was actually defending like a key square all the way on a3.
Right.
And my opponent thought, there's no perpetual, time to resign.
Exactly.
And so he did. But
how sweet.
How sweet. Very nice of him. But it's the only time I can think of.
So another one, this was really, really beautiful. So it was the 1997 Garry Kasparov Man versus Machine. Deep Blue. Kasparov, they were in the Equitable Building in New York City, just off of Broadway. And the computer played this magnificent game, boom, 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 boom. And Garry just absolutely resigned in disgust. Maurice Ashley and I were calling the action, and when Garry resigned, we explained to the audience why the resignation was correct. I get back to my hotel, the Michelangelo, and there's an email from our friend Jonathan Tisdall.
Nice.
Jonathan Tisdall writes me and he says, Yasser, why did Garry resign? I said, you idiot, he resigned because of this. Not so fast. There's a perpetual in the position. There's a perpetual check. Holy smokes. So I'm looking, and I discover that Tiz is right. There's a perpetual check, and that Garry resigned prematurely. So I went to Frederick Friedel, who from Chess Base fame, who was on Garry's team, and I said to Frederick that Kasparov resigned prematurely. He said, what? And I explained to him everything that had just happened with Tisdall. And he goes, oh my God, that's incredible. Yasser, could you please tell Garry that he resigned prematurely? I said, no.
Good luck.
So Frederick had hailed a taxi to take him down Broadway. And as they were getting in the taxi, Frederick said, oh, by the way, Garry, Yasser wanted me to tell you that you resigned in a drawn position.
Nice.
Garry froze, like just before he got in the taxi. Instantly understood what Frederick was talking about. And Frederick said, you could hear Garry's cries all the way down Broadway. Oh, no! It was terrible. Oof. Resigning prematurely. I think that's killed just about everybody one time or another. Garry. Bishop C3. Sorry to take us away from our game. That was it? That was the last move?
Yes.
Nothing happened?
So let's go.
I'm out of stories.
That has never happened in the history of chess.
Wow.
Yeah, there's nothing premature about resigning right now. Mm-hmm. So we know Duda's a fighter, but man, it's hard to make moves here.
Exactly. Yeah. By the way, isn't that his handle on chess.com?
I think it's Polish fighter, right?
Polish fighter.
He changed it recently.
Did he?
Yeah.
What did he like about Polish fighter?
I think it was too long.
Hard to type in all the time.
Yeah.
Polish fighter.
It's like Nepomniachtchi had a chess.com handle. It was GM Nepomniachtchi, but it's too many letters, so he took it GM off. Just Nepomniachtchi. Oh man, this is like very torturous for the Polish fighter at the moment.
Right.
It's just such a horrible event, and he compounds it. He just keeps compounding it. There was no reason to lose today.
No, absolutely.
I mean, when you think about the strength of these players, the strength of these people, there was no reason to lose this game.
Right.
D5, man, it's such a suicidal move.
It truly.
But good for Hikaru fans, because
yes.
we're here. Okay, Rook D3 finishes the game. I assume Rook C7 finishes the game.
The one thing you don't want to do is take on e5 prematurely and fall for bishop f4 check. That would be, you know, the greatest horror ever. Oops.
I think Hikaru sees this.
Yeah, I do too. But I love your rook d3 move, just putting the question to the bishop and saying, where are you going?
Yeah, where are you going? It's a funny question, right? Because if you go to c1, it actually gets hit. If you go to g5,
then rook c7.
I rook c7 is such an automatic.
I think that was actually played.
Immediately?
Bishop e3, rook c7.
Yeah, rook c7 was played immediately.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which we more or less expected.
Yes.
Well, I kind of expected bishop d3, to be honest. Rook d3, tickling the bishop first.
Doesn't matter. What do you do as black?
I don't know.
I mean,
I'm not happy.
Rook a7, knight e5 is a threat.
Yeah.
A pretty strong threat, too.
That's a really strong
It's a really strong threat.
I mean,
So you have to react to it.
Right.
And there's nothing.
Right.
There's just nothing.
Well, I was thinking ages ago when the rook was on a2 to play pawn to e4, so I have this knight g4. At this moment, I just don't even see a cheapo.
Nope. That's the thing that we've been talking about for a few moves.
Yeah.
Black is under such pressure that there's no capacity to create a tactic.
Right.
This happens very often in chess, that when you have a strategical dominance over your opponent, the tactics don't work. You cannot create tactics out of a vacuum. That's how the game of chess works. We've known this for ages and ages. The better position you have, the more likely it is that tactics work out for you. In this case, 0 threats, 0 problems in white structure, 0 problems with the king, and no surprise, no tactics work out for the black side. He's played rook e8, to which Hikaru thought for half a second, played the move king h3. I guessed bishop f4 is now no longer on top. Not very difficult to explain the move king h3. You're going to be following it up with knight takes e5 on the next move.
Yes, you are. And then it's the d-pawn express all the way. Yeah, king h3 looks very, very finishing touches, so to speak.
That's all that Hikaru is doing right now, finishing touches. He doesn't need to take any more time. He knows it. He knows that there's no counterplay, there's no possibilities of even blundering. He's not messing around. He isn't taking time to figure out the best win here. It's done.
Right.
Of course.
I remember reading the 2-volume books by Alexander Alekhine, My Best Games, by the former world champion, and he was explaining that he was so tactically gifted that his problem was that he thought he could save any position through some tactical means. And he needed to lose some games to realize that tactics don't just appear by themselves, that you have to build up advantages. And he became this incredibly well-rounded player when he realized that tactics weren't always going to save him, that he needed to learn positional play. And by the way, I love these biographies, autobiographies, and books of best game play, you know, the best games of the players. And that 2-volume set by Alekhine, I think, has influenced generations. And I thought it was a really, really good series. I don't know, did you ever see it yourself, Dorsa?
I believe so. There was a specific, but the thing is, like, growing up, I wasn't reading the books in English. I was reading them translated to Farsi. So a lot of things are lost in translation.
Right.
And I remember, like, the first time I read the Fischer, My 60 Most Memorable Game, I read it in Farsi, and then I read it again in Farsi, and then I read it in English, and I was like, this is a completely different...
Very different book.
The chess was the same, but like the explanation, the thought process of everything was completely different.
Yeah, we got lucky in Spanish. We have really good translators back in the 60s and 70s that took a lot of these books and they translated not from English to Spanish, which is where you get a lot of problems when you do Russian, English, English, Spanish.
Oh, yes.
Right.
They did Russian, Spanish.
Oh, that's so nice.
And that really helped out a ton of chess players. I read those books in Spanish. I remember them very vividly. I mean, those were the books that fell apart.
Right.
Yeah.
Me too.
That book had no chance.
Right.
I mean, it was falling apart in 15 different ways. It had staples here. I mean, that book was read Those two books, actually.
Yeah.
Although I like the first version, the first half, much better than the second.
Okay.
But I remember reading both of them until the book just gave out. I mean, that book is actually no longer part of my collection because it fell apart. It literally fell apart.
Alejandro, if I'm not mistaken, we do have that in our SLU chess room.
We have a copy of it. Yeah, we have a copy, but not the one I used as a kid.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of the greatest compliments I've ever received here at the club. There was this young boy, probably 6, 7 years old. He had his backpack. Mr. Seirawan, could you please sign my book? I said, sure. Do you have it? He goes, yeah, it's in my backpack. And he goes up and he pulls out this raggedy book, man. It looked like it fell in the bathtub like 4 or 5 times. The pages were all brittle and everything. And I open it up and there's notes on every page with Post-its and everything. I said, you read the book? Yeah, Mr. Seirawan, I really liked it a lot. It was like, this was the worst looking copy ever. I wanted to give him a new copy. I signed the book, and it was just, it's so nice when a reader reads the book. Like, I almost consumed the book, I should say.
My book came out in October, so I haven't had that happen yet. Hopefully sometime.
When it does happen, it's very rewarding, very nice.
Yeah, I still have I have a few extra copies, so I still smell the new.
Yes, that's got that new fresh.
And of course, we have this big winner of our tournaments, Nepomniachtchi, just won the candidates. He's headed to a world championship match. We have our reporter in Madrid, Anastasia Karlovic. She caught up with the big winner.
How do you feel, except that you told me right after that you were exhausted? Now, did you realize that you're actually a winner of the tournament?
I mean, I think I was more or less sure, like, when having like 2 points advantage, 50 rounds to go. But yeah, the job had to be done. And, I mean, then I finished quite quickly the previous game, and of course it was not so obvious then until the game between Ding and Radjabov was over. So I mean, even though like with these 2 point advantage, it was like mathematically it was a chance to screw everything up. Yeah. So yeah, I couldn't really chill until the game was over.
And there he is, and that's the way it is. It's not over till it's over.
I have to mention, because I've been doing some math in my head, so it's 7,000 for every point.
Yeah, we probably at some point need to add up. This prize total looks extremely small, but it's not that small, guys.
Yeah.
Right?
So it's 63 extra
and counting.
thousand and counting.
And
could be another
counting.
7, could be another 3.5, could be.
Right.
So
63 in the 48.
Yeah.
Over 100.
Yeah. So it's quite interesting for me that like there's a first place prize and then there's a hey, here's some extra money. I've never had anything like that. Is that a common thing just for candidates or?
I'm not sure, Alejandro.
I've seen tournaments like that. We have had tournaments like that. Clutch chess, I want to say, was like that, where we split up the prices depending on how many points you got. There have been in the past many instances of tournaments giving a reward for points made. It's very common also in leagues that you get paid by the point.
I always thought it was for wins, not points. To like avoid draws, something like that.
I've always thought of it as points. I very rarely see it as wins. You get your prize for every half point.
I remember in the U.S. Championships when the prize fund wasn't so heavy, they had top 8 prizes.
Ooh.
And then they had point money. So for me, this is unusual. I'm not used to seeing this. I mean, it's fine, it's okay, no problem. But also it's a bit unusual. Again, it's not common in my world. And of course, they used to have the brilliancy prizes. Those were nice.
Yes, I won a few of those playing, open tournaments, and I love those. And
exactly.
It was actually one of the good ones that I remember. This was a tournament I played in Norway. 2016. It was like I played this kid. He was like 1900. I was 2400. I had black. It took me hours to win it. And the kid, I believe he's now a GM. He was like 1900, but it's like by the end of the year he was 2400. So he was like ready to explode.
Yeah.
And like his chess was not 1900 obviously, and it took me forever to win it. And because it was such a long and fun game, because I played something like b5 the first move. Then I won the nice game of that round, not the tournament. I won the best game of the round for that one. But it was some money. It was nice.
Very,
Cost
very
me a
good.
nice interview.
We do have some moves. Alejandro,
Finishing touches.
Duda threw out the pawn.
Duda threw out a pawn, so he didn't have to resign.
Right.
And then Hikaru took it. Rook b8.
Rook b8.
And every logical move, I think, I don't even know if
Can
black
I just
has
take
a
the
threat.
rook?
You could, but rook takes b4 is not a threat because rook takes d7, right?
No,
What?
yeah, you're right. A knight f8 check.
I got a knight
that's
f8
nice too.
check.
Our producer finally listened to the show, realized that I've been saying for the last hour that if you throw a dart at every move, you probably win. And he took a gander at it. He threw a dart, said bishop c3 is the best move. Bishop c3 played by Hikaru.
Sorry.
And one of many ways of finishing this game, I think this one is the most logical.
Wow.
Rook takes b3, rook takes d7 is just completely winning, among other ideas. If you take on b3, you could also take on e5. Nothing wrong with that. You can take on a7 and then take on e5. Also nothing wrong with that. You're just choosing your win at the moment. And if you don't take on b3, why did you give up a pawn? This is just over.
Wonderful. And by the way, it was so much fun presenting you all. And thank you for sharing your day with us. All of the guests that we've had, including Gary Kasparov. Always good to have Gary on. For tomorrow, we have another very, very special
Should
guest.
we say it now? Or?
Yes, of course. This one-a-thon to none, Vishy, will be joining us to share his thoughts a bit about these candidate tournaments and potentially World Championship matches.
You know, if I'm not mistaken, again, please, everybody, feel free to help me out on the logistics. I know that's because Chennai is going to be hosting the Olympiad in few weeks, actually, 2-3 weeks.
Alejandro getting on the
3
plane.
weeks, yeah. So I do recall reading and hearing about how Anand and everybody else in the big people in India started doing the first time in forever the flame, the Olympic,
torch
the
relay.
torch. Yes, thank you. The Olympic torch for this year's Olympiad. So I think that will be interesting. I'll definitely want to ask him about that.
Are you going to ask him if he's still running with it? The man started, I think it was in Delhi. He's on his way to Chennai.
Show me the torch. Hopefully, no, I'm kidding.
Once, this was about 20 years ago, I did an interview with New in Chess magazine, and they asked me which country would the world champion hail from in 2030?
2030.
In 2030.
Wow.
And I said India. They said, well, that was fast. How could you be so sure? I said, well, how old is Vishy?
Oh, nice.
He just seemed to be getting better with age at those times.
It's really interesting, like when there is that one amazing chess player, happens to be a world champion, everybody, like that country's chess, it becomes so enriched, it just goes up. How many grandmasters do they have? Every time I turn my
72.
eye... 72.
They're up to 72.
Every time I close my eyes open, there's 2 new grandmasters.
I keep in touch with this just because of Sagar Shah. Shout out to Sagar. He's one of the best, most active, definitely, chess journalists in the world. The guy has been living with his wife off of a suitcase for the last, I want to say 3 years. They actually had nonstop, maybe 3-4 years.
Tournament.
Going tournament to tournament nonstop, whether it's a junior event, whether it's the Olympiad, the World Championship match, a random tournament in the middle of nowhere, India for a regional place. Doesn't matter. He's there with a camera, interviewing people, looking at chess. He has worked nonstop, and he always has a post on Facebook when a new GM arises. In India, sometimes that means that he has 3 posts on the same day, because sometimes one tournament ends and everybody got their final title.
Nice.
3 different posts for them. 72, I think, it's what the number is up to for India from a country that in 1987 had 0.
Wow.
Stop and think about that. You think Vichy had an outsized influence?
Yeah, Vichy had a little bit of an outside influence.
Are we still confirming that it is Russia that has the most GMs? I think the United States is up there too.
I think for Russia to be caught, you need to add up places 2, 3, 4, and 5. Double them.
I didn't realize it was that.
Oh, yeah. Russia has like 450 GMs, something along those lines.
Oh, my word.
It's not close.
Thank goodness we rated that nation for many GMs as well, right?
Yeah, that's including the people that have left, right? A lot of people have left the Russian Federation of Chess recently. Includes that. I mean, America, I think, is up to, what, 90 or 100, something along those lines. Germany has a ton, 90 or 100. Serbia has a ton. I think those are the top nations, if I'm not mistaken.
I just want to interrupt you to say we do have a tactic about to appear on the board. The move D7.
And that's resignation.
And there's a knight F8 fork.
Come on, Duda.
So you
resign.
Yeah, I think that's the finishing touches. Wow. Yep, and I think is that right? 100%?
I mean, would you not say 100%?
Right.
Excuse me.
And we make it 110%.
Yeah. I mean, you don't need this. Hikaru has won.
Wow.
It's over, guys. Hikaru Nakamura is 2nd place in the candidates right now. Who would have thunk this standings after the first half? Hikaru hadn't won a game. Ding Liren hadn't won a game. Fabiano was +3. Teimur was on -2. And how the second half has flipped the script completely, except for one man. Jan started winning, and Jan ends up winning. Jan Nepomniachtchi, winner of the Candidates 2022. These are our pairings for tomorrow. The Duda Nepomniachtchi game is 100% irrelevant. The only things we're going to be focusing on tomorrow are going to be the matches for 2nd place, and that includes it includes nothing between Rapport and Teimur Radjabov or Caruana against Firouzja. It's all about Ding and Nakamura, because the people with 6.5 can no longer catch 2nd.
Exactly.
It's going to be entirely to see if the Chinese superstar with the white pieces can finally topple the American streamer, or the world's #1 chess celebrity online will make his way to 2nd. Whether that actually guarantees a match, we do not know. That's up to Magnus Carlsen to determine later on in the year. You know that you want that 2nd place just in case.
The only thing we know for sure is that we do have a challenger, and his name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, as he wins the Candidates Championship tournament running away. And for Hikaru Nakamura, it's carpe diem, seize the day,
absolutely,
as the Romans would say. Great game, and the only decisive game, I want to say, Dorsa. It was I gotta say it, for Duda fans, it's really disappointing.
No, the Duda had that nice knight maneuver all around the board.
Yeah, it was really nice, but he
that's kind of
D6, D5.
By the way, ended where it started.
It's true.
Okay.
It's true.
That night wait, what was the root of this night?
It went to C6. It went to C6 first. Knight B8, C6.
That's right. It went to C6, A5, C4, B6, D7, F8, H7, G5, E4, F6, D7, and died with a full tummy. On B8. What a route for the knight, but it was not enough. Hikaru Nakamura crashes through, and that's all there is to say about this round. We are actually left with an interesting final battle tomorrow. Ding Liren will certainly come out guns blazing, but that's all we have left to talk about in this tournament.
Wow.
Well, Yasser, Alejandro, it's been a pleasure working with both of you and the production team. Yeah. Tomorrow is
our last day.
For now.
But what an exciting day.
Wonderful.
Thank you for joining us. Be sure to join us tomorrow, same time, round 14. We we bring you the last round of the candidates, and Viswanathan Anand, Vishy himself, will be joining us as a special guest. Get your questions ready.
Thank you. Have a great rest of your evening, everybody, wherever you're at.
Exactly.
And we'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.